Sebastiano Timpanaro. On Materialism. Translated by Lawrence Garner. Contents. Foreword. 7. 1 Considerations on Materialism 29. Z. Praxis and Materialism. 3 Angles, Materialism and Free Will. 4 Structuralism and its Successors 135. 5 Karl Korsch and Lenin's Philosophy 221. To Luciano Dell'Omea. Foreword. I am only too well aware of what might be termed the pre-scientific and pre-philosophical nature of these essays. In them, requirements are stated and a polemical position taken up, but their theoretical stance is neither rigorously grounded nor fully developed. My decision, despite this, to publish them together in book form is based on the belief that, at the present stage of Marxist discussion, they can fulfill a provisional function of critical stimulants. In recent years, in connection with the crisis of the official Seoul-Munist parties, the Chinese Cultural Revolution and the rise of NC-revolutionary currents in the West, we have seen a revival of theoretical interest. The need to struggle against reformism has clearly shown how essential it is not to simply entrench oneself in a defense of Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy, but to rethink Marxism in the light of everything new that has occurred in the capitalist West, in China, and in the Third World. Unfortunately, however, the two main interpretations of Marx which have come to influence the revolutionary left in the West in recent years, one furnished by the Frankfurt School and its various offspring, the other by Althusser, allow very little of Marxism to survive. Moreover, and this is far more grave, they represent in many respects a step backwards, the former because, following in the path of tendencies which were already very widespread in the Western Marxism of the 20s and 30s, it ignores the need to found a scientific socialism and sees in science only bourgeois false objectivity, the latter because, although it does proclaim most emphatically the scientific character of Marxism, it takes from 20th century epistemology a Platonist concept of science which is not that of Marx and Engels and which makes it impossible to pose correctly the relation between theory and practice. Anyone who saw these interpretations simply as intellectual errors, without understanding that they reject objective difficulties facing the working class movement in the advanced capitalist countries, would be a very poor Marxist indeed. The main way to defeat these tendencies, in other words, is not through philosophical discussion alone, but through a study of contemporary capitalism, the contemporary proletariat and the nexus between capitalism and imperialism, a study, it goes without saying, linked to and constantly verified by political action. And yet, at the same time, it would be just as un-Marxist to seek to reduce Marxism to a revolutionary sociology, purging it of those aspects of a general conception of reality which are not a residue of 19th century metaphysics but an essential component of a doctrine which, in the broadest sense possible, poses the problem of the real liberation of mankind. This is why, in Ill view, it is necessary to reconfirm and develop materialism, in other words, on the one hand to reassert the need to found communism scientifically and on the other to reject all those co-receptions of science which emerged from the idealist turn of the late 19th century. The reactionary character of this turn was perceived at the very beginning of the century, with admirable clear-sightedness, by Lenin. This book says too little about Lenin's philosophical thought and its relation to his political thought and action, though it dwells at greater length on a closely related problem, the evaluation of Engels' contribution to Marxism. But even from the little that is said here it will be clear that I do not share the facile anti-Leninism which is currently fashionable in large sections of the revolutionary left in the West. I do not share it either as far as the relation between party and class is concerned, or with respect to the specifically philosophical part of Lenin's work. One aspect of Lenin's greatness consists precisely in having understood that voluntarism, subjectivism, and the refusal of science may constitute a momentary revolutionary stimulus, but cannot be the basis of a solid revolutionary doctrine. This does not imply that we should await the mythical spontaneous collapse of capitalism, or conceal behind a scholastic profession of Leninism an acceptance in essence of reformism, as the official communist parties do in the West. It does not mean that we should underestimate the indispensable role of the subjective element in the struggle against capitalism. What it does mean is understanding that the formation of these subjective conditions themselves is the result of objective processes, not optional's miraculous act of will. For the fatal reason, I cannot agree with that particular form of Western Maoism which not merely, as is perfectly correct, stresses three extremely novel elements in the Maoist approach to the relationship between party and masses, but interprets Maoism in tenets of a break with the ideas of Lenin, and ultimately those of Marx. This is simply the nth return of that subjectivism to which, incurably the revolutionary Whitlia degree in arts of our time always tends. The main problem, in my view, requiring clarification through further discussion is the following: even if one acknowledges that any inter-party democracy which does not extend to the relation between party and masses is insufficient, and therefore acknowledges a limitation in the conception and practice of the Bolsheviks, must one not at the same time recognize that no democracy is conceivable at the base which does not also reach the very highest levels B'fhi party and just for a start imply? As a condition which though absolutely not sufficient is nonetheless necessary, that debates should be made public and their exact terms known. Let me make it clear, if I consider it important to study this problem, this is not because I want to be in a position to pronounce a negative or limiting judgment on the Cultural Revolution, but because it will assist discussion on the model of party and society which we set ourselves. It is in the context of this discussion that it will be necessary to re-examine the thought of a revolutionary who to this day, with grave injustice, is generally passed over in silence or simply excommunicated, Leon Trotsky. This thought too, of course, is historically dated and conditioned, nor is it free from contradictory aspects. But it cannot be evaded, if one does not wish to continue a perpetual oscillation between spontaneism and an ecclesiastical conception of organization. Once voluntarism and Platonist scientism, structuralism and its successors below, have been rejected, the task is to go beyond the indications given by the Marxist classics, fundamental as they are, and to construct a theory of needs which is not, as so often, reduced to a comparalness between Marx and Freud, but which confronts on a wider basis the problem of the relation between nature and society. The accusation of biologism or vulgar materialism is, at this point, obvious and foreseen. If this label refers to an immediate reduction of the social to the biological and a failure to recognize the radically new contribution made by the appearance of labor and relations of production with respect to merely animal life, then I hope that these essays are already forearmed against any such error. If, however, as is too frequently the case in the Western Marxism of our century, what is meant is denial of the conditioning which nature continues to exercise on man, relegation of the biological character of man to a kind of prehistoric prologue to humanity, refusal to acknowledge the relevance which certain biological data have in relation to the demand for happiness, then these pages are deliberately vulgar materialist. From this point of view, they take as their point of departure certain hedonist and pessimistic themes which were widespread in 18th century thought and which reached their highest point in Leopardi. They thus represent the continuation of a line of thinking first adumbrated in my earlier book Classicismo e Illuminismo nell'Ottocento Italiano. Nor has this line of thinking, any more than what I said earlier about Maoism, reached a definitive conclusion. At the start of the 50s, it was difficult to speak of pessimism with Italian Marxists. In almost all cases, they were too full of historicist faith in human progress, and tended too much as a consequence of their Croatian origins, to ignore the relation between will and nature. From that climate, my initial and fragmentary Marxism-Leopardism contracted an original flaw from which, perhaps, it is still striving to free itself. This resulted from the juxtaposition of a historical and social optimist and a pessimism with respect to nature's oppression of man, which would continue to be a cause of unhappiness even in communist society. Today the situation has changed. As a result of the increasingly monstrous developments of capitalist rationality on the one hand, and the crisis of the world communist movement on the other, that tranquil faith in historical progress as a certain bearer of communism has vanished. Indeed, contemporary Marxism has to a considerable degree taken on an apocalyptic hue. Certain Leopardian themes involving a critique of progress and modern civilization must be accorded greater attention than was done in that earlier period by Marxists. But in the face of the Adornian interpretations of Leopardi which have already begun to appear and which are no doubt destined to develop further, it is necessary to recall that Leopardian pessimism, precisely because of the materialist and hedonistic BLSLS which is most explicit in its final formulation, is imwunnun from the romantic and existentialist dross which gravely contaminates the thought of Horkheimer and Adorno, and even the later works of Marcuse, despite their far more political and secular character. Leparc was able to work out for himself a complex relationship to the ideas oft lie Enlightenment which was far more correct than that in which the above-mentioned thinkers situate themselves. As far as the still crucial problem of what position to adopt vis-to-vis the Enlightenment is concerned, he is much more and muchly better than a precursor of the Frankfurt thinkers. Indeed, Lie helps to explain their limitations and provide a critique of them. The real way to overcome the initial flaw in my approach, referred to above, does not consist either in dreams of escaping from science or in a confident belief that man has already won the struggle to dominate nature and need only make a communist use of his domination. It consists rather in an ever more accurate definition of the links between the struggle for communism and the struggle against nature, without, however, identifying the two in a simplistic way. This also requires a new type of scientist. Today, while the reactionary or the apolitical still predominate high far among physicists, biologists, and doctors, a new type of revolutionary biologist or psychiatrist has begun increasingly to appear. These consider it their prime duty to reject their role as biologists or psychiatrists, and to resolve biology or psychiatry immediately into political action. This, in my view, is an incorrect attitude. Marxist scientists must certainly reject the corporative aspect of their own science and refuse the barrier between those who are experts in the field and those who are not. But Marxism would be impoverished if, instead of bringing to it their experience as researchers into nature, they help to confine it within a merely humanist ambit or reduce it to simple activism. If Norman Bethune, instead of using the lancet as well as the sword, had limited himself to explaining to sick Chinese comrades that their illnesses were due to imperialism, if he had believed that a doctor can only become a true revolutionary by ceasing to concern himself with medicine, then his contribution to the revolutionary cause would have been a lesser one. 197.0. I think it is necessary to supplement my original foreword, translated above, with some brief clarifications for the English and American reader and a number of observations which the experience of the intervening years has suggested. It is stated in this book, notably in the first essay written as long ago as 1966, that there is no danger in contemporary bourgeois culture of a revival of vulgar materialism. Consequently, my polemical fire is entirely directed against idealist infiltrations into Marxism. When, however, the Köln Races of THIRD-WORLDISM Review published the essay in question in NLR 85, they pointed out in the themes that there does indeed exist a danger from reactionary biologism in the ideology of the British and still more the North American bourgeoisie. Reading certain recent works has convinced me that they are right. The fields in which this new offensive of reactionary biologism is unfolding are basically three in number, closely interlinked. First, there is a straightforward rebirth of racist theories. These present themselves as being more sophisticated and up-to-date than the old colonialist racism of the late 19th century or Nazi and fascist racial doctrines. They claim to base themselves on the most recent achievements of genetics. However, in reality, they reveal their ideological and non-scientific character precisely on the terrain of biology itself. Books such as Baker's Race and Isaac's Race, Intelligence and Education are typical of this new trend, all the more insidious in that the brutal ferocity of National Socialism is now succeeded by an unctuous paternalism. One, it is no fault of ours, these authors seem to say, if the unfortunate blacks have a lower IQ than ours. Moreover, it does not justify our exterminating or oppressing them, it is simply a question of educating them to the extent that this is possible, and of treating them with the humanity owed even to inferior beings, without, however, seeking to deny the scientific truth of their inferiority. It is really hard to say whether this hypocritical tone is more or less odious than a more patent racism. Certainly today it is more dangerous. Moreover, appearances notwithstanding, it is just as erroneous and inconsistent from a scientific point of view. 2. Educational psychology is a second field in which we can see a revival of reactionary vulgar and materialism, with the views of Skinner and others. It is highly instructive, in this respect, to read Oettinger's Run Computer, Run. On the one hand, this book contains an impressive phenomenology, and condemnation, of pedagogic methods which replace the teacher by the teaching machine and combine this dehumanization of teaching with an increasingly authoritarian technocratism. On the other hand, it is not clear whether Oettinger really wants to combat root and branch this depersonalization of the pupil, or simply to achieve the same objective with methods which are outwardly less abrasive, in order to provoke a lesser reaction from school children and teachers. It should be pointed out that these ideological aberrations have been facilitated by a theoretical error to which I have occasion to refer below in another context, the false identification of materialism with behaviorism. Finally, a third field susceptible to similar ideological aberrations is animal ethology. But here the ism must be posed in very different terms. Animal ethology is a fascinating science, which has already made and will continue to make great advances in our understanding both of the animality of man and of the rudiments of culture to be found in other animal species. We are indebted to ethological research, moreover, for the knowledge that no other species presents, in so widespread and generalized a form as man, phenomena of aggressivity among members of the same species nor, we may add, tendencies to destruction of the natural environment for but both animal ethology and ecology are transmuted from sciences into reactionary ideologies if, as often occurs, they leap over or circle around the fundamental moment of the establishment of social relations of production, the division of society into classes, the class struggle and the new rhythm which the historical development of mankind has taken on since then and which has replaced that of biological evolution. If all this is ignored, only two roads remain open and neither leads very far, either an immediate biologization of human history, which excludes any perspective of liberation for the oppressed class or creation of a classless society, or else an ingenuous philanthropism which entrusts to scientists the solution of social problems. Moreover, it is worth adding, since this is too often forgotten even by comrades of the revolutionary left, that this oscillation between brutal ethics of force and naive philanthropism can be found not only in the positivists of the late 19th century and the hyologists of today, but also in Freud, a subject to which I intend to return elsewhere. However, while acknowledging that I underestimated the danger of this new wave of reactionary biologism, I think I can safely claim that there is nothing in the essays collected here which could give even the slightest justification or support, however involuntary, for its mystifications. I remain convinced that pseudo-materialism must be fought with a scientifically founded materialism, and not with a return to antediluvian forms of voluntaristic spiritualism, as is too often the case. 5. I have read with great interest, and with far more agreement than disagreement, the interview with Lucio Colletti in NLR 86. I regard it as highly positive that the Enlightenment Marxism of Colletti should be known outside Italy. Acquaintance with it can do nothing but good to the Althusserian and Frankfurt Marxists. I admire greatly the intellectual and political courage with which Colletti criticizes and goes beyond certain of his previous positions. I share his judgment on Trotsky. I share his diagnosis that in the West, Marxism has become a purely intellectual and academic phenomenon and that if Marxists continue to remain arrested in epistemology and gnoseology, Marxism has effectively perished, a bitter diagnosis, expressed in somewhat oversimplified terms, but one that is fundamentally correct. However, I do not think that the objection Colletti makes to my book is correct, when he senses it of evaluating a type of naturalism that remains S0111 quite ingenuous. What does materialism require in order to free itself from ingenuousness? To recognize that Ulan is a social being and, as such, has a second nature? In that case, our disagreement would be based simply on a misunderstanding because, I repeat, I think it is very hard to find in what I have written hitherto any sign of a refusal to acknowledge this second nature. The point which requires discussion is a different one. Has this second nature, this artificial terrain, entirely absorbed within itself the first nature? Is it to be foreseen that an absorption, if it has not yet taken place, might occur with the establishment of communist society? Is a conception of nature as mere object of human labor exhaustive, or must nature not also be seen as a force which conditions, consumes, destroys man and in a long-term perspective, all humanity? Coletti says, the specificity of man as a natural being is to refer to nature insofar as he refers to other men, and to refer to other men insofar as he refers to nature. He further adds, otherwise, any discourse on man could equally be applied to ants or bees. But Coletti does not say whether the specificity of man as a social being suppresses or includes within itself entirely his genericity as an animal. In my view, to reduce man to what is specific about him with respect to other animals is just as one-sided as, to reduce him to what he has in common with them. Marx and Engels are absolutely right to stress the specificity of man, but this emphasis is necessary because the most urgent task for humanity is the social revolution and the achievable end of a classless society. For too long the ruling classes have attributed to nature the indignities and sufferings for which the organization of society is responsible, including certain natural calamities which would not have occurred, or would have been much less serious and premature, if the quest for maximum profit and the subordination of public powers to capitalist interests had not caused the most obvious measures of security and prevention to be neglected. However, one-sidedness, in the long run, is always a source of weakness in polemics against the class enemy, who will take advantage of such exaggerated reduction of all the biological to the social to relaunch reactionary scientistic or out-and-out religious ideologies. Marxists themselves, faced with the problem of physical ill, have hitherto proposed two mutually contradictory replies. On the one hand, they have maintained that in communist society sickness, old age, and death, although they will continue to exist, will no longer be experienced as ills. Man will be stripped of his own individualism and feel at one with society, eternally rough, strong with the strength that comes from identification with young healthy comrades, even if, as a single individual, he himself is infirm and in pain. Antonio Labriola expressed the wish that in a future mankind made up of men almost transhumanized, the heroism of Baruch Spinoza may become a petty everyday virtue, and myths, poetry, metaphysics, and religion may no longer encumber the field of consciousness. 6 A noble wish. But it belongs to a PRC Marxist, a stoic and idealist way of overcoming physical ill, which instead of eliminating it in practice denies it. 111 The organ of ideas. If such a line of argument was valid, it could equally well be applied to social ills. Men almost transhumanized would maintain the heroic imperturbability of Spinoza before the spectacle of slavery, poverty, and exploitation as well, and one'd feel no need to suppress social ills in reality. It should be clear to everybody how alien such an ethics is to Marxism. The second reply given is based on faith in scientific progress. When it is no longer at the service of one class, but rather of the classless society as a whole. Certainly, extraordinary progress is to be expected so far as man's physical and psychic health is concerned, not just as a result of the invention of new therapies, but above all through the establishment of a new environment in which physical ills are prevented before they need to be cured. And yet it remains very doubtful whether a radical elimination of the biological limits of the individual and potentially of the human species as a whole is in fact possible. It is to further elucidate this problem of man's biological frailty that I consider it particularly important to study the thought of a poet and philosopher who is very little known outside Italy 7 and who even in Italy is often more admired than understood, Giacomo Leopardi. And while I certainly would not claim to be able to give my English and American readers, in a few words, any adequate exposition Ian's fall, what has been called the Leisteric disappointment which followed the collapse of Enlightenment faith in progress. However, unlike the greater part of the Italian and European bourgeois intelligentsia, he neither slipped back into religious positions nor into a reasonable form of enlightened thought, suitably castrated and purged of its subversive charge. In a first phase he professed a kind of secular Rousseauism. It is necessary to return to nature, to riature still virgin and uncorrupted. It is necessary to struggle against a false and mortificatory civilization which identifies modernity and popular character with Christianity, as the Romantics did. Christianity, for Leopardi, is not genuine primitiveness, inseparable from a proclamation of man's inherent need for happiness, but barbarity, i.e. corrupted civilization, which aggregates within itself the ills of the excess of civilization which preceded it and trios of ignorance and superstition. This demand for a return to nature, against a society which claims to educate the spirit while neglecting the body, Leopardi maintained to the end. But, first spasmodically. 20. Later with increasing vigor, there developed in his thought another line, which derived not from Rousseau but rather from the Voltaire of the poem Sur i.e. Disaster de Lisboa 1 from the more radical of the French materialists, and from hedonistic pessimists such as Maupertuis and Pietro Verri. Especially from R825 on, the most intransigent materialism, the denial of any notion of providence or anthropocentrism and the refusal of all myths, humanistic as well as religious, were taken by Leopardi to their ultimate conclusions. These conclusions, moreover once the joy inherent in every conquest of truth and every elevation from prejudice past, revealed far more clearly than in Leopardi's 18th-century precursors their pessimistic complexion. If nature is good in contrast to a repressive and ascetic education or a progress which perpetually creates new false needs in us, not natural and not necessary, it nevertheless reveals itself to be a limit on the human need for happiness. Physical ill, as I mentioned earlier, cannot be ascribed solely to bad social arrangements. It has its zone of autonomous and invincible reality. Hence, no romantic and existentialist pessimism, but a materialist pessimism. Also, however contradictory the notion may at FLRST side appear, an Enlightenment pessimism. The later Leopardi, fully he did not believe that the growth of knowledge would produce a growth of happiness, was nevertheless convinced that it was necessary, against the Italian and European moderates, to develop a materialist and pessimistic culture for all. That it was necessary to cease pacifying the masses with the opium of religion, and instead to found a common morality, based on the solidarity of all men in the struggle against nature, a struggle that is, in the final analysis, a desperate one, but which alone can make all men brothers, outside all paternalist hypocrisy and all the foolish pride of those who will not acknowledge that men are no more than a tiny part of the universe. I must make it clear that I have never sought to fabricate a Leopardi precursor of Marxism. Leopardi had no clear idea of the antagonism 111 between social classes, even to the limit extent that this was possible before Marx and Engels. His cultural ancestry was profoundly different from that of Marx. He neither had experience of English classical economics nor of Hegel and the Hegelian left. He did not even have any direct political experience. Thus the point is not to seek in Leopardi what OUE can FMD much better in Marx, Engels, and Lenin. It is to gain, through Leopardi, an awareness of certain aspects of the man-nature relationship which remain somewhat in the shadows in Marxism, and which nevertheless must be confronted, and confronted materialistically, if Marxism is to be not simply the replacement of one mode of production by another, but something far more ambitious, the achievement of the greatest possible degree of happiness. Theories of human needs are once again beginning to be discussed by Marxists, and a pupil of Lukács, Agnes Heller, has recently devoted an extremely acute and moving essay to this subject. However, she still seeks a solution in a westernizing, anti- and materialist Marxism. Her work too, therefore, despite its merits, confirms my conviction that it is necessary to go back to Leopardi. The same can be said with respect to Freudian Marxism. This again is on the one hand too crudely biologistic, on the other too concerned to detach psychology from neurophysiology. TB pessimism of the later Freud lays emphasis more on man's wickedness than on his unhappiness. From this point of view as well, Leopardian pessimism has its own specific characteristic: it is uncompromisingly hostile to misanthropy. My philosophy not only does not lead to misanthropy, as might appear to a superficial observer, and as many flail against it, instead, by its nature it excludes misanthropy. My philosophy renders nature guilty for everything and, totally exculpating men, diverts hatred, or at least lamentation towards a higher source, towards the true. 22. Origin of the ills of the living. In this reflection of January 2, 1829 there is contained the germ of what, in more heroic tones and with greater awareness, Leopardi will say in one of his last poems, La Ginestra. 9. Finally, a few words on some of the political implications of this book. It is the work of a comrade of the proletarian, anti-reformist left who formerly belonged to the left wing of the PSLUP and now, after the inglorious demise of that party, which had nevertheless aroused not unjustified hopes when it first emerged, is a member of the Partito di Unità Proletaria per il Comunismo. The book has enjoyed a certain success in Italy. It can perhaps claim some small part of the credit if Marxists now speak more than they used to in terms of materialism. Its call for a return to materialism was seen by the author as an attempt to correct extremes of voluntarism and pragmatism which can hardly serve as a basis for refounding a communism at once scientific and revolutionary. Hence the author's unconcealed sympathy for Engels, Lenin, and Trotsky, who do not receive a very good press these days from the revolutionary left in the West, which prefers to go back to the early Lukács, Korsch, or Rosa Luxemburg. Indeed, in Italy the book has achieved more success with the traditional than with the revolutionary left, apart from comrades who are members or sympathizers of the Fourth International. This would not matter much as a fact in itself, since it could be attributed simply to the limitations and modest theoretical level of these essays of mine. But it seems to me that one can discern in the success or lack of success of M_Y book, an indication of a more worrying fact. There is a danger of a constantly growing divergence between, on the one hand, a reformist Marxism one, which concedes a certain space to materialism provided it remains confined to high scientific culture and does not disturb the policy of collaboration with the Christian Democrat Party, and, on the other hand, a revolutionary Marxism which relegates Lenin to a position among the left Koskiets. And deludes itself, as happened in the 20s, that idealism and voluntarism, ideologies of an aggressive bourgeoisie or residues of utopian socialism, can serve as revolutionary stimulants. The attacks which some militants of the revolutionary left have made on Guilleminot and his school are inspired by an idealist activism which would not have displeased Giovanni Gentile. Guilleminot's school in its turn, however, risks being satisfied with admiring Lenin as the world's best epistemologist, while casting Lenin the revolutionary into the shade. Moreover, those followers of Guilleminot who are members of the various Marxist-Leninist groups seem to content themselves with taking their distance from Stalinism on a purely cultural plane, while swallowing on the political plane the idea of a continuity between Lenin and Stalin, an idea which represents one of the crudest mystifications current today. The discussion has undoubtedly been rendered more difficult and confused by the attitude of much of the revolutionary left in Europe towards People's China. Unquestionably, a revolutionary militant faced with a choice between the USSR and China must unhesitatingly opt for the latter. The Soviet Union is a static reality today, and will remain such for a future which, although it will certainly not be eternal, will last for a span of time which cannot at present be predicted. It can and indeed must be preferred to capitalist states. It is essential to reject those simplistic and false theories according to which capitalism has been, or is in the process of being, restored there. but it no longer constitutes a point of reference for the revolutionary forces of the world. It is not a reality moving towards communism. The grave aspects of authoritarianism, suffocation of all freedom of discussion and anti-egalitarianism which continue to characterize it can no longer be considered mere residues of Stalinism on the way to being eliminated, they must be seen instead as proof of a bureaucratic involution of which so-called de-Stalinization only eliminated certain of the more brutal and tyrannical manifestations, not the substance. China is a reality still in movement. The desire not to come to the same end as the USSR, to oppose bureaucratic sclerosis, to create a communist democracy at the base, to develop elements of egalitarianism, is still alive and open to new developments. Indeed, a Greer deal has not remained a mere desire, it has been accomplished. However, the attitude of much of the revolutionary left in the West to events in China has been one of mystical and acritical identification, or of sophistical justificationism, or of overprudent reticence. It is correct to praise the democracy at the base which has continued to prevail in the Chinese agrarian communes and factories, despite some very harsh trials. But there has been a refusal to see that democracy at the base only develops to the full and creates a real guarantee against relapses into authoritarianism if it rises from the base to involve the upper levels of party and state as well. During the Cultural Revolution, Byzantine distinctions were made with respect to the concept of cult of personality, in order to prove that it could in no way be applied to the clamorous exaltation of Mao Zedong thought. The question was not posed whether, whatever name one gives it, the belief that the communist new man can arise from a study of one man's thought, reduced to a collection of maxims and memorable sayings mostly dating from times long past, is not profoundly anti-Marxist. Nor was the question posed whether the publication of leadership debates is not a necessary condition for the development of a real discussion at the base, not only in China but throughout the international proletariat. It is very likely that Liu Shaoqi did represent a rightist, economistic tendency, oriented towards a repetition of the errors made in the USSR, but who has ever been able to read an article by Liu, since the attacks on him began? It is very likely that Lin Piao, to judge by his writings and speeches, did contribute to giving the Cultural Revolution that mystical, heavily pedagogic character which constituted one of its most negative aspects, but it certainly would not have been excessive to expect him to be defeated politically, for what his real political positions were. Instead, we had on the one hand moral accusations which explain nothing, on the other the identification of Lin Piao right disguised as left with his political adversary Liu, or even with Confucius. Both techniques are, it must be said, typically Stalinist. Political disagreement, before it can even be expressed by both sides in the debate and discussed at the base, is immediately reduced to a phenomenon of criminality and desertion to the class enemy, and the opposed extremisms, right and left, are as immediately identified with one another, since left deviations not only have to be criticized, they cannot in the last resort even exist, they must always be a dishonest provocational form of the right deviation. No one's bold be mythicized, not even Lenin. However, I think it is necessary to say that, so far as inter-party democracy is concerned, it was Leninism which, although not immune from criticism, has hitherto attained the highest level. Maoism probably represents a progress so far as the relationship between party and masses is concerned, not, I repeat, with respect to democracy at the higher levels. Moreover, we cannot consider irrelevant what takes place at the higher levels of party and state, so long as these institutions exist. We must aim, as we well know, at their elimination, but it would be too easy to consider them eliminated in order to avoid a distasteful discussion. It would also be too easy to entrench oneself behind the assertion that we know too little about what goes on at the top in China. Precisely the fact that the Chinese leadership lets us know so little, and the same goes for their own base, even when there are certainly no security considerations concerning either the class enemy within or imperialist aggression without to justify such reticence, is a demonstration of poor communism and poor internationalism. It does not escape me that the excessive reluctance of comrades of the revolutionary left in the West to criticize aspects of China's internal and external policy involves a moral question. Does someone who, though claiming to be a sincere revolutionary, has not yet been able to make the revolution have the right to criticize those who have been able to do so, in such difficult conditions, with such admirable heroism, and who now have to confront the problems involved in constructing a socialist society and introducing, even at the present stage, ever greater elements of communism? Does the Western proletariat, which when the revolution comes will have the best possible chance of avoiding the objective dangers of Stalinism, have the right, without making the revolution, to criticize that quota of obligatory Stalinism which is inherent in the construction of socialism in a single backward country? The question is indeed a serious one, and the less one has contributed in action to the struggle against capitalism, the more seriously one should take it. But democracy at the base is inseparable from the right, of even the least intelligent, active and courageous comrades, to raise objections and express doubts. These comrades in their turn may be criticized, even severely, for their inadequate contribution to the struggle, but one cannot respond to their objections with sophistries, since this damages the whole movement. Materialism also Aenean's respect for the truth, refusal to substitute moralistic pseudo-explanations of disagreements and political conflicts for political and social explanations. For this reason too, while conceding nothing to false bourgeois and reformist democracy, problems which interest the entire world proletarian movement must be treated with greater frankness. I have dedicated these essays to Luciano della Mea, both because they essentially originated in a continuous dialogue with him and because very few militants on the revolutionary left, I think, have felt with the same intensity as he has always done the need for a democracy at the base that is really practiced, rather than merely theorized, with an intellectual aristocratism which ends up by constituting its involuntary negation. This book is indebted to many other friends for ideas and stimulation, to Antonio La Pena, who just as he became a Marxist before I did, so too felt dissatisfied before I did with generic and ambiguous appeals to historicism and humanism, to Mario Mirai, who was already speaking of the irreducibility of science to ideology at a time when Italian Marxism had not yet accepted this distinction, to Sergio Landucci, whose historiographical and theoretical comments helped me to correct in part the first essay and to write the others. More recently, I have been greatly assisted by discussions with Luca Baronelli, Franco Belgrado, Marcello Biatti, Giuseppe Giordani, Romano Luperini, Carlo Alberto Madrignani, Pierluigi Tedeschi, and others referred to in the course of the book. The fact that the first three essays were published in a preliminary version AUD stimulated a whole debate was due to the friendship of Pier Giorgio Bellocchio and Grazia Cerci, the moving spirits of a review, Quaderni Piacentini, which represents the freest and liveliest meeting ground for the various groups of the revolutionary left in Italy. For the fact that the essays were republished as a book, I must once again thank Lanfranco Carati, who wanted this book and in particular gave me extremely valuable suggestions for the fourth essay. In preparing the second Italian edition on which this translation is based, I was helped, apart from many of those already mentioned above, by Peri Anderson, Furio Ceruti, Attilio Chidarin, Tullio de Moro, Giulio Lepsci, Vittorio Rossi, and Ecobedo Carletti. I must also express my gratitude to Larry Garner, who diverted valuable time from his work on Gramsci to produce this meticulous translation. Considerations on materialism. Perhaps the sole characteristic common to virtually all contemporary varieties of Western Marxism is their concern to defend themselves against the accusation of materialism. Gramscian or Togliattian Marxists, Hegelian existentialist Marxists, neo-positivizing Marxists, Freudian or structuralist Marxists, despite the profound dissensions which otherwise divide them, are at one in rejecting all suspicion of collusion with vulgar or mechanical materialism, and they do so with such zeal as to cast out, together with mechanism or vulgarity, materialism tout court. Much of the polemical debate between various Marxist groups turns precisely on the selection of the most effective safeguard against the danger of falling into vulgar materialism, whether this safeguard is to be the dialectic or historicism, an appeal to Marxist humanism or an association of Marxism with an one-periocritical or pragmatist or Platonist epistemology. The present division within the workers' movement of the West between a majority that conceives socialism as the integration of the working class into the capitalist system, and a minority, or rather a number of minorities, which pose in various ways the task of world socialist revolution, is much clearer today than it was 10 years ago. But if contemporary reformists are anti-materialist, because of the understandable influence of bourgeois culture on them, it cannot be said that the new levy of revolutionary Marxists which has emerged since 1960 has restored any emphasis on materialism. These new revolutionary groups are indubitably hostile to certain forms of idealist Marxism, in Italy, especially to the Gramscian form one, but their sin one pathies seem to oscillate between a Hegelian Marxism with strong existentialist overtones, and a pragmatist scientisnel. This is visible even in their language, which is frequently inaccessible to comrades at the base for two reasons: on the one hand an excess of Hegelian philosophical notions, on the other, an excess of neo-positivist technicism. Often one and the same article in Quadrani Rossi or Classe Operaia L or one of the journals descended from them would contain manifest elements of both. It is probable that the revolutionaries of the 60s feared that any accentuation of materialism would lead to a relaxation of voluntarist tension, a return to attentist expectation of the spontaneous collapse of capitalism, and also a loss of contact with modern scientific thought, which is in such large measure hostile to the old materialism of the 19th century. This anti-materialism is not, in fact, a new phenomenon in revolutionary thought in the West. In the period after the First World War, Leninists in Germany and Italy professed, in philosophy, ideas very different from those of Lenin. For them, the main enemy in the sphere of philosophy was not idealism, but materialism, which they considered a positivist and social democratic deformation of the thought of Marx. Whereas Lenin was already fighting in 1908 against the triumphant new bourgeois ideology of reborn idealists 111, the Leninists of the 20s and 30s were seeking to bring Marxism up to date with the development of idealism, by accepting a formulation of gnosiological problems and of relations between structure and superstructure that was in step with the contemporary bourgeois ideologies. Karl Korsch's Marxism and philosophy is one of the clearest expressions of this orientation. Their philosophy was thereby defined as a radicalism of the intelligentsia rather than a doctrine of the revolutionary proletariat. Thus today not even the antithesis between reform and revolution coincides on the philosophical plane with the antinomy between idealism and materialism. On the contrary, in Western Europe, both political camps are situated within the ambit of anti-materialism. It is significant that in a long debate between Marxist philosophers in Italy that occurred in 1962 in the pages of Rinascita, the only point on which all contending parties were in agreement from the outset was the need to emancipate Marxism from the incrustations of vulgar materialism. It should be added that the initiator of this discussion, Cesare Luporini, had the year before formulated a limpid and rigorous materialist position in his essay Verita e Libuta, conspicuous for its originality and courage in the philosophical panorama of the last few decades. Subsequently, however, the pressure to bring Marxism up to date and enrich it intellectually prevailed over him, so that he no longer persisted in that direction. It is true that in themselves Polemikes against vulgar immaterialism in Nove constitute an idealist deviation from Marxism one, but rather, as is well known, form part of the original nucleus of its doctrine. But the strange thing is that the insistence on this polemic has for many decades now no longer corresponded to any important influence or even effective presence in the West of vulgar materialism, which has never recovered from the crisis it underwent at the end of the last century. Today the struggle within our bourgeois culture is, to put it very schematically, between two idealisms, a historicist and Hernanist idealist DL and an empirio-criticist and pragmatic idealism. The two cultures so much brooded are, broadly speaking, identifiable with these two idealisms. The victory of the second is the victory of modern technocracy over the antiquated humanism characteristic of backward bourgeois classes. Humanism has, however, in the controls of advanced capitalism been subordinated but not destroyed, since its services are to a certain extent still necessary. For every exploiting class always needs a discourse on spiritual values. Even the old positivism of the 19th century left room for agnostic and religious escape, and the same phenomenon is repeated today in contemporary American philosophy, with the spiritualist overtures of many pragmatists, methodologists and more or less critical naturalists. 4. Thus the diaguasis which underlay Lenin's determination to write materialism and empiria criticism still seems to retain its validity today, a situation of disequilibrium dominated by idealism, dictating a need to direct polemical attack more against idealism than against vulgar immaterialism. Instead, contemporary Marxism in the West seems intent above all on demonstrating to itself and to its adversaries that it is not crude. Under the ensign of antimaterialism a philosophical many is now emerging, in which Marxists, neo-positivists, modernized existentialists, and Catholics disposed to dialogue, converge and can often be confused. This ostensible self-purification of Marxism is typically concretized and symbolized by a devaluation of Engels, who for many holds prime responsibility for the decline of Marxism from its true philosophical heights to the depths of a popular philosophy. Because of its dramatically contradictory character, Engels' work is particularly liable to attack from both main contemporary Marxist currents, Hegelian and empirio-pragmatist. On the one hand, Engels was much more sensible than Marx of the necessity to come to terms with the natural sciences, to link historical materialism to physical and biological materialism, all the more so, at a time when Darwin had F111 ally opened the way to an historical understanding of nature itself. On the other hand, in his effort to reject any reduction of Marx LSDL to a banal evolutionism or eclectic positivism, Engels undertook to apply the Hegelian dialectic to the sciences with a certain punctilio, and to translate phenomena of physics or biology into the language of the negation and the conversion of quantity into quality. It is for this reason that he can be accused in turn of archaic Hegelianism 111 and contamination by positivism, abandonment of the great German philosophical tradition and neglect of the pragmatist hints in the theses on Feuerbach, scientism and a retrogressive and superficial scientific culture. It might be argued that polemics against the deformations of vulgar materialism are justified by the need to snuggle against Stalinist Durnatism and to restore its free creative force to Marxism. It is trne that in Stalin's Encyclical on dialectical and historical materialism, which became the most widely diffused elementary text on Marxism, not merely in the USSR but throughout the world C0111 Munist movement, it is easy to find extremely schematic and crude assertions, especially as regards relations between structure and superstructure. But a crude conception and exposition of Marx's Nell does not necessarily mean an accentuation of its materialist aspect. In fact, Stalin's brochure, as well as his other writings, lack any specific interest in the natural sciences or the relationship between man and nature. There is a complete absence of any emphasis on the passive side of consciousness, on the wave in which man is conditioned by his own physical structure and the natural environment. Indeed, certain of Stalin's positions, such as H1's patronage of Lysenko, or his very theory of socialism and even communism in one country, can well be defined as idealist and voluntarist. JT is no mistake that critics have spoken of Stalinist subject-1v1-SM. The so-called dogmatism of Stalin and his followers did not in reality consist of a coherent materialist position, but rather of a politicization of Marxist theory, in other words an immediate reduction not only of excellence to one ideology, but of ideology itself to an instrument of propaganda and petty justification of adventitious political positions, whereby the most abrupt changes of policy were in each case leg 1T1 mated W1th pseudo-theoretical arguments and presented as congruent with the Most orthodox Marxism.s but if it is not the case that Stalinism involved a accentuation of the materialist aspect of Marxism, it is nevertheless true that de-Stalinization, because of the confused way in which it was prosecuted and the potentially social democratic character which it all too so acquired, led to a reflorescence of westernizing tendon 1 the communist countries as well. The stupid persecutlon to WH1CH students of formal logic, physics, or psychoanalysis were injected in the Stalinist era has created a strong react-lon of sympathy today, not only towards the scientific achievements of these disciplines, but also towards the ideological concept 10ns to which they have given rise in the West. Robert I. of A Man's lectures, Dialectics Without Dogma, are very significant in this respect. 6. This courageous Communist scholar from East Germany was certainly right to lay claim, against an incompetent and dogmatic party bureaucracy, to freedom of expression and of scientific research. But it cannot be overlooked that what Haven-Lon calls mechanical materialism is simply any materialism whatsoever, and that he tends to give a veneer of T/20th century science to antiquated spiritualist concepts, but what are we to understand by materialism? Moreover, how is materialism to escape from the accusation of itself being a metaphysic too, and one of the most naive ones at that? By materialism we understand above all acknowledgement of the priority of nature over mind, or if you like, of the physical one-cal level over the biological level, and of the biological level over the socio-economic and cultural level, both in the sense of chronolog 1, cal priority, and in the sense of the cond 1 tlmi whlch nature stdl exercises on man and will continue to exercise at least for the foreseeable future. Cognitively, therefore, the materialist maintains that experience cannot be reduced either to production of reality by a subject or to a reciprocal implication of subject and object. We cannot, mother words, deny or evade the element of passive one-time experience, the external situation which we do not create but WHLCH1 poses oneself on us. Nor can we in any way reabsorb this external datum by making it a mere negative moment in the activity of the subject, or by making both the subject and the object mere moments, distinguishable only in abstract lon, of a single effect 1 reality constituted by experience. This emphasis on the passive element in expenal CE-alny does not claim to be a theory of knowledge, something WHLCHIL1 any case can be constructed only by experimental research on the physiology of the brain and the sense organs, and not by merely conceptual or philosophical exercloses. But 1T1's the primary condition for any theory of knowledge which is not content with verbalistic and illusory solutions. This implies a polemical position towards a major part of modern philosophy, which has entangled and exhausted itself in the setting up of epistemological traps to catch and tame the external datum, in order to make it something which exists solely as a function of the activity of the subject. It is important to realize that epistemology has undergone such an enormous development in modern thought because it has not only corresponded to the need to understand how knowledge arises, but has been charged with the task of founding the absolute liberty of man, by eliminating everything which commonly seems to restrict that freedom. Whether this task has been executed in the direction of a romantic idealism of the absolute ego, or in that of a critical empiricism, whether the subject-object relation is conceived as relation of creation, or size Zion within an original unity, or reciprocal action or transaction, or any other variant, certainly implies a whole series of important differences in cultural formation and social ambience, and explains the fierce polemics of both past and present among the proponents of these various idealisms. It does not, however, alter their common character as illusions. It shall be added that the attacks on epistemologism by pragmatists and dogmatists of the left also serve, indeed in exasperated form, the same purpose of annihilating external reality and founding human freedom which generated epistemologism itself. They thus form a type of polemic which from our point of view can be situated within the general orientation that we hold must be rejected. It will be said that if the idealism of the absolute ego is the expression of a culture strongly imbued with romantic and anti-scientific irrationalism, empirio-criticist and pragmatist positions arose precisely from reflections on science, and that it is therefore illegitimate to counterpose a materialism based on the sciences of a century ago, or even on naive common sense, to these conceptions as more scientific. But it is on this very point that mistakes are particularly easy to make. It is true that scientific knowledge is the only exact and rigorous form of knowledge. But if philosophy displaces all its attention from the results and objects of scientific research to the research as such, and if, omitting to consider man's condition in the world as it is established by the results of scientific research, it confines itself to a methodology of the activity of the scientist, then it relapses into idealism, because it then suggests that there is only one reality, not nature, but man the investigator of nature. 3.6. And constructor of his own science. The results of scientific research teach us that man occupies a marginal position in the universe, that for a very long time life did not exist on Earth, and that its origin depended on very special conditions, that human thought is conditioned by determinate anatomical and physiological structures, and is clouded or impeded by determinate pathological alterations of these, and so on. But let us consider these results as mere contents of our thoughts as it cogitates or of our activity as it experiments and modifies nature. Let us emphasize that they do not exist outside our thought and our activity, and the trick is done, external reality has been conjured away, and not by an antiquated humanism hostile to science, instead with all the blessings of science and of modernity. The moment philosophy is reduced without residue to epistemology or methodology, it becomes simply narcissistic theorization of the activity of the scientist, who, producing phenomena in order to understand them, conceptually developing and systematizing the results of his experiments, deludes himself into thinking that he is the legislator of nature. It then becomes, not the systematization of everything that science has taught and is teaching us about man and the world, but the sectoral, corporative expression of a restricted category of man, scientists, whose situation and activity are improperly assumed to be paradigms of the human condition in general. Philosophy thereby loses not merely the imaginary universality of the metaphysical tradition, bntaiso that minimum of general or global outlook to which it can never by definition cease to aspire. From this viewpoint neither the vaunted unification of the sciences, nor even closer junctures between knowledge and action or the sciences of nature and the techniques of transforming nature, are sufficient to avoid the sectoralism just discussed, for it is a sectoralism apart sub icti. A philosophy which is, even in the broadest and most comprehensive sense, a methodology of human action, always runs the risk of evading or underestimating that which is passivity and external conditioning in the Ullmann condition. There are certainly not lacking in contemporary thought serious currents of opposition to methodologism and neopositivism, critical of their agnostic and idealist heas. Unfortunately, such opponents, while correctly re-emphasizing once again the necessity of a Weltanschauung, nevertheless remain tied to a cultural formation which is indifferent if not hostile to science. They are in general Hegelians, that is, exponents of a system whose conception of nature was regressive at birth, and of a dialectical method whose only valid function today is a polemic riposte to philosophy's WHLCH deny staflo CLTY, or interpret it in a key of anti-revolutionary gradualism, but which provides no positive deeper insight into the real ways in which the historicity of nature and of man are to be explained. The force and fascination of Hegelian Marxism lie in its anti-eclecticism, its refusal to follow the latest philosophical or esklentolfic Fächlon. But the price paid for this avoidance of eclecticism is an ostentatious archaism, a devaluation not only of how much is new in Marxism by comparison with Hegel, but also of how much in pre-Hegelian culture, and in particular in the Enlightenment, is more advanced than Hegel. Thus Hegelians and methodologists both elude, in different ways, the need for a philosophy that is a vision of the world based on the results of the sciences, the former, since they substantially identify the world and history with the human world and human history, the latter S111 CE they consider science formalistically and thus recede into subjectivism. It is nevertheless necessary to note that in L0NG the various sciences of ATUE there are S-onal more and S-onal less exposed to the errors of idealism. If physics has played a primary role as an incubator of idealism and of methodologism in the 20th century, the biological SC1 and S.A.B.E. continued to shove themselves much more tenaciously materialist, and particularly the historical sciences of nature, from geology to paleontology to evolutionary biology, which pose directly the problem of the late appearance of man on Earth and hence of the very long period of time during which there existed, to put it with deliberate and appropriate crudity _object without subject. It is not for nothing that these sciences have always been the bête noire of all idealism and all pragmatism, nor that the idealist reaction which started in the late 19th century and still 3/8 persists today has always made one of its principal objectives a struggle against Darwin, or at least a neutralization of Darwinism. This neutralization has been attempted in two different ways. On the one hand, the classical subjectivist sophism has been applied to the historical sciences of nature in their turn. Nature before man is, it is said, merely a construction of our science. To attribute ontological reality to it would be metaphysics. Accordingly, Darwinism yes, but a purely methodological Darwinism. The only snag is that this argument, if it proved anything, would prove too much. It is not, in fact, possible to deny ontological reality to the history of nature without denying it also to the whole of the past, human or extra-human, close or remote, and thus also to the whole of reality outside oneself, including other human beings. From an idealist point of view, Gentile was perfectly right to observe that the admission of any kind of reality outside the thinking mind is naturalism. The value of Gentile's actualism lay precisely in the consistency with which it developed the premises of idealism to their extreme limit and so reduced them to absurdity. If Croce thus had good reason to draw back from the identification of history with historiography, residential gesti with historia rerum gestaerant, he was nevertheless manifestly wrong not to see that the rejection of that identification implied the rejection of all idealism. Now if residential gesti are distinct from historia rerum gestarum, there is in fact no reason to believe in the Battle of Waterloo as something which really happened, while denying the same credence to the formation of the solar system or to any other cosmic episode preceding the origin of man. Purely methodological Darwinism is thus revealed as fraudulent, nor are attempts at relationist or transactionist solution 7 really capable of eliminating these errors. The two propositions linked by but also are true, but at quite different levels of fundamental significance and determination. The mirror theory of knowledge, though certainly inadequate, has at least the merit of expressing, if only metaphorically, this discrepancy. The mirror exists in a determinate ambience and the image of this ambience exists in the mirror, but the two terms do not have the same degree of dependence on each other. The circle between them is not perfect. The other axis of reaction to Darwinism lie in various attempts to attribute an objective spirituality to nature, without entering into too obvious conflict with the results of modern science, and even seeking in 20th century science grounds for rehabilitating spiritualism, in counterposition to the antiquated materialist science of the 19th century. The flat evolutionism of the 19th century was rejected in the name of an evolutionism by leaps corresponding to the legitimate acknowledgement of rhythms of development in the evolution of natural organisms very different from the smooth and gradual tempo which Spencer and others claim to be inevitable on the political and social planes too. But this criticism soon fell into miraculous conceptions of evolution, presenting the leap as an absolute unshackling of the superior from the inferior, a suppression of all conditioning. Bergson's evolution creatlise, Searle's social developments of it, and Bergson's own final religious involution are the clearest examples of this false response, not reventionary but adventurist, to social Darwinism. At the SAINE Tin 1C, a polemic against TB reductionist fallacy took up the defense of the autonomy of the various levels physical, biological, social, and so on, It is TNW that the hasty and clumsy monism of a Hecht rendered a defense of the relative autonomy of the higher levels from the lower ones necessary, but along this road it proved a short step, from Bautru 8 onwards, to making this autonomy MTO an absolute, and thence to restoring vitalism in biology, and spiritualism in the human sciences. Finally, quantum mechanics and the indeterminacy principle were also to be used to give an up-to-date scientific stamp to free will once again, as if indeterminacy and freedom of self-determination were the same thing, or Heisenberg's principle could serve to cancel the conditioning of so-called free will by pathological states of the human organism, heredity, environment, and social or cultural formation. 1. 9. All these attempts to neutralize the materialist thrust of the historical sciences of nature only confirm by their sophistical character the efficacy of this thrust itself. It remains, however, to be asked whether the materialist polemic which we have so far sought to develop is directed only against idealist deviations from Marxism, or calls in question some 1e aspects of Marxism itself, above all concerning the relationship between man and nature. The very uncertainty which has always existed within the camp of Marxism as to the way in which materialism should be understood and the case with which versions of Marxism have prevailed that have attenuated or directly denied its materialist character, are undoubtedly due to the influences of bourgeois culture. But I also believe that they have found a propitious terrain because of a lack of clarity that goes right back to the origin of Marxist theory and was perhaps never completely overcome even in Marx's Endlicher thought. Marxism was born as an affirmation of the decisive primacy of the socio-economic level over juridical, political, and cultural phenomena, and as an affirmation of the historicity of the economy. It might be said that in the expression historical materialism, the noun was a polemic against Hegel and a whole philosophical tradition which affirmed the prin 1ac of the spirit over any economic structure, whereas the adjective was a Poland 1ic against Feuerbach and English classical economics, in short against any statically naturalist conception of human society. If a critique of anthropocentrism and an emphasis on the conditioning of man by nature are considered essential to materialism, it must be said that Marxism, especially in its first phase, is not materialism proper. Physical and biological nature is certainly not denied by Marx. But it constitutes more a prehistoric antecedent to human history than a reality which still limits and conditions man. From the time when man started to labor and to produce, it appears that he enters into relationship with nature only through work. This was to relapse into a pragmatic conception of the relationship between man and nature which illegitimately annuls the passive side of this relationship itself, to pass over in silence the fact that man enters into relation with nature also through heredity and, even more, through the innumerable outlier influences of the natural environment on his body and hence on his intellectual, moral, and psychological personality. To deny all trias by affixing the label of positivism or of vulgar materialism to it is not possible, whether for the fundamental reason that facts do not allow themselves be vanquished by labels or because, even historically, materialism has not been a privilege or a blemish only of the positivist age, but characterized a whole strand of the 18th century Enlightenment which cannot be liquidated with a couple of polemic strokes. Marx in his maturity, who admired Darwin and wanted to dedicate the second volume of Capital to him, who declared in the preface to Capital itself that he viewed the evolution of the Econon 1ic formation of society as a process of natural history, was certainly much more materialist than the Marx of the Theses on Feuerbach. But the gigantic labor to which he had dedicated himself in the field of political economy did not permit him to develop a new conception of the relation between man and nature which would fully replace that outlined in his youthful writings. Even more than by Marx, though evidently not in dissent from him, the need for the construction of a materialism which was not purely socio-economic but also natural was felt by Engels, and this was a great merit of his. The impulse to deepen their materialism in this way came not only from the general philosophical and scientific climate of the second half of the 19th century, but more specifically from the radical change which Darwinism introduced in the natural sciences, by its definitive demonstration of the historicity of nature. The task was now no longer to counterpose the historicity of human society to the ahistoricity of nature, but to establish both the linkage and the distinction between the two historicities. Engels contributed to this task most especially in his splendid book on the original one of the family, as well as in his general expositions of Marxism. However, as we have already mentioned, he remained torn between a tendency to develop physical biological materialism and a tendency to counterpose the last great classical philosophy of Hegelianism to the eclectic soup of positivist professors. I should say that the most significant testimony to this contradiction is the passage in Chapter I of Ludwig Feuerbach. It is not necessary, here, to go into the question of whether this mode of outlook is thoroughly in accord with the present state of natural science, which predicts a possible end even for the earth, and for its habitability a fairly certain one, which therefore recognizes that for the history of mankind, too, there is not only an ascending but also a descending branch. At any rate, we still find ourselves a considerable distance from the turning point at which the historical course of society becomes one of descent, and we cannot expect Hegelian philosophy to be concerned with a subject which natural science, in its time, had not at all placed upon the agenda as yet. Someone who writes like this certainly does not consider nature as a mere object of human labor, and does not confer on the concepts of progress and dialectic any absoluteness. Yet elsewhere Engels continues to celebrate the advent of socialism as a passage from necessity to absolute liberty, and to consider human unhappiness as due only to causes of an economic and social order. Another serious battle for materialism was fought by Lenin with his materialism and empirio-criticism, the value of which is in no way affected by the 10 or 50 errors in physics which can be found in it. It remains a lasting merit of Lenin to have discerned the reactionary character of the idealist Renaissance of the early 20th century, even where it was presented as a revival of revolutionary activism against social Darwinist quietism. It is nevertheless plain that a deeper study of the relation between man and nature lay outside the range of Lenin's interests, given the urgency of the revolutionary tasks to which he was called. What was in Engels a complex position, an odiff amo towards the materialism of the natural sciences, indubitably became an outright hostility in the Western Marxists of the 20th century, even among those who it seem most immune to any subjectivist regression. In this hostility, correct theses and sophisms have been closely intertwined. When Marxists affirm the decisive primacy of economic and social structures, and therefore designate this level and not the biological level underlying it as the base of human society and culture, they are right in relation to the great transformations and differentiations of society, which arise fundamentally as consequences of changes in economic structures and not of the geographical environment or physical constitution of man. The division of humanity into social classes explains its history infinitely better than its division into races or peoples, and although, as a given fact, racial hatreds and national conflicts have existed and continue to exist, and although the ambiguous and composite concepts of nation and of homeland always have a racist component, there is nevertheless no doubt that these conflicts, at least from the end of prehistory onwards, are fundamentally disguised or diverted economic and social conflicts, not genuinely biological or ethnic contrasts. Hence the immense methodological superiority of Marx's historiography by comparison, not merely with a vulgar racist historiography, but even with an ethnic historiography such as that of Thierry. By comparison with the evolutionary pace of economic and social structures, nature, including man as a biological entity, also changes, as evolutionism has taught us, but at an immensely slower tempo. Nature is evergreen, or rather goes by such long paths that she seems still, says Leopardi. If therefore we are studying even a very long period of human history to examine the transformations of society, we may legitimately pass over the physical and biological level, inasmuch as relative to that period it is a constant. Similarly, we may agree it is permissible for a Marxist, when writing the history of political or cultural events within the restricted context of a fundamental unitary and stable socio-economic situation, to take the latter as a constant and study the l'histoire of the superstructure alone, Engels, and later Gramsci, warned that it would be naive to think that each single superstructural fact was the repercussion of a change in the infrastructure. Luporini has recalled that Marx himself, in the 1859 preface to a critique of political economy, explicitly reams the dependence of the superstructure on the structure only in its macroscopic and catastrophic aspects, so to speak, that is, in relation to social revolutions. 13 But if, basing ourselves on this relatively immobile character of the economic and social structure, we were to conclude that it has no conditioning power over the superstructure, or even no real existence, we should be committing a typical historicist fallacy. Now, it is a precisely similar sophism to deny the conditioning which nature exercises on humanity in general, just because this conditioning does not conspicuously differentiate individual epochs of human history. Marxists put themselves in a scientifically and polemically weak position if, after rejecting the idealist arguments which claim to show that the only reality is that of the spirit and that cultural facts are in no way dependent on economic structures, they then borrow the San Juan-C arguments to deny the dependence of man on nature. The position of the contemporary Marxist seems at times like that of a person living on the first floor of a house, who turns to the tenant of the second floor and says, "You think you're independent, that you support yourself by yourself? You're wrong. Your apartment stands only because it is supported on mine, and if mine collapses, yours will too." And on the other hand, to the ground floor tenant, "What are you saying? That you support and condition me? What a wretched illusion. The ground floor exists only in so far as it is the ground floor to the first floor. Or rather, strictly speaking, the real ground floor is the first floor, and your apartment is only a sort of cellar, to which no real existence can be assigned." To tell the truth, the relations between the Marxist and the second floor tenant have been perceptibly improved for some time, not because the second floor tenant has recognized his own dependence, but because the Marxist has reduced his pretensions considerably, and has come to admit that the second floor is very largely autonomous from the first, or else that the two apartments support each other, but the contempt for the inhabitant of the ground floor has become increasingly pronounced. The historicist polemic against man in general, which is completely correct as long as it denies that certain historical and social forms such as private property or class divisions are inherent in humanity in general, it overlooks the fact that man as a biological being, endowed with a certain adaptability to his external environment, and with certain in one pulses towards activity and the pursuit of happiness, subject to old age and death, is not an abstract construction, nor one of our prehistoric ancestors, a species of Pithecanthropus now superseded by historical and social man, but still exists in each of us and in all probability will still exist in the future. It is certainly true that the development of society changes men's ways of feeling pain, pleasure, and other elementary psychophysical reactions, and that there is hardly anything that is purely natural left in contemporary man, that has not been enriched and remolded by the social and natural environment. But the general aspects of the human condition still remain, and the specific characteristics introduced into it by the various forms of associated life have not been such as to overthrow them completely. To maintain that, since the biological is always presented to us as mediated by the social, the biological is not lying and the social is everything, would once again be idealist sophistry. If we make it ours, how are we to defend ourselves from those who will in turn maintain that, since all reality is knowable only through language, language is the sole reality, and all the rest is abstraction? We have spoken of the importance which the biological level has in determining the characteristics of the human condition in general, but it must be added that although the biological level has virtually no importance in determining traits distinguishing large human groups, it does again have a conspicuous weight in the determination of individual characteristics. Humanity is not made up of individuals who are all equal in psychophysical constitution, differentiated only by the social environment in which they happen to find themselves, for as well as differences in socio-cultural formation, constitutional differences derived from a multiplicity of other biological factors come into play. the grotesque naivete and racist extrapolations of the Lam-Roslan school and other such tendencies certainly induce to shelve attempts at biological interpretation of this or that historical personageal study of relations between physiology and psychology is at a far more advanced stage than it has reached at present. It is obviously more scientific to renounce a scientific explanation, for lack of reliable evidence, than to abandon oneself to science fiction. Let us not forget, however, that this will not be a permanent renunciation, since any denial in principle of the existence of those relations would signify a return to the concept of the soul, with all its absurdities. Nor must it be forgotten that, at the limit, nature affects human history through the death of the various actors in that history. We do not become converts to the cult of heroes, nor abandon Marxism, if we say that the death of Lenin, due to illness, had a notable effect on certain degenerations of the Bolshevik Party and of the Russian Revolution, and this is also true to a lesser extent for each of the lesser and least personages in the human drama. Human history is continually crossed by natural accidents. Know that to this remark it may be replied that the protagonist of history is the absolute spirit and that empirical individuals have no true reality. But it is also common knowledge that this conception renders the absolute ego transcendent over empirical subjects, that is, it restores a Platonic dualism between sensible appearance and true reality, at the very moment that it proclaims a stentorian monism. This conditioning which, to express it in Labriola's language, a natural terrain exercises over man even after the formation and development of the artificial terrain, must be borne in mind. When we consider the vexed question of the relations between structure and superstructure, and more generally, of the role to be assigned to so-called spiritual or cultural activities, it is certainly necessary to warn that the dependence of the superstructure on the structure must not be conceived in a simplistic way. It is still more necessary, as Luporini has recently observed, not to content oneself with generic refutations of simplicity and mechanism, but finally to proceed to deepen actual study of the processes by which the superstructure acquires autonomy of the structure, and exercises a reaction on it, which will yet remain secondary by comparison with the action exercised on it by the structure. However, it seems to me that the concept of superstructure, Ellen understood non-mechanically, cannot include the totality of cultural activities. Interest in mathematics or physics or philology only arises, it is true, in a definite social environment. The adoption of particular techniques of research is only conceivable in a particular society. Furthermore, ideology itself is a perilous but irreplaceable instrument of research, at least as long as a perfectly classless society has not been achieved. But the objective truths which the sciences have already attained in pre-socialist societies are not reducible to slave-owning or feudal or bourgeois ideology. Otherwise we shall really fall into a debased historicism, into a relativist conception of knowledge and, at the end of the day, into a denial of external reality or of its knowability. 6. Thus, just as scientific knowledge is not /implicit or superstructure, so the instrumental, ideologically neutral and therefore extra-class dimensions that exist in all human institutions in language more than in legal, political, and cultural institutions in the strict sense I7, are not reducible without residue to superstructures. I believe, however, that the reduction of cultural activities to superstructures should be limited in another sense also. It is not only the social relations between in but also the relations between men and nature that give rise to scientific and philosophical reflection, and to artistic expression. Philosophy, science, and art do not draw stimulus and nourishment solely from the artificial terrain of society, but also from the natural terrain. Too little account has been taken in discussions of superstructural problems of an observation by Antonio Labriola which seems to me illuminating. After remarking that art, religion, and science are determined by economic structures, while by the first qualification he wishes to emphasize that men, living in society, do not thereby cease also to live in nature, and to receive occasion and material from it for their curiosity and fantasy. A little later, he returns to the SAINE idea, men, living socially, do not cease to live also naturally. they are certainly not bound to nature as are animals. But nature is always the immediate subsoil of the artificial terrain of society, and is the ambience which envelopes us all. Technique has interposed modifications, diversions, and attenuations of natural influences between ourselves as social animals and nature, but it has not thereby destroyed their efficacy, which on the contrary we experience continuously. Just as we are born naturally male and female, die nearly always in spite of ourselves, are dominated by a reproductive instinct, so we also bear within our temperament specific conditions, which education in the broad sense of the word, or accommodation to society, may certainly modify within limits, but can never eliminate it. These conditions of temperament, repeated in many individuals and developed through many individuals over the centuries, constitute what is called ethnic character. For all these reasons, our dependence on nature, however diminished since prehistoric tin 1es, persists amidst our social life, as does the matter for curiosity and fantasy furnished by the spectacle of nature itself. Now these effects of nature, with the mediate or immediate sentiments which result from them, though refracted, since the dawn of history, only through the angle of vision provided by social conditions, never fail to find reflection in works of art and religion, and this complicates the difficulties of making a full and realistic interpretation of either R9. This passage allows us to see how seriously Labriola took certain of the demands of the Positivus 111 he was concerned to combat. In the very extract we have quoted there is an unwarranted concession to Positivus 1L1, the allusion to ethnic character. Belief in the 9 Ibid pages 220-2I. Scientific validity of this ambiguous category probably contributed to provoking Thibault's colonialist aberrations, which remain the most disconcerting and negative aspect of Labriola's thought and action. But once the inconsistency of race and nation as biological and cultural categories has been clearly exposed, the impact of nature on culture remains very real in the triple sense of the influence of biological constitution on psycho-intellectual character in each individual, of stimulus to scientific, philosophical and artistic activity, and of object for these same activities. Labriola, while explicitly acknowledging the mediation exercised by social ambience, is wholly correct to deny that this mediation cancels or renders nugatory impulses and conditions which come from nature. To give a banal example, love, the brevity and frailty of human existence, the contrast between the slowness and weakness of man and the infinity of the cosmos, are expressed in literary works in very different ways in various historically determined innate societies, but still not in SNCH different ways that all reference to such constant experiences of the human condition as the sexual instinct, the debility produced by age, the fear of one's own death and sorrow at the death of others, is lost. On the other hand, one poet's way of feeling love or of lamenting old age differs from that of another poet not only because of differing social and cultural formation, but also because of differing nervous temperament, in which straightforwardly biological elements play a part. Midas may come into play on this basis even across very diverse social and cultural environments. Leopardi's affinity with the epic poet Torquato Tasso is certainly to be explained by the literary education of Leopardi himself and perhaps by certain analogies between the atmosphere of the Counter-Reformation and of the Restoration, but it is also related to the affinities of poor health and melancholy disposition shared by Tasso and Leopardi, which led both to single out and express with a special intensity certain dolorous aspects of the human condition. The constant dimensions of the human condition are not, be it dearly understood, metaphysical or metahistorical. Man in general as we understand it, who is none other than natural NNN, is not eternal man, so much so that he has an origin and will have an end. But though they are not actually eternal, these aspects are nevertheless long-lasting, that is to say, they have, relative to the existence of the human species, much greater stability than historical or social institutions. 23. To attempt to reduce then L to the latter is merely to provide an easy polemical target for those who will exploit the inevitable failure of such a reduction to reaffirm once again the existence of eternal man, just as any it and 1 pt to derived religion exclusively from economic and social conditions, overlooking the fact that religion is also an illusory compensation for the fear of death and in general for the oppression which nature exercises on man, plays into the hands of those who exalt the independent and privileged value of the religious experience for the problem of historical and cultural inheritance and of the permanence and transmission of values through successive and variant form. 15 of society will doubtless find a large measure of its solution in a ill articulated conception of the relations between structure and superstructure and in a closer study of the function of intellectuals as bearers of the continuity of culture. But we should not forget either that this cultural continuity through which, as Marx observed, we feel so near to the poetry of Homer has also been rendered possible by the fact that man as a biological being has remained essentially unchanged from the beginnings of civilization to the present, and those sentiments and representations which are closest to the biological facts of human existence have changed little. At this point it will, I think, be sufficiently clear in what respect one can, from a materialist point of view, agree or disagree with recent orientations. 7v which may be summarized by such formulas as Marxism plus psychoanalysis or Marxism plus structuralism plus psychoanalysis. These trends must be conceded the merit of rejecting the reduction of Marxism to historicism, of emphasizing the need for scientific study of historical and literary disciplines, and finally of seeking to connect the study of historical man with the study of natural man. However, psychoanalysis and structuralism, if they contain an appeal to science against the claims of a purely humanistic culture, are at the same time deeply permeated with anti-materialist ideology. The attacks to which psychoanalysis has hecked and is subjected from the right should not lead us to forget the fact that this scientific current arose in poem.ica opposition to materialist psychology, and sought to render psychic phenomena independent of anatomical and physiological data. That linguists with a Croatian or Vosselian background 26 attack structuralism in the L1 aln of an identification of language with art, does not alter the fact that structuralism makes the system it studies into something closed and intrinsically coherent, and reveals no interest one in its genesis froil below, or in the relations between human activities and fellow material determinations, whether socio-economic or biophysical. Its truly Caverian concept of system is inherently ahistorical, not merely anti-historicist. Polarization of the distinction between synchrony and diachrony and contempt or indifference towards diachronic studies, are essential characteristics of structuralism, which cannot be overcome by any eclectic blending of it. Surveying these TVLO tendencies, it is more necessary than ever to separate their scientific achievements from all that is ideological and unverifiable in them, or even tantamount to charlatanry. What is needed is an ideological confrontation between Marxism and these tendencies, an antagonistic and not merely receptive stance, antagonistic not only in the sense of a critique of their lack of interest in economic and social facts and in the link between theory and practice, but also in the sense of a critique of their anti-materialism. Failing this, any rapprochement with structuralism or psychoanalysis will merely end in yet another modernization of Marxism, through which it will be culturally enriched but will always rem and subaltern. It is also wrong, in LL1Y view, to assume that a Marxist interest in linguistics or psychology today must obligatorily be directed towards the latest schools within these disciplines. If we are convinced that the development of bourgeois culture does not follow a trajectory of absolute progress, but of progress and involution, then it may be that Pavlov will have more to tell us than Freud, at least in certain respects, and Ascoli more than Roman Jakobson. It may also be that the vanguard role within the sciences at present assigned by bourgeois culture to linguistics and psychology will prove debatable, and a more important position be attributed to the historical sciences of nature. But of course all these options depend on a choice for or against materialism. I am intervening again in this discussion on materialism not with any pretension to draw conclusions, but simply in an attempt to clarify certain points for the sake of a future renewal of the discussion itself. One point on which there has been almost unanimous disagreement was my assertion that it is necessary to recognize the element of passivity in experience. This statement has been seen as the beginning of a general theory of human powerlessness, of man's resignation before the existing situation, etc. Cipollone simply termed the kind of materialism defended by me passivism. In point of fact, not only did Masson 10 Aloisi's remarks are also illuminating in this regard. They confirm how cybernetics' contribution to bio-ogi has struck the FMA and decisive blow against vitalism. Jervis is overconfident in his belief in a completely anti-N1 materialist and modern science and in a materialism relegated to the simplicities of the uneducated. That could be true only if one's vision were confined to the physical mathematical sciences and excluded biology. Undoubtedly, there is something positive in that kind of polymetal wonjirwi Jervis proclaims in relation to neurophysiology, and which is not to be confused /with the traditional anti-materialist phobia. Jervis is right in rebelling against a psychology and a psychiatry which proclaim their socio-political neutrality and at the same time seek to impose a particular vision of human relationships, drawn from the interests and the mentality of the ruling class, as an objective model of normality. He sees the risk of a depoliticization of his discipline as a result of the excessively close connection between psychology and biology. But the most effective way to oppose apolitical or reactionary psychology is not to accept the dilemma sociopolitical science or biological science, and opt toward the former alternative against the latter. Rather, it is to deepen one's study of the influence of the environment on the development and the pathology of the nervous system, bringing out the enormous importance of class relations in determining the environment. Recognition of this reality does not, however, alter the fact that the explanation of the knowing process as such belongs to the realm of neurophysiology, because it is the brain that feels and thinks, acquires knowledge of the external world and reacts upon it, and not some mythical spirit or equally ill-defined social being. Otherwise, following the line of reasoning that Jervis tends to adopt, we could even deny that the study of TB digestive process belongs to physiology, on the indisputable basis that what man digests depends on agricultural production and its distribution, on particular techniques in preparing the food, on the preference which people have for some food rather than other, etc. In short, on a particular social setting and, therefore, on particular relations of production. If we were to apply a similar line of reasoning to all the other functions of the human organism, we could immediately demonstrate that human physiology does not exist, or that it is a reactionary fabrication. And by the end of this scintillating cultural operation we would not have politicized science, but instead spiritualized socialism and made it utopian. The argument against traditional psychoanalysis, for example, should be carried out from two sides. It is correct to criticize it for its indifference towards the socio-ECOLL0LL1.IC dimension of Hullnan relationships, but it is equally necessary to criticize it for its limited interest in the anatomical physiological study of the nervous organism. This twofold disconnection, from biology and from politics in the broad sense, is what has made psychoanalysis more a myth of European decadent thought than a science. The position adopted by Fiamma Baronelli with regard to the problem of knowledge is much more correct than that of Jervis. She remarks that man, in his encounters/collisions with external reality, selects, from among all the sensations which his sense organs are capable of receiving, those which test him. On the other hand, she remarks, one must not forget that man's activity puts him in contact with certain parts of nature, varying with the different periods of his history. A choice, i.e. an active intervention by the subject in the knowing process, is thus possible at two levels at least. Regarding which phenomena, and given a particular phenomenon or each features of it, to address. This represents a much more concrete line of argument than a generic appeal to praxis. I should like to add one bit of clarification, however. No/village does NOI develop solely as knowledge of what responds to a need or interest of man, but also as knowledge of what distresses, harms, and oppresses man. If one includes also this second type of experience in the concept of interest, and if therefore one understands by interest everything that concerns us, whether in a favorable or unfavorable sense, then Baronelli's statement is perfectly correct. but in that case the concepts of choice and the subject's active intervention can one to lose that somewhat one-sidedly pragmatist intonation which they tend to take on in her Argun Lent. This pragmatist intonation can be readily accentuated if one regards scientific knowledge as knowledge par excellence. Here a problem arises which I touched on partially, but incompletely, in my first essay, the problem of the relationship between scientific knowledge and everyday experience. If the former were distinguishable from the latter solely on the basis of its much greater exactitude, it would then be legitimate to regard it as simply representative of human knowledge in general. However, from the standpoint of the power relationship between subject and object, scientific knowledge represents an altogether one-sided and atypical case, since the THIRD-WORLDISm activism enjoys a particularly privileged position within it. Of course, even within the context of scientific theory the various forms of idealism and semi-idealism are erroneous, because they render the concept of experimental verification void of any real meaning, and they undermine the basis of the concept of scientific progress itself, as Ludovico Guilleminot has shown. For nevertheless, the scientist still finds himself in a privileged position, in an activist sense, since he plans his research, selects his own experimental objects or at least their field, and therefore is in a way the producer of his own experiment. Quite different is the situation in which the average person finds himself, i.e., man in the experiences of his everyday life. In everyday life external reality, the existing situation, often presents itself as unplanned and undesired, as an external occurrence that blocks and interferes with other practical and knowing experiences which the subject intended to undertake. Let us consider an extreme case, and one that is therefore particularly clear-cut. Sickness has a very different meaning for the clinician or the pathologist, who regards it with scientific interest, and for the patient, who experiences it only as an obstacle to his other interests, to other experiences which he cannot undertake precisely because of the sickness. This is obviously not merely a difference m cognitive precision, but corresponds to a FFE1 in their respective needs and interests. Tim 15 further demonstrated by the fact that even the clinician or patholog 1st experiences s on a quite different level when he h1 himself one's the patient. I have taken the example of sickness only because of one's self-evident quality, but it would be a great mistake to th111k that experiences in which the subject is in an unfavorably power relationship vis-a-vis external reality are confined to sicknesses or other biological mishaps narrowly defined. In the sphere of affective relationships, as well as in that of social and political life, man often finds himself compelled to live through such experiences. Thus, it would also be erroneous simply to identify the biologic 1 level with the realm of passivity and necessity, and the socio-economic level with the realm of activity and fiedom. On both levels there are real situations in which men find themselves, and there are efforts made by men to transform these to their advantage. On both levels these efforts at times succeed, and at other times fail. With regard to certain relatively short-term prospects, there are socio-political s1 ns just as blocked as some biological situations are. The Emet-10N of slavery at the time of Spartacus or the Riazatelon of Agra-Elon communism at the time of Babeuf was almost as impossible as the elimination of old age or death. The difference is considerable, however, in the case of long-term prospects. WHLCL_.rm. Or favorable for social ills than for physical ills, while one's posse be to foresee a future in which man's oppression by man will be eliminated. One cannot imagine a future 111 which the suffering caused by the disparity between certain human B1010 limits and certain human aspirations can be radically eliminated. Of course, many 111D1VL dual diseases will be cured, the average length of the human life will be prolonged, technical means will be developed, which increase man's power in particular areas. But these will always be reformist, and not revolutionary, forms of progress. Man's biological frailty cannot be overcome, short of venturing into the realm of science fiction. Marx himself, and Engels to an even greater extent, often remarked that human history remains, and will continue to remain till the advent of communist society, a history that is in large part natural, i.e. a history in which the conscience activity of men still has a lighted part. If an initial emancipation of man from nature was begun when man began to work and to produce, a second and qualitatively different emancipation will take place only with the creation of a society of equals, i.e. with that famous leap from the realm of necessity into the realm of freedom. But even this second emancipation will not free man from his biological limits. These remarks should help to clarify the meaning of the division into two levels, the natural and the socio-economic, which I dealt with in my first essay. To detail on the point that there is nothing, or almost nothing, in contemporary man that has not been mediated and shaped in some way by his social being is to dwell on the obvious. At the most, it could be helpful against those who rigidify and schematize the distinction between the two levels. It becomes a sophistical ploy, however, if one then claims to reduce the natural to the socio-economic, without further ado. One then lapses back into the sophistry of those who deny the physiological character of digestion. The fact is overlooked that the socio-economic mediation does not have the same depth and the same decisiveness at all times and all places. A phenomenon like capitalism arose on the socio-economic level. It belongs to that form of historicity W1th an accelerated rhythm which is characteristic of human history alone and which is related to the new mode of transmitting experiences through learning, unknown or known only in a very limited way by the other animal species. Only the most distant premises of capitalism are biological, certain general conditions of the environment and of the constitution of the human organism, without which capitalism, like all other socio-economic formations, could not exist. But the explanation of the specific functioning of this mode of production is to be sought on the socio-economic level, and it is on this level that one must operate in order to destroy it and replace it with a more advanced mode of production and an egalitarian soc eddy. A phenomenon like old age, however, arose and continues to persist on the biological level. Its sociality concerns certain of one's far from marginal features. Nevertheless, even in the most gerontophil or gerontocratic society, or, in more serious terms, even in a society which eliminates both the unjust authoritarian of the aged and the equally unjust notion that a man is worth only as much as and as long as he produces and earns a living, old age remains a highly unpleasant fact. And no socialist revolution can have any direct effect on the fundamental reasons which account for its unpleasantness. Diverse social orders give, of course, a very different direction to the struggle against nature. They may favor resignation or, contrariwise, action to overcome biological conditioning. But such action cannot go beyond certain limits. Communism does not imply, in and of itself, a decisive triumph over the biological frailty of man, and it appears to be excluded that such a triumph could ever be attained. A problem that has been touched on a number of times in our argument concerns the relationship between materialism and Leopardian pessimism. For Vocatello, this is the hidden presupposition of the entire materialist argument I tried to develop, and precisely for that reason it is all the more insidious and distorted. My apparent scientific interest in materialism is supposedly only a veil for a subjective propensity for pessimism. To begin with, I have to stress that, in my opinion, the value of Materialis 111 is not at all confined to its usefulness as an introduction to pessimism. Its value is cognitive, at once philosophical, scientific and cultural political. Unless it confirms and deepens materialism, Marxism becomes a philosophy conf to arts graduates or pure philosophers. As such, it remains effective as a polemical vehicle for denouncing the myths of the welfare state, but is incapable of shedding light on the problem of the subject of the revolution and the forces which lead to the revolution itself. At the San Juan time, science becomes ever more methodologistic and departmentalist with THC fading of materialism. Of course, departmentalism is valid within certain limits, and individual science can and, in certain phases of its development, must move ahead for a good part of the way without heeding interdisciplinary problems and the relationships between the different levels. Materialism does not entail a denial of the relative autonomy of the individual sciences or of the relative legitimacy of specialization. It does, however, entail a rejection of any absolutizing of this autonomy, as well as a rejection of any attempt to represent the unity of the diverse levels as an ascendancy of the spiritual or even as a reciprocal conditioning with equal determining power and intensity distributed among the upper and lower levels. These expressions, relative autonomy, conditioning, etc., are still too general. But greater exactness can be obtained better through the study of concrete cases than through purely theoretical maneuvering. In this sense, while I find very interesting Fiamma Baronelli's remarks on the organic/inorganic relationship and on the renewed discussion between supporters of preformation and supporters of epigenesis 6, I do not find the speculative constructions of Althusser to be very fruitful. Althusser has carried out his speculations with a great deal of theoretical ostentation and flaunting of his new terminology, but with a disturbing inability to come down to the concrete, a fact which derives from Althusser's exaggerated anti-empiricism, of which his anti-historicism is only one aspect. In fact, one point that deserves attention is that the anti-historicism propounded by Althusser is not only an attack on historical apologetics or on the exaltation of the unrepeatable event above all laws, but is also and above all an expression of his supreme disdain for the empirical. This fact detracts greatly from the value of the argument he advances for the separation of Marxism from Hegelianism and for a rigorous distinction between science and ideology. The science he appeals to is a science which, like much of modern-day epistemology, is essentially Platonizing and accords little importance to the experimental moment. Furthermore, I remain convinced that many of the difficulties one encounters in any study of the relationship between structure and superstructure, difficulties which have often provided an inducement to regard the superstructure as completely autonomous and lapse back into idealism, can be overcome by taking into account the persistence of certain biological data even in social man. This does not at all mean that one can explain what capital is by taking man's biological constitution as one's point of departure. Rather, it means that one can regard, for example, certain features of literary, philosophical, and religious phenomena as determined not only by a given socio-economic situation but also by reflection on certain general characteristics of human existence. On the whole, I think that one can see how every failure to give proper recognition to man's biological nature leads to a spiritualist resurgence, since one necessarily ends by ascribing to the spirit everything that one cannot explain in socio-economic terms. Thus, I see materialism as a criterion for the unitary explanation of reality, and not as a prop for emotional reactions. Having said that, I must add, however, that I do not accept the definition of Leopardian pessimism, i.e. materialist pessimism, quite different from the various romantic existentialist pessimisms which the European bourgeoisie has given birth to over the last 2 centuries underscore as an emotional disposition beyond the realm of science. As I have attempted to show elsewhere, the agreement between materialism and Leopardian pessimism has its basis in hedonism, and hedonism is the basis of all scientific systems of ethics. The problem of pleasure and pain, to use Pietro Vari's words, is a problem that is scientific to the highest degree. That old age, sickness, etc. are causes of unhappiness for the great majority of persons afflicted with them is an objective fact, just as the suffering produced by social and political oppression is an objective fact. To cite as a counter-argument the heroic calm with which so many men have confronted suffering and death means that one has not taken into account the high price paid for the attainment of such calm. Of course, in addition to heroes there are fakirs, there are those who enjoy living on nails, and there are social fakirs who feel completely comfortable under the most oppressive regimes. But it still seems unwarranted to conclude that physical and social ills are a matter of subjective taste, nor do I think that the question can be glossed over by pointing out, as Vocatello does, that Leopardi and Stendhal drew different axiological consequences from materialism. First of all, Stendhal's Weltanschauung is not at all the opposite of Leopardi's. In both of them there is the same headlong rush of vitalism into pessimism, and even if the vitalism is more accentuated in Stendhal, his vision of life is just as tragic. Furthermore, the question has to be considered at an earlier stage, going back at least to the 18th century. One can then see that pessimistic themes were already present in Voltaire, Maupertuis IX Pietroveri and other writers of the period, and that it is only because the element of struggle against the old obscurantist forces and the joy in being emancipated from religious prejudices still has the upper hand that these themes do not occupy a larger space. In Leopardi himself this element is not altogether absent. The bitter truth, when it is affirmed against degrading superstitutions and errors, is a source of enlightenment pride. Nonetheless, the general equilibrium has shifted in a pessimistic direction because Leopardi belongs to a different personal and cultural political situation, which accords more space to the recognition of the unhappiness in which man finds himself after the destruction of religious and humanistic myths. With regard to socio-political oppression, a millennial philosophical tradition has proffered inner freedom as recompense. The man of culture is always free, even if he is subject to enslavement or torture, because he lives in a world of ideas over which external restrictions have no power. Marxism represents the most decisive and coherent refutation of this consolatio philosophiae. It contends that, except in those cases where the notion of inner freedom represents an extreme defensive posture designed to hold out the prospect of a future resurgence, so-called inner freedom is a poor substitute for true freedom, which cannot exist apart from man's actual emancipation from oppressive social relationships. But this refutation, if it is correct, is also valid for physical ills. One cannot reject consolatio philosophiae as illusory in relation to socio-political oppression and at the same time regard it as completely valid and sufficient unto itself in relation to nature's oppression of man. In my opinion, this is the most valid aspect of Leopardian pessimism, its coherent refutation of all consolations, not only the crudely mythological ones provided by religion, as is obvious, but also those of an idealistic or stoical nature. If the 18th century theme of pleasure and of pain was too much neglected by Marxism, that was a result of the fact that Marx and Engels had early on identified hedonism with bourgeois individualism in too summary a fashion. The polemic against Robinsonades, despite a wealth of just arguments, carries with it the risk of denying the individual, not the individual as a persona. In a spiritualistic sense, whose revival is certainly not to be wished for, but the individual as a psychophysiological reality. What in Marx and Engels is only a dangerous tendency, has become an actual feature of modern-day Marxism. The result has been that the reivindication of the individual, denied on the materialist hedonist level, has re-emerged in an altogether equivocal fashion, either as an acritical acceptance of psychoanalysis or, even worse, as socialist humanism. Althusser is correct in rejecting this category of socialist humanism. But the trouble is that with him this rejection culminates in an out-and-out rejection of the empirical individual, no better than that carried out by the idealists, which leaves unresolved the problems which the Marxist Freudians and Marxist humanists sought, however incorrectly, to confront. I think that one can also begin to resolve the major problem of a materialist grounding for the world of values through a revival and a deepening of the Epicurean tradition of the 17th and 18th centuries, a tradition which is not limited to an abstract individualism and which rejects the equally abstract view that society or classes are the sole reality. I shall elaborate on this question below. Since my argument has already brought up the question of Engels on a number of occasions, I should like to clarify a point brought out by Cristofalina. We're probably in greater agreement than Cristofalina thinks. I do not at all think that the dialectic in Engels is a result of Marx's bad influence, nor that the German ideology is a text that can be attributed entirely to Marx. I also recognize that certain pragmatist germinations can be found in Ludwig Feuerbach. I merely contend that there is a departure from this in the mature Engels. This departure was not the result of some enfeebling of his thought, for Engels was not merely talented but a man of genius, but corresponded to the objectively difficult situation Engels found himself in, both because he lived in a full-blown positivist era longer than Marx, and because he had an intense and specific interest in the natural sciences. On the one hand, Engels took greater account than Marx of the cosmic setting against which human history unfolds. He was cognizant, therefore, of the irreducibility of nature to a mere object of human labor or a mere prehistorical antecedent of a reality which is now entirely social human. He sensed how even the prospect of communism as the realization of the realm of freedom had its limitations in the future extinction of the human species, this being a theme which was strongly felt throughout positivist culture. On the other hand, he was correct in pointing out the serious danger of dissolving Marxism into a simple-minded Spencerian evolutionism or into a mindless empiricism, and he reacted with a hardening of his Hegelianism and with a polemical upgrading of the most obsolete part of Hegelianism, the philosophy of nature. This led him to an often excessive downgrading of English empiricism and to an equally excessive vindication of the merits of Ockham and the nature philosophy of the early 19th century, which he saw, somewhat one-sidedly, as the precursor of Darwinism. The obsolescence of these elements of archaic Hegelianism must be recognized. Nevertheless, the work of the late Engels remains a brilliant attempt to fuse historical materialism with the materialism of the natural sciences, an attempt to which one must still always refer back. Finally, a few words about Cristofano's proposal to define materialism as the philosophy of revolution and idealism as the ideology of the ruling class. According to this view, to debate the question of the primacy of matter or spirit is to remain in the realm of ideology. It is much more materialist to struggle against capital than to assert the primacy of the biological over the social or over the cultural. And even in the field of culture, every contribution to the demystification of bourgeois values and to the analysis of capitalist society is materialism to a higher degree than all the writings in defense of materialism from the Greeks to the present day, just as imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, is more materialist than materialism and empirio-criticism. If this is a declaration of the greater urgency of the revolutionary task with respect to cultural tasks, if it means that the revolution, even if carried out by those who have not attained a fully materialist consciousness, lays the groundwork for materialism to an infinitely greater degree than anybody's reflections on materialism, because it provides the impetus to create a new socio-cultural situation in which all forms of spiritualism will lead a hard life. If this is all that is meant, then it is perfectly correct. If, however, one were to maintain that there is a complete identity between materialism and philosophy of revolution, then I cannot agree. The struggle for an integrally secular and demythologized vision of the world is certainly intimately connected with the struggle for a society of equals, but there have been and there still remain major disjunctures between the two levels. Without dwelling on historical examples, I shall simply call to mind the particularly meaningful contrast between Rousseau and his French materialist contemporaries. While far more advanced on the socio-political level, Rousseau is at the same time far more closely linked to religious prejudices and far less interested in the F1GHT for a modern science of nature. If one wishes, one may certainly say that Rousseau is more materialist than Diderot or Baron de Holbach, in that he is more revolutionary. But it is clear that this is true only in a paradoxical sense, and that the disjuncture between the two levels is undeniable. An analysis in depth of this problem would probably show that the FMT source of this disjuncture resides in the division of society into classes. Liberation from myth and fallacy is more easily attainable, on the scientific level, by individuals of the ruling class, who are precisely those with the greatest stake in the midst of one cation of social relationships. Those, on the other hand, who have nothing to lose but their chains, and are therefore in the best position to elaborate a scientific 1C vision of the world, are precisely those least equipped with the specifically natural preparation necessary to elaborate it, as a consequence of the state of oppression in which they are held by the ruling class. Certainly, Marxism represents the highest synthesis of philosophical scientific clarity and liberating movement of the oppressed to have emerged till now. Nevertheless, the full practical unification of TB2 poles can take place only with the realization of communism on a worldwide scale, precisely because it implies the abolition of all inequalities in development among men, i.e. an end not only to the division of society into classes but also to its consequences on the cultural level. In the present situation, one cannot simply define as ideological a polemic against philosophic idealism, just as it would make no sense to address such an accusation to a polemic in defense of evolutionism and declare that those who make the Revention are more Darwinian than those who argue against the anti-evolutionists on a philosophical or biological level. Otherwise we would lapse, ultimately, into a total indifference towards the natural sciences, which would then make the very construction of communist society impossible. 3. Engels, Materialism and Free Will. Two recent works by Lucio Colletti make it necessary once again to re-examine a characteristic common to a great deal of contemporary Western Marxism, anti-Engelsism. This is not merely a historiographic question to be left to specialists, it is also a political and theoretical problem of contemporary relevance. The downgrading of Engels implies a particular mode of understanding Marxism today. During the 20th century, each time that a particular intellectual current has taken the upper hand in bourgeois culture, be it empirio-criticism, Bergsonism, Krokenianism, phenomenology, neopositivism or structuralism, certain Marxists have attempted to interpret Marx's thought in such a way as to make it as homogeneous as possible with the predominant philosophy. This did not at all mean that there was not a sincere, and often fruitful, desire for discussion and mutual encounter. But it did mean a wish for the mutual encounter to take place on common ground, a wish that Marxism should appear as the philosophy which had already satisfied in advance the requirements of the most avant-garde élan 1cnts of bourgeois culture, or which was at least able to incorporate them within itself without distorting itself. Above all else, it was feared that Marxism might appear to be a naive, SLMPHSTLC, and outdated philosophy. This situation has continued into the present. Indeed, the rapid pace with which cultural fashions succeed one another in the West forces certain Marxists to undergo ever more rapid metamorphoses. Althusser's structuralist-leaning Marxism represents, for the time being, the latest in these modernizing operations. No sooner have you begun to rejoice at the refutation of the humanist and historicist version of Marxism than you realize that it is bourgeois culture itself, in its advanced technocratic phase, that has repudiated humanism and historicism. Now that one cannot win anyone's ear unless one translates the Illust Con 11L10 and place things into structuralist language, the task of Marxists appears to have become one of proving that Marxism is the best of all possible structuralisms. In all of these operations, there is a need for somebody on whom everything which Marxists, at that particular moment, are asking, to get rid of can be dumped. That somebody is Friedrich Engels. Vulgar 111 Realism. Determinism. Naturalistic Interfacelkes. Archaic and schematic Hegelianism. Marx turns out to be free of all these vices, provided one knows how to read him. It was Engels who, in his zeal to simplify and vulgarize Marxism, contaminated it. Thus, whereas Hegels is loaded down with matin-ast ballast, Marx can take on that physiognomy of a profound and subtle great intellectual which is de rigueur in our cultural world. As I have had occasion to note at other times, this is the story not only of reformist Marxism but also, to a large degree, of contemporary revolutionary Marxism in the West. In a situation in which the extra-parliamentary left has been represented till now, for a variety of reasons, primarily by intellectual vanguards, even the revolutionary intellectual is wary of crude formulations. He too, therefore, has something with which to debit Engels. If the reformist of our day sees primarily a blameworthy denial of humanism and the freedom of the spirit in Engels's materialism and determinism, the revolutionary sees the denial of voluntarism and the illusion of a spontaneous collapse or gradual reform of the capitalist system. Colletti comes close to this second type of anti-Engelslan sentiment, but he has his own distinct characteristics, which lend to his position a particular interest and congeniality, despite the disagreements we shall be frank about expressing. In the first place, What is particularly pleasing in Coletti is the great lucidity of his thought and exposition, something exceedingly rare in contemporary European Marxism. We're confronted with an Enlightenment mind, full of healthy dislike for any form of existentialistic vaporing. At last we find a Marxist who defends the claims of the intellect as against those of ambiguous reason. This is the root not only of Coletti's anti-Hegelianism, but also of his hostility towards Horkheimer and Adorno and towards Althusser. This accounts also for his clear-cut denunciation of the intrinsically idealist nature of the Hegelian dialectic and of the impossibility of transforming it into a materialist device simply by turning it upside down. We shall return to this point below. In the introduction to Bernstein, the socio-political side of Coletti's Marxism comes out more clearly. Here too one has to acknowledge two important points: an interpretation of abstract labor as objecti-one-jelly abstract labor and thus as alienated labor, and an elucidation of the necessary connection in Marx's thought between the slavery of the wage laborer and the juridical political freedom and equality of the citizen in the bourgeois state. Given writings so rich in theoretical and polemical insights, it would obviously be senseless to become upset at every little stretching of the argument or historiographic inaccuracy. Someone who puts forward a theoretical argument with contemporary political implications has every right to overlook certain philological niceties. But the problem is that we can find in these writings arbitrary historical judgments which, in the formal analysis, are such as to impair the theoretical argument as well. It is here that we find ourselves faced again with the phenomenon of anti-Engelsism, in an exasperated form. The anti-Engels operation, which was begun as a repudiation of the burdensome patrimony of Hegelianism and as a rediscovery of an authentic materialism, ends by seriously compromising the materialism itself as a consequence of the simplistic manner in which it has been carried out. According to Coletti, dialectical materialism is a crude misunderstanding of which Engels alone was guilty, a misunderstanding thoroughly alien to the true thought of Marx. Under the illusion that he was founding a superior form of materialism, Engels supposedly reproduced, in a banalized form, the dialectic of matter, already present in its entirety in Hegel, quite unaware of the anti-materialist function that Hegel had explicitly assigned to it. From Engels there supposedly sprang a pseudo-Marxist tradition encompassing all of Marxism. The Lenin of materialism and empirio-criticism, who in the FMT part of Marxism and Hegel was still partially exonerated from the indictment, is fully implicated by the time the second part is written in 1968. So-called Western Marxism, from Korsch and the early Lukács down to Marcuse, despite its anti-materialist and anti-Engelsian polemic, also supposedly betrays its line of descent from Engels's fallacious Marxism. Whereas in Marxism and Hegel the most negative feature of Engels's thought is ascribed to his acritical adoption of the Hegelian dialectic, in the introduction to Bernstein more prominence is given to the other accusation traditionally made against Engels: contamination of Marxism with vulgar materialism, Darwinism, and fatalism. Coletti would probably say that there is no contradiction between the two accusations. One could even trace back a Hegelian bent in vulgar materialism to a misunderstanding of Hegel. One could also say that this wavering between vulgar materialism and archaic Hegelianism exists in Engels himself, and that both of the accusations against him are, therefore, warranted. The fact remains, however, that the anti-Engelsism of the introduction to Bernstein and the N10 virulent kind to be found in Marxism and Hegel remain two unintegrated lines of argument. As we shall see, this contributes to the lack of understanding of Engels's personality and what Engels still has to teach Marxists, despite all his undeniable contradictions. Marx is supposed to have been a witness to the decimation of his philosophy by his closest friend and collaborator without batting an eyelash. As can be shown by the correspondence between the two of them, Marx followed closely the germination of the dialectic's OJ nature. He read all of the Anti-Diering before its publication and collaborated on it by writing a chapter for it, and yet he supposedly never felt the need to disassociate himself from a metaphysical construction that was the antithesis of his own thought. This objection may not have the merit of being new, but it does have the merit of never having received a satisfactory reply. Point 4 Nor do I think that it could ever receive one. Those, like Schmidt, who still talk about the difference between Marxism and Engelsism in somewhat obscure terms, may perhaps be content to remark that it cannot be established how far Marx was conscious of this difference between his concept of nature and that of Engels. Point 5 Those, like Coletti, who sharpen the difference to the point that it becomes a matter of Engels's complete misunderstanding, take away any likely explanation for Marx's silence. Everyone who begins by representing Engels in the role of a banalizer and distorter of Marx's thought inevitably ends by fll1-ing many of Marx's own statements to Engelsian. The upshot is that one attempts either to go from the mature Marx back to the Marx of the economic and philosophic manuscripts OJ 1844 and the theses on Feuerbach, or else to ferret out the true philosophy of Marx from the logico-epistemological structure of Capital while disregarding those explicitly philosophical statements which can be found in the mature Marx. Althusser opts exclusively for the second alternative, since the first alternative has been consciously eliminated for him by virtue of his exceedingly rigid periodization of Marx's thought. Coletti, who protests against Althusser's couleurs with a good deal of justification, but also with the risk of jumbling together all the phases of Marx's thought, follows now one path and now the other. In any case, all anti-Engelsian Marxists share the most intense distaste for the single overall statement the mature Marx has given us of his philosophy, the preface to a contribution to the critique our political economy. For all of them, the best possible development in Marxist philology would be conclusive proof that that preface was written by Engels. With regard to the distinction between structure and superstructure, Coletti reluctantly admits that at least part of the blame for the harmful developments arising from this distinction goes back to the preface of 1859, although Coletti claims that this distinction rarely occurs in Marx and is little more than a metaphor, as opposed to Engels's more frequent and literal use of it. 7. How much more profound and less Engelsian the introduction of I-857 is. It is indeed true that this introduction is not at all simply a rough draft of the preface of 1859, just as the Grundrisse as a whole are not a rough draft either for a contribution to the Critique OJ Political Economy or for Capital. Nevertheless, it does, after all, mean something that Marx wrote the preface of 59 later than the introduction of 57 and that, unlike the latter, he published the former. In counterposition to a retrograde Hegelian Engels, in Coletti's reconstruction, there stands an unconscious Kantian Marx. It makes little difference that Marx's explicit allusions to Kant are exceedingly rare and not very complimentary. Does Marx not say that the given is irreducible to the activity of the thinking subject, and that real existence is something more than all that is contained in the concept? This, then, is what Marx clearly derives from Kant, whether he was aware of it or not, and whatever N1 I have been the process of mediation. Coletti is correct when he says that Kant is the only classical German philosopher in whom it is possible to detect at least a grain of materialism. 9 This recognition for Kant is overdue on the part of Marxism, which has too long shared the disdain of Hegel and the young Hegelians for a thinker who had had strong reasons for not adhering to idealism. It is significant that two Marxists with such diverse backgrounds as Luporini and Coletti should arrive at this recognition by different paths. Those pages in which Coletti clarifies his points of agreement and disagreement with Luporini are among the most interesting in Marxism and Hegel. But what one cannot understand is why the affirmation of the existence of a reality not reducible to thought should be regarded in and of itself as specific proof of Kantianism, and why, on the other hand, one should overlook the existence in pre-Kantian English and French thought of philosophers who had very much more than a grain of materialism. On the one hand, Coletti presents himself as a vindicator of Enlightenment motifs within Marxism, and that should mean an opening towards Voltaire, Diderot, La Mettrie, Holbach, and all those thinkers regarded as short on speculation by the spiritualistic tradition in the history of philosophy but reassessed by Marx himself in the famous excursus in the 6th chapter of the Holy Family. On the other hand, one has the impression that for Coletti the game has been played out solely within the framework of classical German philosophy, as if the only saint to whom a materialist could have commended himself before Feuerbach and Marx would have been Kant. For Coletti, Kant's limitation lies in his failure to recognize labor as a practical knowing activity, by virtue of which the object is not only an in itself but also an objectification of the subject. TB's is the same criticism made by the young Marx against traditional materialism, its neglect of the active side. It appears that one should conclude that, apart from this lacuna which was bridged only with Marx, Kantianism is already a form of materialism. But if materialism amounted merely to the recognition of a reality external to the subject, then Plato, St. Thomas, and all their followers would also be materialists. Materialism is not just realism, it is also recognition of the physical nature of the subject, and of the physical nature of his activities traditionally regarded as spiritual. From this standpoint, not only Kant's second and third critiques but even the first are oriented in an anti-materialist direction. The consequence is that even his recognition of a reality external to the subject reduces itself to something exceedingly obscure, always on the verge, on the one hand, of being absorbed within the activity of the subject, and, on the other, of becoming a transcendental reality accessible only to a privileged and supernatural experience. It is not a matter of chance that the anti-idealist Kantians, like Herbart 12, have less to say to Marxists than the idealists. Obviously, we do not mean by this that a contemporary materialism can leap from Diderot to Feuerbach and Marx without re-examining the critique of pure reason and all of Kant's work. But this re-examination must be accompanied by an awareness that one is dealing with an anti-materialist tradition of thought, different from that to which Marx belongs. It is precisely Coletti's attitude vis-à-vis Marx's presumed Kantianism that indicates, it seems to me, the rather narrow limits of his materialism. It is an almost exclusively methodological materialism, of the empirio-criticist variety. This accounts, therefore, on the one hand for his particularly intense intolerance for Engels's Hegelian inheritance. The former were not satisfied simply with stating the primacy of the sensuous over the conceptual and with turning theology into anthropology. They also searched for an explanation of sensuousness, as well as intelligence and morality, in biological terms. Confronted by a materialism of this kind, the objection raised by Marx against Feuerbach, that the latter overlooked the active side, was still valid, but it appeared insufficient and too generic, since the claim of the new materialist TI 82 was to explain even this active side in scientific tense, i.e. as a complex of material processes obeying certain laws. And it should be noted that the claim was, and is, correct, even if the subsequent execution of the plan was guilty of being quite simplistic and crude. As everyone knows, the simplistic and crude features were the result primarily of two factors, the reduction of man's cultural, moral, and political behavior to biological activities without any mediation and thus a failure to take account of the scond nature which labor confers to man within the animal realm, to which man still continues to belong, to the assessment of social inequalities and injustices as ills to he cured high science, and thus a disregard for the necessity of the class struggle and an omission of any analysis of the class position of the scientists themselves. But the reply to these distortions should have been given with I and the Giamet fork of materialism, and not with a mere revindication of the subjective element, still conceived in spiritualistic terms as an unconditioned praxis that finds its limit only in the objective conditions and not also in man's own physical and biological nature. This became all the more necessary after Darwin's great discovery gave rise to a second wave of materialism, which overtook the old conception of nature as an eternal cycle, and which no longer allowed one to regard historicity as a characteristic peculiar to humanity. Here too the danger arose of reducing human history to natural history without ally mediations, but to this danger as well one had to reply in materialist terms, among other things. Evolutionism one posed again the question of the existence of nature before man, of the origin of mankind and of its future disappearance. To what extent would the second nature establish bed with the appearance of labor and what one might call the third nature developed with the passage to communist society be able to push back the biological limits of man? These were the questions raised by a philosophy which, however crude and reactionary it may have been, at least had the merit of representing itself not just as methodological reflections on science but also as a reflection on man's situation and possibilities as revealed by scientific research. Thus, it represented a powerful claim against anthropocentrism. On the other hand, contemporaneous with this current of thought, in the middle and late 19th century, there was a second current, of degenerated empiricism, which tended towards agnosticism and even flirted with religion. The future reaction against positivism was already germinating within positivism itself. One need only think of this complex situation in order to understand that the so-called cosmological development of Marxism did not represent an impulsive direction undertaken by Engels, but rather an objective necessity. Engels took on this task just as he generally took on all the tasks connected with polemizing with contemporary culture, while Marx concentrated all of his energies on a single great opus. We should note here, en passant, that any serious examination of the differences between the two founders of Marxism must begin not with simplistic contrasts between the philosophic profundity of the one and the presumed superfluity of the other, but rather with the division of labor that was established between them. Naturally, this was not a division of labor between two identical men of genius who could just as easily have exchanged parts. The division took place on the basis of the different interests of the two men, and once it had been established it contributed to a further differentiation of the two personalities. In a sense, Engels's lot was the least rewarding, since he, like Lenin in materialism and empirio-criticism, had to deal with matters in which he was not a specialist. Moreover, after Marx's death, he could do this only during the odd moments left him by the immense work of editing and publishing capital and by the ever vaster political and organizational tasks which confronted him. The preface to the second edition of Anti-Düring shows that he was aware of the risks, and the fact that he did not complete the dialectics of nature confirms it. Nevertheless, it was impossible to avoid confronting the natural sciences and TB philosophies which had emerged from them. To regard the writings devoted by Engels to the philosophy of nature as a mere banalized repetition of Hegel's philosophy of nature is to overlook a fundamental feature of these writings, the polemic against the negative sides of positivism. These negative qualities were brought out by Engels with great clarity. Ami Diaril 1g, the notes for the dialectics oj nature, the full part of Ludwig Feuerbach and many pages of the origin oj the family are designed to oppose, on the one hand, an empiricism which as far as possible itself forbids thought and precisely for that reason leaves itself open to religious or even superstitious meanderings, and, on the other, the claim of German vulgar materialism to apply the nature theory to society and to reform socialism. With Düring, an adversary too insignificant in and of himself to merit such a thorough refutation, as Engels himself well knew, Engels argued against the fallacies and the superficial eclecticism typical of a great deal of the positivism of the second half of the 19th century. It is, therefore, too simplistic to say that Engels rejected, in the name of the Hegelian dialectic, real materialism, i.e. modern science as a form of metaphysics. Between Marxism and the science of the second half of the 19th century there were the Dürings, i.e. the slipshod and incompetent philosophic interpreters of the great scientific achievements. And at times the scientists and the Dürings were unit in the same persons. Among the scientists themselves there was a tendency to dismiss philosophy which resulted in an inability to parallel the great advances of the natural sciences with an ethnically revolutionary development in the social sciences. This explains Engels's warning that the scientists who abuse philosophy most are slaves to precisely the worst vulgarized relics of the worst philosophers. Furthermore, Engels saw very well that the vulgar materialism of Moleschott, Voigt, Nine and Buchner himself had arisen as a pre-Darwinian materialism holding to the theory of the immutability of the species, and that their subsequent adherence to Darwinism had not brought about a total rethinking of their original conception of an ahistorical nature. Elise was at once taken out by these gentlemen on Darwinism, but it was not actually absorbed. This observation is all the more incisive in that the confusion between vulgar materialism and Darwinism has persisted, among both idealists and Marxists. In relation to Darwin's own work, one finds neither an Engels more inclined to unqualified admiration and a Marx more inclined to be cautious and critical, nor an Engels who, in contradistinction to Marx, claimed to dialecticize or to Hegelianize Darwinism. It is a well-known fact that Engels's admiration for the origin of species was entirely shared by Marx, to the point that he regarded Darwinism as something corresponding in the history of nature to what he was attempting to carry out in political economy. It is also a well-known fact that both of them expressed certain reservations, first with regard to the CLNMSY English methodology used in Darwin's work, and then, above all, with regard to the aberrant developments of social Darwinism. But it is interesting to see that Engels's objections go somewhat farther than those of Marx. In his letter of February 15, 1869 to Laura and Panel Lafarne, Marx wrote, "Recognition of the struggle for existence in English society led Darwin to discover the struggle for survival as the fundamental law of vegetable and animal life. Darwinism, however, regards this as a decisive reason why human society will never be able to free itself from its feral state. Too oft essay two analogous movements, from contemporary capitalist society to the biological world and from the biological world to human society in general, Marx considered only the second, formulated by Darwinism or the social Darwinists, to be invalid. The first is correct because, as Marx had already TED. A letter to Engels of June 18, 1862, bourgeois society is a bestial society par excellence and can thus represent a valid model for the zoologist. A number of years afterwards, when Engels again took up this Marxist refutation of social Darwinism, he retained Marx's judgment conceiving the invalidity of the second movement, but indicated that he was not in complete agreement with the first either. The whole Darwinian theory of the struggle for life is simply the transference from society to organic nature of Hobbes's theory of bellum omnium contra omnes, and of the bourgeois economic theory of competition, as well as the L-1 Malthusian theory of population. When once this feat has been accomplished, it is very easy to transfer these theories back again from natural history to the history of society, and altogether too naive to maintain that thereby these assertions have been proved as eternal natural laws of society. 25 Thus Marx, although he expressed his reservations over Darwin's use of Malthus, was primarily pleased with the felicitous polemical motif represented by the analogy between bourgeois society and the animal world. Engels, on the other hand, put greater stress on the scientific requirement that one not confuse the struggle for life in capitalist society with the struggle for life in the animal world. This distinction, which obviously was also familiar to Marx, but which was not used by Hiln in his polemic against social Darwinism, was developed by Engels with perfect clarity in the latter part of the very note from the Dialectics of Nature just cited, where he was polemicizing against those who sought to dissolve the specificity of the class struggle into a generic struggle for life. Furthermore, the need to disentangle Darwinism as much as possible fro 1L1 Malthusianism, IC from an Econo 111 IC theory whose flaws had been brought out by Marxism itself, led Engels to make an even more incisive distinction between the two phenomena. On the one hand, the selection generated by simple animal and vegetable overpopulation, on the other, the selection generated by the necessity of adaptation to a changed environment. He saw only the latter as the mechanism for the formation of new species, VV_TLNG, the former simply as an accelerating factor, which need not even be present. 27 Engels always rejected any attempt to represent human institutions as pure extensions of animal institutions. On the other hand, however, he was not satisfied with a mere recognition of the difference between the animal world and the human world. The problem which he regarded as uniquely his own, and which places him in the position at once of ally and critic of contemporary scientific culture, concerns the fusion of the two worlds and two different kinds of historicity. This is the theme of The Origin of the Family and of his uncompleted work on the part played by labor in the transition from ape to man in the dialectics of nature. This was also the reason for his interest in the long period of unwritten history traversed by mankind before its division into classes. There was, of course, the danger of committing the error that was just the opposite of social Darwinism, i.e. of accepting an evolutionary hypothesis not on the basis of its scientific grounding but because it furthered the illusion of a ready fusion between the rhythm of natural history and the rhythm of human history. This accounts, for example, for the favorable judgment which Plekhanov was to pass a little later on Hugo de Vries's theory of evolution by leaps, precisely because it appeared to have a more dialectical, revolutionary, and anti-gradualist character. In more recent times, it also accounts for the neo-Lamarckian and neo-vitalist posturings of Lysenko. In Engels, the most that one could find, if one wished to be pedantic, would be a few remarks indicating an excessive confidence in certain developments in evolutionism brought about by Ernst Haeckel, who took over certain Alyarchian themes with excessive haste and systematizing spirit, going so far as to dredge up again the already refuted theory of spontaneous generation. 29 In the final analysis, these tentative remarks are few and far between. The simple-mindedness of Haeckel's monism and his relapse into the mold of the old philosophy of nature despite his ardent professions of materialism did not at all escape Engels's attention. In biology he remained a Darwinian and not a Lamarckian, and his defense of Darwinism against Dühring's misinterpretations and Lamarckian sympathies shows this in the clearest possible way. 30 Thus, the problem of the fusion between the two historicities was formulated by him in the correct terms. On the one hand, he refused to superimpose extraneous evolutionary models on either natural history or human history. On the other hand, he did not close his eyes to the persistence of the natural within the human. It is true that the Hegelian dialectic, even turned on its head or extracted from its mystical shell, was an inappropriate instrument for correcting the shortcomings of either vulgar materialism or agnostic empiricism. I have already expressed my agreement with Coletti on this point, which still divides Marxists. However, it is completely mistaken, in my opinion, to present this rejection of the Hegelian dialectic in terms of contraposition of a Marx supposed to have formulated a dialectic totally different from the Hegelian one to an Engels supposed to have restated Hegel in a banalized form, or else of a Marx who had every right to use the dialectic in the human sciences to an Engels who was so stupid as to attempt to apply it to the natural sciences. An open-minded analysis of the positions of Marx and Engels in relation to Hegel would show that they were in fundamental agreement. 31 Both were convinced that a materialist reinterpretation of the dialectic would require, that one treat it as a law or body of laws that have an objective existence, 2 that one establish the existence of these laws in reality through empirical means, without doing violence to reality in order to make it agree with pre-established laws. The difficulties involved in this undertaking, for both Marx and Engels, had to do with the detailed execution of this second task. But the fact that a great deal of work was necessary in order to extract the dialectic from things never lessened their conviction that the dialectic was an instrument which could be used for materialist purposes. The intrinsically idealist character of the dialectic was not clearly recognized by either of them. If the use of the dialectic appears more insistent in certain well-known pages of the Anti-Dühring on the negation of the negation than in any of Marx's texts, this is because the use of logical procedures originating within the historico-human sciences created greater problems when applied to the natural sciences. Insofar as the natural sciences were more advanced along the path of scientificity, the unsatisfactory character of statements not formulated in quantitative terms is sharpened. But one should remember that Marx himself was not at all hostile to the idea of a dialectics of nature. On the contrary, it is a well-known fact that he gave a small example of it in a note to the chapter on the rate and dotament of surplus value in Book I of Capital, and in a letter to Engels he stated he was convinced that Hegel's discovery, the law of merely quantitative changes turning into qualitative changes, games in which Marx indulged at times, and thus also the risk he ran of drifting to the opposite extreme of oversimplification and one-sidedness. Schmidt has stressed the first of these two considerations, but as usual he draws unacceptable conclusions from it, in the sense that authentic Marxism is presumed to have no interest in a nature in and for itself. The second has been stressed by Eric Hobsbawm and Johnny Soffery, whose opinions on the Marx-Engels relationship are among the most perceptive and balanced that I know. Nevertheless, with regard to the second consideration, one should not confuse the difference in mentality with the difference in literary genre. A compendium designed essentially to serve a polemical or expository purpose is one thing, a full theoretical treatise is another, and an as yet unfinished work in which the author is exchanging opinions with himself and still keeping open various solutions is a third again. Apart from the author's own propensities, there is necessarily a different degree of problematicity among these three different kinds of writing. When Marx sums up his philosophy in a few propositions, as in the detested preface of 1859, he is just as one-sided and schematic as Engels. Indeed, Bernstein based his claim that Marx was more dogmatic than Engels precisely on that preface. Today there is a tendency to discover a more modern and problematical Marx, a Marx who is actually able to answer all the problems of working class struggles in the neo-capitalist countries, on the basis of the unpublished works and exalting, for example, the Grundrisse above capital, as does Martin Nicholas. This is a tendency that leads to a forcing of Marx's thought, and also creates an artificial dichotomy between the problematic Marx and the dogmatic Engels. As for the former consideration, it should be remembered that there are two sides to every coin. If it is true that the fact that Engels was not himself a naturalist put him at a disadvantage with respect to Marx in the social sciences, it is also true that his closer contact with the natural sciences enabled him to perceive with greater clarity the limits of that concept of progress which historical materialism had inherited from Hegel and the entire previous tradition. Already I11H1S notes on Darwinism in Dialectics Oj Nature, Engels stresses that the evolution of the species cannot be regarded unconditionally as progress, selection greater capacity of adaptation to altered circumstances, where survivors are better suited to these circumstances, but where this adaptation as a whole can mean regress just as well as progress. Each advance in organic evolution is at the same time a regression, fixing one-sided evolution and excluding evolution along many other directions. 43 With regard to the course of human history as well, Engels may, on the one hand, vehemently insist on the historical necessity of violence and oppression as against all forms of moralistic recrimination. But, on the other hand, he calls attention with no less vehemence to the terrible regressions entailed by every advance. One need only think of the conclusion to the third chapter of The Origin of the Family and the dramatic tension of the Peasant War in Germany. 44 One of the reasons, moreover, why The Origin of the Family at first enjoyed success for the wrong reasons and was later even less justifiably discredited is that since it was at first regarded as a kind of paradigm to which all Marxist research in ethnology and prehistory had to conform, it was thought that it could be dispensed with as soon as it showed itself unequal to this task. In reality, the lasting value of The Origin of the Family is based on twin foundations. First, the question we have already mentioned of the fusion between natural history and human history. Second, the Rousseauesque and Fourierist spirit which permeates the entire book with its ever-present tilk of C1valization and its hypocrisies, which extends from the socio-economic level right through to the level of sexual relations and the institution of the family, a level on which Engels was much more open-minded and forward-looking than Marx. 45 But the cosmic background against which Engels projected his vision of human history put other limits as well on the concept of progress. In all forms of materialism there is a fundamental contrast between an Enlightenment thrust, confident that every emancipation from myth and dogma, every triumph of truth, ism itself a contribution to our greater happiness, and the emergence of pessimistic themes that are the inevitable result of a demythologized view of the human condition. As long as a group of intellectuals is organically linked to a class on the NSENIS engaged in a struggle against the humiliating and oppressive old prejudices, the former characteristic prevails and materialism is seen as essentially a liberating philosophy. If, however, the struggle bogs down, either as a result of historical disillusionment or simply because of the onset of a phase of relative social stability, the second characteristic comes to the fore, at times completely effacing the former, at times coexisting with it in a delicate balance. The positivist era saw satisfied materialists like Buchner and Mo Scott in the bourgeois camp. But it also saw a resurgence of pessimism, which tended towards nostalgic religiosity among the less lucid minds and towards a coherently pessimistic conception of reality among the more lucid. This coherent pessimism represented a single, unchanging vision of the human condition which was inspired by the insurmountable physical-biological limitations of man as well as by historically transient social relations. Carducci and Pascoli 46 on the one hand, and Verga 47 on the other, represent the most obvious examples in Italian literature of the two kinds of pessimistic reaction. But it would be easy enough to confirm the phenomenon on a broader scale, not solely Italian or merely literary. Indeed, among the impulses that gave rise to the idealist resurgence at the end of the 19th century, one has to number also this bewilderment produced by a pessimism which was unable to resume and elaborate on the struggling path shown by Leopardi in the Ginestra and therefore had to either fall back on some form of religion or else flee forward towards irrationalist activism. In the writings of Croce and Gentile neo-idealism is repeatedly represented as a new religion destined to overcome the dismay caused by positivist materialism. On the other hand, this immanentist religion, which did away with crude myths of transcendence and only called for the capacity to negate one's own empirical ego and experience immortality insofar as one identified with the supraindividual one spirit, appeared in turn to many to be too barren, and was not forceful enough to prevent many relapses into the old mythological religions and many flights of blind activism. Theoretician and militant of a revolutionary class, endowed with a singularly energetic and dispassionate temperament, Engels certainly did not identify with the inner turmoil of the bourgeoisie of the late 19th century. Not only was he devoid of nostalgia for the tedious notion of personal immortality but even the heroic pessimism of a Leopardi, supposing Engels had known it other than superficially, in all likelihood would not have been very congenial to him. One can imagine that at the most Engels would have viewed it as the individual tragedy of an intellect too exalted to belong to the liberal moderate herd but born too soon and in an environment too isolated to know of the new hope of mankind, the working class. But the question of the end of the human race, which weighed so heavily on positivist culture as a whole in the late 19th century, did not affect only the beloved ego of the Philistine anxious for a place in paradise, but also had an impact on the ultimate prospects of communism. This question was persistently present in the late Engels. At first, it must have seemed possible to him to incorporate the end of the human race and of the solar system within the framework of the dialectic in a left Hegelian sense, i.e. by accentuating the critical negative moment according to which all that exists deserves to perish. In his sketch of the history of socialist theories, Engels remarks that Fourier handles dialectics in the same masterly way as his contemporary Hegel, and then goes on to say, with the same use of dialectics he brings out the fact, in opposition to the talk about the illimitable perfectibility of man, that each historical phase has its ascending, but also descending curve, and applies this conception also to the future of the whole human race. As Kant introduced into natural science the ultimate destruction of the earth, so Fourier introduced into historical thought the alternate extinction of humanity. 49 But could one real term dialectical a devastation in which the patrimony of knowledge and civilization accumulated by the human race up to its highest stage, communism, would not be passed on and more fully articulated but rather would be scattered to the winds? The more thorough treatment which Engels gave, at about the same time, to this question in his introduction to Dialectics oj nature does indeed begin with the maxim so dear to him, all that comes into being deserves to perish. But he then goes on to give a picture of the future end of our world in which a tragic sense about the destiny of mankind predominates. Millions of years may elapse, hundreds of thousands of generations be born and die, but inexorably the time will come when the declining warmth of the sun will no longer suffice to melt the ice thrusting itself forward from the poles, when the human race, crowding more and more about the equator, will finally no longer find even there enough heat for life, when gradually even the last trace of organic life will vanish, and the Earth, an extinct frozen globe like the Moon, will circle in deepest darkness and in an ever narrower orbit about the equally extinct SNN, and at last fall into it. Other planets will have preceded it, others will follow it, instead of the bright, warm solar system with its harmonious arrangement of members, only a cold, dead sphere will still person its lonely path through universal space. And what will happen to our solar system will happen sooner or later to all the other systems of our island universe. It will happen to all the other innumerable island universes, even those the light of which will never reach the earth while there is a living human eye to receive it. 50. This is a passage which enables us to see how strongly Engels felt about this Lukathian theme of the end of the world. There is a good deal of similarity of expression between one of Engels's sentences and the close of Carducci's Ode su Monte Mario, fm che rest redasato I equatori / dietro I richiami del calor fugente / elastenuata prole abbia una sola / femmina, ogni uomo. This similarity between the two texts is all the more striking in that one cannot imagine two authors more different from one another, and there is no possibility that one was derived from the other. It represents further evidence of the wide diffusion of this theme among even the most diverse areas of European culture in the late 19th century. Was this to be the epilogue to not only our own history and that of other galaxies but also to the entire universe? Engels' answer was no. Matter, which possesses movement as its indestructible characteristic, was to give rise to new aggregations and differentiations, to new worlds which would be produced even if only after millions and millions of years and more or less by chance, but with the necessity that is also inherent in chance. And conditions favorable to the genesis of organic life would arise again, for a short interval of cosmic history, on one of the planets of these worlds. We have the certainty that matter remains eternally the same in all its transformations, that none of its attributes can ever be lost, and therefore, also, that with the same iron necessity that it will exterminate on the earth its highest creation. The thinking mind, it must somewhere else and at another time again produce it THNS. We have the view of an eternal cycle, of Tinks SSLVE events of cause IC destruction and reformation, without the transmission of any cultural patrimony from one to the other, a view MNCH more similar to that of certain ancient philosophies than to the modern concept of progress in any of its various forms, including the Rousseauian one of a return to nature. The introduction to dialectics of nature concludes paradoxically with a vision which it would be hard to term dialectical, even in the sense of a dialectical materialism. Engels never confronted this problem explicitly, preoccupied as he was with other interests and other tasks within the working class movement, tasks which were much more urgent and demanding than any meditation on the end of the world. But that the problem did not altogether escape him can be seen in the remarks he devoted to it some 10 years later in the first chapter of Ludwig Feuerbach, immediately following upon his demonstration of the possibility of a revolutionary interpretation of the Hegelian dialectic. It is not necessary, here, to go into the question of whether this mode of outlook is thoroughly in accord with the present position of natural science, which predicts a possible end for the earth, and for its habitability a fairly certain one, which therefore recognizes that for the history of humanity, too, there is not only an ascending but also a descending branch. At any rate, we still FMD on ourselves a considerable distance from the turning point at which the historical course of society becomes one of descent, and we cannot expect Hegelian philosophy to be concerned with a subject which natural science, in its time, had not at all placed upon the agenda as yet. As here the prediction of the end of the human race and of our world is no longer regarded, as it was in the passage cited from Anti-Diering, as an example of reventionary dialectics, but as a limit, an objection that is probably valid against the dialectical conception. The discussion is postponed to a later date and also is declared less than urgent, but it is not assumed that the question has been resolved. A ready and facile solution was to be provided by the anti-materialist philosophies that sprang up at the beginning of the 20th century. According to those self-assured thinkers, the external world has as its contents only thought thinking itself. How can thought be slain by its own contents? The end of the human race and the end of the solar system are thus pure and simple nonsense, specters created by naive realism. And since, whenever you scratch a 20th century Marxist, 9 times out of 10 he turns out to be a left idealist, one cannot rule out the possibility that many anti-Engelsian Marxists still agree with the scintillating line of reasoning of those idealists. And although they may replace thought with praxis, this does not change very much. 53 Another consequence of the Hegelian vulgar materialist imbroglio into which Engels is supposed to have maneuvered Marxism is, according to Coletti, the acceptance of a fatalistic view of human history. By giving an Hegelian definition of freedom as consciousness of necessity, and by constructing a metaphysical materialism vaguely inherited from Spinoza, Engels, Plekhanov, and Koskay allegedly failed to grasp that connection between causality and finalism which is the key to historical materialism. Marx, on the other hand, had made very clear in a famous passage of Capital that the distinctive characteristic of man in relation to animals is his capacity to set a goal for himself and to subordinate means to that end, thereby overturning the cause and effect relationship. However, a closer reading, not confined to the chapter of Anti-Düring on freedom and necessity and to a few isolated passages from Plekhanov and Koskay, shows that the capacity to order means to ends as a characteristic peculiar to human action was well recognized by Engels and his much more limited followers. In his essay on the process of humanization of the ape, Engels states that the further men become removed from animals, the more their effect on nature assumes the character of a premeditated, planned action directed towards definite ends known in advance. He then emphasizes the point further: in short, the animal merely uses external nature, and by his changes makes it serve his ends, masters it. This is the final, essential distinction between man and other animals, and once again it is labor that brings about this distinction. The same distinction is taken up again in chapter 4 of Ludwig Feuerbach, and significant elaborations were made by Koskay in Ethics and the Materialist Conception of History. L6 Koskay notes that the development of the brain turns this organ into a center for the collection and elaboration of sense impressions. Whereas in the lower animal there is an unmediated succession of stimuli and responses, in the higher animal these two elements are mediated precisely by the brain's elaborative function, which in man takes on an altogether new importance with the emergence of language and the possibility of forming abstract concepts and scientific notions and beliefs. This enables man to master nature in part, and gives human history a character and rhythm different from the preceding history of nature. But in addition to this recognition of human action as formalistic action, Engels, and later Koskay and Plekhanov go on to make certain essential distinctions, without which one runs the risk of lapsing back into the old mythological conception of free will, as the Austro-Marxists did and as much of subsequent Marxism has done. To begin with, Engels remarks, there exists a gap between the goal and the result of our actions that becomes wider and wider as distant results are taken into account and when the effects arising from the combination of many individual wills are considered. 57 This observation shocks Althusser, who needs only hear mention of a distinction between individual wills and their results before he accuses Engels of having forgotten Marx's polemic against the Robinsonades of classical bourgeois philosophy and economics. 8 Althusser's anti-humanism thus arrives at a denial of the individual as a relatively independent psychophysical entity, which is no better, despite the scientistic pomposity with which it is declaimed, than the old denial of the empirical ego on the part of idealism. Nor does it make any sense to object that the individual wills are determined in turn by the general socio-economic situation. Engels knew this very well, but he also knew that the reflections of a socio-economic situation at the level of consciousness and the changes in this situation which individuals seek to realize through their various plans of action are infinitely varied even within the same social class as a result of the infinite diversification in cultural background, physical temperament, etc. For this reason alone, not to mention other factors such as the unpredictability of the reactions of the opposing class and of the many strata and individuals who are insufficiently politicized, etc., the results are greatly different from the plans. Engels probably thought primarily in terms of the historical experience of the French Revolution. We have our own confirmation in the experience of the October Revolution. More accurate are Althusser's observations with regard to the less than perfect consistency, in the letter to Bloch, between this question of the relationship between individual intentions and collective outcome and the other question of the relationship between structure and superstructure. Here we can be helped by the observation that those remarks did not have their origin in the letter to Bloch, but were carried over from preceding writings without Engels as having felt the need to recapitulate the entire line of argument. But a comparison with those earlier formulations also shows how foreign to Engels was the optimistic belief ascribed to him by Althusser, according to which the fusion of individual wills would produce a general effect as the result of a kind of miracle or pre-established harmony. 59 On the contrary, Engels views the great gap between intentions and results as proof that mankind has only emerged in part from its natural phase and has yet to leap into the realm freedom. The two passages cited from Dialectics of Nature state this very clearly. Secondly, and as we mentioned above, men's wills are not an unconditioned primum, but are themselves the product of a sum of biological, social, cultural, etc. causes. Engels rightly notes that the inconsistency does not lie in the fact that ideal driving forces are recognized, but in the investigation not being carried further back behind these into their motive causes. And Plekhanov, polemicizing with Stammeiler, notes that not only is the choice of a means necessarily determined by its relationship to the end, but even the choice of the end is necessarily determined by all of the preceding history of the individual. 6. It is not true, as Coletti seems to believe, that this argument renders nugatory what was said above about the causality-finalism nexus. The capacity to make plans and to order means in relation to ends is still within man's powers, as a consequence of an intellectual development engendered essentially by labor. It is shown, however, to be illusory to claim that the determination of the end is not caused, or that at a certain point there develops in man, a product of nature, a process whereby he is totally released from the bondage of nature, at least with regard to his will. The formula of Umwelt and Praxis, quite suggestive precisely because of its various possible meanings, can be given a miraculous meaning which does not lead to a mature Marxism but to Dewey and all the forms of pragmatism that make no attempt to give a scientific explanation of praxis itself. And mature Marxism, not just that of Engels but also that of Marx's embarrassing preface of 1859, explicitly rejects that meaning, and talks instead about indispensable relations independent of their will which men enter into in the process of production. From what we have said, it can also be seen how deceptive it is to identify freedom with the so-called subjective conditions of our action and necessity with the so-called objective conditions. In relation to extreme forms of voluntarist subjectivism, an appeal to objective conditions is already a step forward. Nonetheless, the element of necessity does not refer solely to the existence or non-existence of the means suited to a given end, rather it is also inherent in the subjective factor, i.e. in the determination of the end and in the possession of a will that is energetic and persevering enough to pursue that end. In fact, all the work related to education, propaganda, and agitation is directed towards the transformation and orientation of the subjective conditions in a particular direction. To the extent that this work meets with success, the wills of those who have been educated are determined by this work itself. To the extent that it does not meet with success, the wills of those who have been educated are determined but are caused by all the other antecedent circumstances. There is, of course, a difference between an authoritarian education and an education which attempts to shape responsible and free individuals. But in the scientific and non-mythological meaning of the term, responsible and free mean that a person is aware of the means best suited to attain the greatest possible happiness and that he is aware of the social, non-individualistic, character of the subjective and of the means for attaining it. Thus, Coletti's statement that man is both causality and finalism, cause and effect, does not go far enough. The finalism exists entirely within the causality, it is not a kind of reverse side to causality, as it is with Kantian man, who is phenomenon inserted within a causal chain and noumenon endowed with a metaphysical freedom. the something more that man possesses in relation to animals is a greater capacity to foresee and order means in relation to an end and a greater understanding in the determination of the end, but it is not a greater measure of free will in choosing between various ends. 106. Of course, both Coletti and Havemann are correct in expressing their dissatisfaction with the Spinozist and Hegelian formulation of freedom as consciousness of necessity which Engels adopts in Anti-Düring. But why is this formulation unsatisfactory? Not because of its anti-voluntarism, but because of its anti-hedonism, because it denies the importance of the meaning of freedom as the absence of painful constraints and the presence of all those conditions which ensure the happiness of the individual, and because it insists that man not only recognize necessity but also glory and efface himself in it. Thus, it is part of that conception of philosophy as asceticism and self-repression which Marxism utterly rejects. On this point Marxism is obviously anti-Spinozist, and therefore an unqualified appeal to Spinoza would be an error. It is necessary to add, however, that Engels, in the chapter in Anti-Düring on freedom and necessity, articulates that formulation not so much in the Spinozist sense of an acquiescence in and apotheosis of reality, as in the Baconian sense that nature obeys us only if we obey it. Freedom does not consist in the dream of independence of natural laws, but in the knowledge of these laws, and in the possibility the J systematically making them work towards definite ends. 6. The FML clause, which we have italicized, introduce an essential distinction because it does away with the old concept of inner freedom, and the subsequent part of the argument as well shows clearly that for Engels freedom will be fully realized only with the advent of communist society and with complete mastery over the forces of nature. It still remains slightly unclear what is meant by complete mastery over nature and up to what point this is possible. Also unsettled is the question of the extent to which certain apolitical tendencies on the part of the great majority of men are themselves a part of a human nature which is not readily altered, leaving aside those emoluments of exceptional social tension. When the majority becomes politicized, and therefore represent an obstacle to the realization and maintenance of a communist society which is classless in the broadest sense of the term. One idea deeply rooted in the Marxism of the 20th century is that the denial of free will leads to fatalism also at the political level, i.e. to that notorious waiting for the spontaneous collapse of capitalism. I think that the reply to this objection which is given by Plekhanov in his essay on the role of the individual in history is still valid, even though it is far from definitive. Plekhanov noted, in the FNST place, that history gives us many examples of people who denied free will and yet exerted themselves with great forcefulness, such as the Moslems at the time of their great conquests, or Calvin, or Cromwell. In the second place, he pointed out that if an individual regards his actions as indispensable in order to obtain an objective, the denial of free will then comes to mean for him a complete inability to remain inactive. 64 As I said, this reply is not definitive because, in seeking to refute the proponents of a rigoristic, Kantian type of ethics, it situates itself too much on their terrain. In other words, it merely attempts to show that the very kind of heroic conduct which, according to a Kantian, is made possible only by the doctrine of moral freedom and the categorical imperative can be elicited as easily from the Spinozist Hegelian theory of freedom as the recognition of necessity. This, moreover, is a danger to which those who seek to theorize materialist ethics often succumb. Limiting themselves to giving a materialist grounding to traditional moral precepts and modes of conduct, they fail to call into question the content of these. Their materialist fervor even leads them to attempt to show that there is no man more moral than the materialist, in the sense that no one is more radically altruistic and detached from his own immediate interests. This tendency, which is present even in the great Epicurus, can be found in its most conventional and conservative form in many works of 19th-century positivism, for example in Artigo's Morale dei Positivisti 6. Obviously, P1 Ekhanov's case is different. While he was still free from social patriotic involutions, he was well aware of the difference in content between our morals and theirs. Nonetheless, even our morals presented themselves to him in a rigoristic guise. Thus, in his analysis of the motives underlying moral conduct, P1 Ekhanov was led to overgeneralization and oversimplification. It is rare that someone who sacrifices his own immediate interests and fights for a higher principle does so because he considers his own contribution to be irreplaceable. More commonly, he does so, at least initially, in response to a number of external pressures, such as fear of the low esteem of others or fear of no longer being object to belong to a group into which he has by now become integrated and on the basis of whose scale of values he has become accustomed to judging himself and others, etc. Moral codes based on pure inwardness, on duty for duty's sake, or on the unmediated identity of knowledge of the good and moral action, all take as their principle what if anything should be a destination which runs the risk in turn of degenerating into a dreary exaltation of sacrifice as an end in itself and of forgetting that the ultimate aim of human action is after all man's happiness. The statement that morality is a social fact should not be understood simply in the sense that every society and every class has its moral code, but also in the sense that the impulse to sacrifice oneself for others would not arise if others did not bring pressure to bear, in one form and degree of intensity or another, on each individual for that purpose, and if each individual had not already compromised himself by soliciting and assessing positively such forms of altruistic behavior. Certainly, in the conflict between immediate hedonistic impulses and the impulse to fight for more general, broadly gauged interests, the dominance of one over the other has nothing to do with freedom in the spiritualistic sense. Nor can it be said that the demythologizing of free will and praxis leads to historical justificationism. This point has a certain importance because historical justificationism has played an important, though always secondary, role in the crisis of Gramscism since 1956 and in the fact that historical studies in Italy have once again been moving towards the right, while the new generation of Marxists is no longer made up primarily of historians like its predecessor, but is instead made up of philosophers, with all the advantages and disadvantages implied by that. Historical justification can have an openly idealist version, according to which it is assumed that history is entirely rational, entirely progressive, entirely at one with the very development of the spirit. It is needless to point out to what degree this conception stands opposed to historical materialism. Here once again one finds the deceptive character of the concept of freedom as consciousness of necessity. It tends to lead to a confusion of causal necessity with a finalistic or even providential necessity. But historical justificationism assumes also another and more insidious function. On the one hand, it supposes that there is an objective situation so absolutely binding that only a single course of action is possible and all other solutions are condemned in advance to failure. On the other hand, it assumes the existence of a political subject totally free from corporative limitations and sectoral interests, totally capable of discerning that single obligatory choice with perfect lucidity. When stated in these terms, all the negative effects of a political choice can then be regarded as the necessary price of the step forward that was being undertaken at that particular historical moment. And any criticism of the action taken by the Italian right or the Stalinist bureaucracy comes to be regarded as moralistic, utopian, anti-historical, etc. This conception is mistaken both in its way of characterizing the objective conditions, which obviously have a very great determining force, but not such as to foreclose the possibility of arriving at different solutions, and in its way of characterizing the political subject, which may commit errors in the execution of a particular policy and even opt for a mistaken policy, precisely because the 110 solutions are not completely binding. A political elite is undoubtedly the expression of a given social class, but that elite may give expression to the immediate aspirations of its class, or it may tend to express the class's more fundamental, long-range needs. It may focus on one or another stratum or social group within the class. It may draw the lines of the relationship between the class that it represents and the subaltern or hegemonized classes and strata in a number of different ways, either more authoritarian or more inclined to admit at least a partial consensus. Whether it is oriented towards one or the other of these various options depends on its cultural political background in a broad sense that encompasses both the immediate socio-economic situation in which the choice among the various options presents itself and the entire past of that ruling group and each of its members, a past that includes the effects of the previous practical experiences and currents of thought they have been exposed to, the political and cultural education they have received, and finally, with regard to single individuals, their psychophysical constitution and their familial and local milieu. 66 The failure of revolution in Western Europe and the need to build socialism in a backward and besieged country set insurmountable limits to the actions of any communist leader, even the most internationalist with the greatest trust in democracy from below. This is confirmed by the fact that both Lenin in his last years and Trotsky before he entered the opposition were themselves Stalinists to a certain degree. But in Stalin's Stalinism there was also an extra measure of brutal authoritarianism, denial of any possibility of dissent, manipulation of the entire world communist movement, falsification of Marxism in order to adapt it to all the contingent shifts in Russian state policy. And this extra measure, this extra price that the working class of the USSR and of the entire world was made to pay, was a result of the fact that the Stalinist ruling group was itself in many ways a product of Russian backwardness, of an ill-assimilated Marxism, of a formation that was too narrowly national, etc. Stalin did not commit the errors and crimes he did as the result of a free choice, being what he had become, he could not have acted any differently. But this impossibility of acting differently was not the consequence solely of the objective situation, as the historical rationalizers maintain, but also of subjective shortcomings. Different men would also have had to implement policies that were largely authoritarian and, in many respects, non-socialist. But the degree of authoritarianism would have been very different, and thus the right-wing involution undergone by the USSR and the people's democracies during the post-Stalinist era would also have been less disastrous. As I have mentioned, historical justificationism has had an important role in the vicissitudes of Italian left-wing culture during this second post-war period. Till 1956 a justificationist attitude prevailed among Italian communist or philo-communist intellectuals in relation to Stalinism. This represented a mélange of a tradition of revolutionary thought which took as its model the French Revolution and an anti-democratic and anti-humanist Croatian culture. In reality, these two component elements were quite heterogeneous with respect to one another. The former accepted violence as a painful but transitory price to be paid for the construction of a society without violence. The latter viewed violence as a permanent element in the history of mankind, and ridiculed all egalitarian, libertarian and pacifist programs. But in the minds of most Italian Marxists, by origin historicists and Crockians, the difference was not altogether clear. And one of the reasons for the great cultural political success enjoyed by Palmiro Togliatti for a good 15 years was the fact that he personified this confusion and typified with undeniable culture and skill the historicist Stalinist. 112. At the same time, however, anti-justificationist stirrings inspired by Gramsci's notes on the Risorgimento and by Emilio Serini's Capitalismo Nelli campaign ran through historical studies on the Risorgimento, which were the main object of attention of left-wing intellectuals who went through their intellectual tutelage during the years immediately following the resistance. The 19th-century Italian bourgeoisie was accused of not having fully carried out its own Revolution for fear of possible Jacobin developments. It was accused of having failed to carry out its national mission. The political struggle waged by the Italian Communist Party during the resistance and after was seen as a resumption and consummation on the part of the proletariat of that national popular revolution monk. This is not the place to discuss Gramsci's conception of the Risorgimento, nor to examine the degree to which it was faithfully interpreted by the Togliattian cultural political group. I merely wish to point out here that the fact that the Risorgimento was regarded in a certain sense as a historical phase that had not yet been concluded, made the contrast less striking between justificationist historicism, to which the Croatian Togliattians generally adhered, and the revisionism in Risorgimento studies which they claimed a right to carry out in that specific case. It made the contrast less striking, but on the theoretical level it did not actually resolve matters. When the 20th Congress of the PSU brought Stalinism into crisis in Italy as well, the lack of clarity with regard to this basic problem came to light. Bourgeois and social democratic critics did not fail to take advantage of it. On the one hand, they had a great time of it turning around against the USSR the argument about the objective situation being absolutely binding. The indictment of Stalinism was not enough, it had to be extended to Leninism, which had engendered Stalinism as an inevitable consequence, and to all forms of revolutionary communism, which would always be destined to end in Stalinism. Thus, either social democracy or Stalinist tyranny in all of its aspects. On the other hand, it was held that the moment had arrived to launch an attack on revisionism in Risorgimento studies. A second-rate Stalinist of capitalism, Rosario Romeo, took on the task of defending the position that all the suffering endured by the peasant masses in the aftermath of Italy's unification, all the corporative narrow-mindedness and all the authoritarianism of the regime established by the right, represented the price that had to be paid for the sake of primitive accumulation, without which there could have been no capitalist development of Italy. This kind of economistic caricatura of Marxism, according to which all problems related to cultural development, broadening of popular consensus, etc. counted for absolutely nothing in the calculations of the post-Risorgimento ruling class, achieved an astonishing success. This was due in part to the fact that the predominantly humanistic training and limited familiarity with economic history of many Italian Marxists left them nonplussed when faced with some tables and some comparative data on economic development in backward countries, and in part to the fact that these same Italian Marxists were unarmed before a theory of historical justificationism. 67. A revival of Marxist historiography will, in my opinion, have to take place on the basis of a refutation of justificationism that places itself firmly on a materialist and anti-voluntarist grounding. Such is the orientation of the cursory and incomplete remarks expressed above. If one wants to distinguish, as we have attempted to do, the cultural political background of the groups and individuals who operate in history from the immediate socio-economic situation in which they have to act, one has to reassert the need to articulate more fully the relationship between structura and superstructure. As is well known, this relationship is still largely an open question within Marxism. Precisely for this reason, there is a strong tendency to dissolve the problem rather than to resolve it. As we have already pointed out, the distinction between structura and timpanaro is, according to Coletti, more Engelschian than Marxist. The distinction leads, presumably, to a notion of the structure as a purely technical economic domain, not includ. 114. JNG Social Relations and hence Intersubjective Communication. 68. Coletti suggests that both terms should therefore be grouped under the concept of social relations of production. This is a suggestion that calls to mind only too many other solutions of a Crotian and Gentilian variety, in which all problems of the relationship of A to B were splendidly evaded by identifying A with B. This is a retrograde form of dialectic which should not be to the liking of the anti-dialectical Coletti. In the concept of social relations of production as delineated by Coletti, there does not appear to be any hierarchy in the priority and conditioning power of, on the one hand, the actual socio-economic sphere and, on the other, juridical political forms and cultural phenomena. Consequently, there is not even a preference for explaining cultural or political facts by beginning with the socio-economic facts, as opposed to the opposite procedure. This would place us outside not only the Positives contilinations of Marxism but also the Marxism of Marx himself. I do not agree with the idea that the difficulties inherent in the relationship of structure and superstructure can be resolved, as the professional philosopher inevitably tends to do, with operations to increase conceptual rigor which, after many twists and turns end by identifying the two terms or by stating in general terms that there is a dialectical or reciprocal relationship between the two of them. Rather, they can only be resolved by specifying, through a series of empirical observations, what is meant by the relative autonomy of the superstructure. The first person to consider this question was Engels, in his well-known letters to J. Bloch and C. Schmidt. The fact that he did not come to a definitive solution to the problem was underscored by Engels himself on numerous occasions. It is not true, however, that he did no more than rattle off the two formulae of reciprocal action and of TB structure as the decisive element in the final analysis. In those same letters can be found very important remarks which make it possible to give content to those two formulae. In the letter to Conrad Schmidt of October 27, 1890 we find the following. As a definite sphere in the division of labor, the philosophy of every epoch presupposes certain definite thought material handed down to it by its predecessors, from which it rakes its start. And that is why economically backward countries can still play first fiddle in philosophy, France in the 18th century as compared with England, on whose philosophy the French based themselves, and later Germany as compared with both. But in France as well as Germany, philosophy and the general blossoming of literature at that time were the result of a rising economic development. I consider the ultimate supremacy of economic development established in these spheres, too, but it comes to pass within the limitation imposed by the particular sphere itself, in philosophy, for instance, by the operation of economic influences, upon the existing philosophic material handed down by predecessors. Here economy creates nothing anew, but it determines the way in which the thought material found in existence is altered and further developed, and that, too, for the most part indirectly, for it is the political, legal, and moral reflexes which exert the greatest influence on philosophy. 6-9 Apart from the question of the relationship between the different superstructural levels, this passage clearly brings out that culture is determined both by the structure of the society in which it develops and by antecedent culture, and we might add, by the contemporaneous culture of countries with different social structures. The assertion that ideas do not arise by parthenogenesis from other ideas remains correct in the sense that this is never the fundamental source of the truly important ideas of an era, and that therefore there does not exist a history of ideas which can be conceived as a continuum independent of socio-economic facts. Nonetheless, ever since there have been traditions, i.e. the transmission of cultural products, it is beyond question that ideas have been influenced also by other ideas. Such is the case in those elementary processes of immediate transmission as represented in its simplest forms by family, religious, and state forms of education. But TB phenomena become much more complex as a result of the possibility of giving a permanent and lasting form to cultural products and of transmitting them over a long distance in time and space. With regard to the influence that Greco-Roman antiquity had on European culture of the Renaissance, one naturally has to ask the question, what contemporary needs were being met by that apparent return to the ancients? Thus, we are led back to the socio-economic facts that determined the end of the Middle Ages. It is, however, also true that the influence of ancient thought and art was far from inconsequential in giving Renaissance culture its particular characteristics. In short, there exist archival sources in all cultural movements, sources which may at times influence things in a traditionalist direction or in an anticipatory or even utopian direction. Does all of this mean that one is letting back through the window the idealism that was thrown out of the door? Not at all, since one always FMDs a material moving force behind all ideas. There are, however, certain disjunctures between the structura of a given society and its cultural phenomena, precisely because cultura can be transmitted far beyond the socio-economic situation which generated it. In the same letter to Conrad Schmidt, Engels makes the following remarks with regard to the relative autonomy of the juridical level from the economic level. In a modern state, law must not only correspond to the general economic condition and be its expression, but must also be an internally coherent expression which does not, owing to inner contradictions, reduce itself to naught. And in order to achieve this, the faithful reflection of economic conditions suffers increasingly. Thus to a great extent the course of the development of right consists only, FMT, in the attempt to do away with the contradictions arising from the direct translation of economic relations into legal principles, and to establish a harmonious system of law, and then in the repeated breaches made in This system by the influence and compulsion of further economic development, which involves it in further contradict Lons. 70. These are remarks which can be extended also to other institutions and cultural forms. Their autonomy from the structure results not only from the character of cultural traditions but also from a process of increasing internal coherence, i.e. from a tendency towards systematicity, a systematicity which, as Engels hastens to point out, is always subject to crisis as a result of the successive transformations of the Struktur. Here Engels accords to synchrony and diachrony what is due to them. Furthermore, it should he pointed out that this process of increasing internal coherence can at times operate in a conservative direction and at other times in a progressive direction, just like the effects of cultures which are different in time and space. As a conservative force, the internal coherence and relative autonomy of a juridical system puts up greater resistance to innovations precisely because it appears to be universally valid and independent of the socio-economic situation. It may operate also as a progressive force in that the capacity to carry out non-mental operations of generalization and extension by analogy, while not allowing a society ever to overcome its own class limits, may, however, allow particular individuals and avant-garde groups to reason beyond these limits. Such groups and individuals may be led to claim, for example, during a period of flourishing slavery that slavery should not exist because slaves are not inferior by nature to freemen, or they may be led to put forward a number of criticisms of the capitalist system on the basis of a logical extension of those principles of freedom and equality which the bourgeoisie must confine to the political juridical sphere in the very act of proclaiming them. It is by virtue of processes of this kind that one can deduce that capacity of the superstructure to act back upon the structure, which is often represented in somewhat miraculistic terms as the obscure effect of a dialecticity inherent in all reality. Finally, Engels brought out the fact that in a class society, the problem of the relationship between structure and superstructure cannot be separated from the problem 118. Of the division of labor and the particular post occupied by various groups of intellectuals as workers specifically assigned to superstructural activities. This accounts, on the one hand, for their recurrent illusion and claim to be not just relatively but absolutely autonomous from the socio-economic base, and to incarnate the eternal values of the spirit. On the other hand, it also accounts for their greater capacity to commit themselves unwaveringly to long-term objectives and to resist, as Lenin pointed out in What Is to Be Done, the immediate allurements of reformism and anarchism, to which the non-intellectual comrade is more vulnerable. The Leninist conception of a party which infuses the working class with a revolutionary consciousness from the outside does not derive from a presumed philosophical or political voluntarism on Lenin's part. Rather, it derives from a recognition of that diversification in the way of becoming revolutionary which distinguishes intellectuals from proletarians. Today we can see even more clearly the grave dangers entailed by this dualism, a permanent delegation of authority from the base to the leadership, a gradual degeneration of the ruling group itself with alternating phases of sectarianism and opportunism and with a full involution in the direction of a conservative bureaucratic authoritarianism. It is correct, therefore, to study and put into effect all possible countermeasures, while still holding to the assumption that the only radical countermeasure would be a de facto supersession of the distinction between intellectual and non-intellectual revolutionaries, and that the proletarianization of intellectuals which is taking place today represents only a beginning, as yet insufficient, in overcoming the distinction. It is not merely a matter of chance that the problem of direct democracy still remains the one farthest away from solution for all proletarian movements, whether in a pre-evolutionary stage or in an accomplished socialist revolution. One cannot help but recognize also that there are /10/1 superstructural elements in cultural activities and institutions. I have attempted to show above how this admission does not in any way undercut materialism, but rather calls forth a closer consideration of that hierological nature of man which Marxism, and particularly contemporary Marxism, tends to disregard. The binomial of structure-superstructure still remains fundamental, despite all the attempts to discredit and dissolve it on the part of Marxism's opponents, for it points to the preponderant part played by the economic structure in determining the major transformations of juridical political institutions, cultural milieu, and forms of collective psychology. Thus, it represents a discovery of immense significance, both as a criterion for explaining social reality and as a guide for transforming it. It becomes inadequate, however, when it is taken as an exhaustive classification of reality, as if there were nothing that existed which was not either structure or superstructure. Coletti repeatedly uses the formula Marxism of the Second International in his introduction to Bernstein in order to characterize the banalization and distortion of Marxism which, according to him, was begun by Engels and carried forward by Koski and Plekhanov. The formula is designed to underscore the link between vulgar materialism and social democratic revisionism. The accounts do not balance out so easily, however. Revisionism is indeed bolstered by a contribution from the vulgar evolutionists, but it soon began to develop through the efforts of neo-Kantians, empirio-criticists, and semi-idealists of various kinds. Precisely because it reflected the hegemony of the bourgeoisie, revisionism followed the bourgeoisie in its passage from positivism to idealism. On the other hand, the greatest revolutionary Marxist of the early 20th century, Lenin, took a clear-cut position against the shift towards empirio-criticism of the late 19th century and later against Western European vanguard revolutionism based on subjectivism and voluntarism, equally anti-voluntarist, particularly in her disagreement with Lenin over the conception of the relationship between party and class, was Rosa Luxemburg. There is a way to define the Marxism of the Second International which, paradoxically, leads to the inclusion of Lenin and to the notion that Karl Korsch or Piero Gobti 7-1 or even Sarl, represent the most authentic Third Internationalists. It is necessary, therefore, to develop a line of argument that is more articulated and, at the same time, more political. The real limitation of the Marxism of the Second International did not consist in a lack of voluntarism, but rather in a schematic and tenaciously Eurocentric philosophy of history, in a non-Marxist conception of the state, in an inadequate understanding of the imperialist phase of capitalism, and in a persistent illusion that the bourgeoisie was already and would become increasingly a peace-loving and contented bourgeoisie, precisely at a time when it was getting ready for more ambitious militarist and reactionary adventures. Furthermore, one should not forget that in all political movements theoretical degeneration comes after an opportunist practice has already taken root, an opportunist practice that remains disguised by the solemn reaffirmation of sacred principles which are believed in less and less. Rereading Bernstein, one has the impression that he is right on one point alone, in reproaching the leaders of his party with conducting themselves in their everyday practice according to those criteria of collaboration with the bourgeoisie and repudiation of any revolutionary perspective / they still did not allow to be proclaimed with any openness. Is it possible that the rise of revisionism was abetted by Engels' famous introduction to the class struggles in France, in which he expressed, shortly before his death, a pessimistic judgment on the possibility of armed insurrection in the cities, and ascribed a positive value to the electoral victories of the German Social Democratic Party? One has to admit that Coletti expresses himself cautiously in this regard. He recognizes that to go from Engels's introduction to revisionism strictly speaking, one still has to take a big step i.e., the transformation into a strategy of what Engels had simply presented as a tactic. 73 Nevertheless, even here Coletti's exposition contains an anti-Engelschian tendentiousness, which comes out above all in the fact that strangely enough he does not mention even in passing that Engels's introduction had to be censored at various points in order to meet with the approval of the German Social Democratic leaders. 74 In point of fact, that introduction does not at all assign to the proletariat the goal of a peaceful conquest of power by electoral means. Rather, the objective is the growth of the party under legal circumstances, so that it is then able to confront from a position of strength the inevitable final showdown, which comes when the bourgeoisie itself abandons the field of peaceful competition. Moreover, in more general terms, the introduction raises the question of a majoritarian revolution, in which the entire working class, and not just a restricted vanguard, would be in a position to conquer and utilize power. The solution put forth by Engels can only appear simplistic today, given the experience we have had of the enormous capacity for absorption and peaceful neutralization which advanced capitalism possesses in relation to the working class. But the question remains open for anyone convinced that the Leninist model of the relationship between party and class and minority revolution cannot be realized in just those terms in the countries of advanced capitalism, and that, in any case, it does not resolve the question of the direct management of power on the part of the proletariat after the revolution. In Marxism and Hegel, the notion of Marxism of the Second International recedes into the background, since here Coletti tends to merge together into a single indictment dialectical materialism and so-called Western Marxism, Engels and Bergson, the early and late Lukács, Lenin and his revolutionary subjectivist opponents. But what escapes Coletti in both writings, and, for that matter, escapes almost all contemporary Marxismists, the significance of the shift in bourgeois culture between the end of the 19th century and the beginning of this century, i.e. the shift from positivism to idealism. Unless one makes an assessment of this shift, one remains, despite all good intentions, entrapped in the anti-materialism which pervades all of contemporary Western culture, and the critique of positivism becomes laden with anti-materialist themes. Obviously, this was not a shift caused by the advent to power of a new class, since positivism and idealism are both expressions of bourgeois culture. And it is also true that there is a certain continuity between the two movements of thought, for within positivism and rigorously materialist positions were always those of a minority. Nevertheless, such a profound change of the cultural climate with such lasting effects cannot be regarded as one of those purely superstructural transformations for which it would be senseless to search for a socio-political origin. Nor can one explain everything, as Coletti attempts to do, with the theory of one extreme calling forth the opposite extreme etc., etc. 75. It still remains to be explained, however, why the two extremes followed one another in precisely that order, and to what needs of the bourgeoisie and of that part of the proletariat under the hegemony of the bourgeoisie they corresponded. The most conspicuous characteristic of the shift at the end of the last century is an increasingly radical anti-objectivism. Generally, its point of departure are real and serious problems in the epistemology of the sciences, related to the need for a re-examination of the very foundations of scientific knowledge. But this epistemological crisis is quickly used in order to reassert an absolute, mythological creativity and freedom belonging to man, and in order to be able to disregard both the real conditioning to which man is subject and the way to overcome it. It then becomes possible to proclaim a completely rhetorical and mystifying subjectivism voluntarism. Both are forms of bourgeois philosophy, but the respect for reality is not the same in both. During the positivist phase the belief was widespread that myth, the irrational and obscurantism were arms which served not the bourgeoisie in its most progressive form but rather the old feudal absolutist forces, against which the bourgeoisie had waged recent struggles. The dissemination of scientific truth was also seen to coincide with the general interests of the bourgeoisie in the shorter or longer run. And it was even deemed possible that scientific truth would gradually be able to overcome the antagonism between bourgeoisie and proletariat. Significant groups of intellectuals in both the literary and the scientific field claimed for themselves a particular, relatively autonomous function in this process of disseminating a lay knowledge and of elevating the proletariat socially and culturally, at the same time that they continued to be organically linked to the bourgeoisie. That this expectation was illusory and that the scientific truth of the positivists was permeated with retrograde ideologies are, of course, well-known facts. However, to the extent that the 19th century bourgeoisie still had enemies on the right and not just on the left, there still existed a real area of overlap between the interests of the bourgeoisie and scientific truth. Of course, the specter of communism had already been haunting Europe for some time, and Lubes is right to emphasize that the years 1848–9 represented a watershed after which the anti-proletarian consciousness of the bourgeoisie became evident. But just as the bourgeoisie had often oscillated between an anti-feudal struggle and an anti-proletarian struggle before those years, similarly in the period following them there were times when it felt things were sufficiently calm on its left to be able to afford that partial revival of the Enlightenment which was represented, with all its limitations, by positivism. 76 Nor did the experience of the Paris Commune extinguish once and for all the lay features and universalistic claims of bourgeois culture. It was only with the development of imperialism that the bourgeoisie's reactionary calling became absolutely predominant. There then arose an intellectual adventurism tending to portray the very attempt to attain objective truth as a kind of naivete, just as materialism is invariably prefixed by the epithet vulgar in the writings of idealists and semi-idealists. Similarly, realism is constantly qualified as naive. The polemic against positivist mediocrity and quietism and the reassertion of voluntarism which pervaded the early 20th century may have assumed a revolutionary guise. But with startling speed the revolutionaries of this kind became the standard bearers for imperialist adventures during the years leading up to the First World War. An objective analysis of Italian culture during the early 20th century could not help but show that, above and beyond the differences in moral temperament, there was an ideological matrix common both to fascism and to a certain anti-fascism which was also a product of the interventionism of World War I, an anti-fascism which still competes with fascism in laying claim to being the authentic representative of the Italy of Vittorio Veneto. 77 Nor is it enough to isolate the most blatant forms of irrationalism as being pre-fascist, for that overlooks the fact that in a more fundamental sense all of the neo-idealist culture of the early 20th century is irrationalist. Within Marxism itself there were those who deluded themselves into thinking that the idealist Renaissance could serve as a tonic against the gradualism and parliamentarism of the Second International. This illusion was shared, with a great deal of moral fervour, by Korsch, by the early Lukács, even by the early Gramsci in certain respects, as well as by certain fellow travelers of Marxism, such as Piero Gobti and many of the forces which later were drawn into the Partito di Azione. 79 It was a great merit on the part of Lenin not to have assented. For the present-day vanguards of the extreme left in the West, the danger of lapsing back into idealism is an objective possibility precisely because of their character as intellectual vanguards. As long as it had not given up the idea of itself as a representative of scientific truth and a class capable of elevating and absorbing within itself the proletariat, the bourgeoisie had need for a fusion of the culture of the intellectuals with that of the masses. This need, which manifested itself in 19th-century science as well as in literature and music, was satisfied in a variety of forms, ranging from the narrowly paternalistic to the more or less broadly democratic. It is entirely correct to point out the interclass ambiguity of even the most progressive forms of this relationship between intellectuals and masses. In particular, it is necessary to point out the mystifying function always carried out by patriotism, even in its least chauvinist versions, in the creation of this relationship. Above all, one must reject any anachronistic attempt to return to that situation, any nostalgia for the healthy bourgeoisie of the last century. But one must realize also that the great realist art of that century and the great science contemporary to it, with its enlightenment and humanitarian impetus, were not a mere fraud. Rather, they possessed a positive force precisely because of the continued existence within the 19th century bourgeoisie of motifs related to the struggle against the right, and, at the same time, because of the continued existence of a measure of autonomy among progressive intellectuals in relation to the immediate class interests of the bourgeoisie. With the crisis of positivist culture and the emergence of various forms of neo-idealism in philosophy and of decadentism in art, this relationship between intellectuals and masses changed drastically. All attempts to unite culturally the educated class and the masses were abandoned, and in their stead a policy of cultural division was pursued. On the one hand, there developed a high culture with distinct characteristics of spiritual aristocracy and disdain for the proletariat. On the other hand, there developed a second-rate semi-culture assigned the task of maintaining the proletariat in a state of submission, sometimes by redirecting its revolutionary potential towards aims of imperialist plunder, at other times by instilling in it petty bourgeois ideals of moralism and maudlin sentimentalism. Despite the positive effects of the concept of populism in the polemic against the cultural politics of the Italian left during the last 25 years, its widespread use has, in my opinion, led to a blurring of the distinction between these two different kinds of relationship between intellectuals and masses. Even worse, it has led to a legitimation of the unqualified admiration of Azarosa for high bourgeois art, leaving out of account the fact that the latter can only exist by virtue of a division of labor between great intellectuals, who disregard the masses, and populists who have a syrupy love for them and keep them quiet. By referring to the anti-objectivist tendency in 20th century bourgeois culture, we do not mean to infer that there existed a hostility towards science in general. Of course, within the reaction against positivism there were expressly anti-scientific currents of thought, especially in Italy. But it is not conceivable, and, in fact, it did not happen, that during a period of extraordinary technical scientific development the bourgeoisie of the most advanced countries could for any length of time adopt an ideology which liquidated the sciences. Thus it was possible, in a country as relatively backward as Italy in the early years of this century, for the neo-idealism of the absolute subject, which denied all cognitive value to the sciences, to predominate through the efforts of thinkers belonging to the southern agrarian bourgeoisie. However, in countries in which the bourgeoisie was more advanced, the reaction against positivism developed primarily within the field of science itself. The empiria criticism of Avenarius and Mach, the conventionalism of Poincare, the contingentism of Boutroux with its Bergsonian developments, all of these rejected the idea that science had an irreparably materialist nature, and that, therefore, the only refuge from materialism lay in denying science itself. Rather, these thinkers sought to show that materialism is the product of pre-scientific common sense, and that study of the foundations of the sciences represents the best possible refutation of materialism. The textbooks in the history of philosophy which were used in Italian schools at the time of Croce and Gentile's hegemony treated the above-mentioned currents of thought with a restrained benevolence, as the anti-positivist reaction's first sallies, which remained enmeshed in large part in the very fallacies they sought to refute. Only with Italian NCO idealism was the naturalistic dross flonali eliminated. Italian idealism's claim to greater internal coherence was not, admittedly, entirely unjustified, and justified as well were the polemical retorts against relapses into transcendentalism, such as took place, for example, with Blondel and the late Bergson. Although the masters of Italian idealism were much more outmoded in their cultural background and were always ready to align themselves with the Church in political matters, they maintained unswerving devotion to the belief that educated men could live without the false comfort of transcendental illusions. Nevertheless, in the long run the other currents of anti-objectivist thought, from which neo-positivism and structuralism arose, have shown much greater vitality than Italian humanistic idealism, precisely because they corresponded to the need to accept and promote technical scientific progress, although they stripped it of that charge of combative secularism and destruction of all spiritualistic myths which science had possessed during the 18th century and again during the 19th. After the Romantic interlude, these new modes of thought do, of course, propose, in their own way, to win over the masses to science, it may appear, and to a certain extent it is true, that they have taken up again the program of the old positivist culture. In reality, however, the relationship between intellectuals and masses is conceived in a very different way. No attempt is made at a cultural unification and popularization of science in an anti-religious and humanitarian vein, as was the case, for better or for worse, during the 19th century. Instead, maintaining and heightening the rupture between experts and non-experts, the aim is to epater the non-experts with the wonders of technology and reduce them increasingly to being mere passive consumers of that technology. The danger which threatens Marxism today is that of dichotomizing its position in this regard, on the one hand, a purely moralistic rejection of this technological fetishism which expands into an absurd negation of science itself, on the other, a hastily conceived conciliation of Marxism with the most recent philosophic scientific orientations, without undertaking the work necessary to separate what is scientific from what is ideological in these orientations. It is not enough, as is often done, to ask the positivists, structuralists, and Freudians to pay greater attention to social factors, as if the question of the compatibility of these philosophies with Marxism could be settled merely by supplying them with an increased social dimension rather than by subjecting their theoretical bases to analysis. It is necessary to bring out the idealist features which those tendencies of thought carry with themselves right from their very origin, i.e. from the anti-materialist reaction of the late 19th century. The struggle against historicist and humanistic interpretations of Marxism is correct, but it is a rearguard action. Nowadays it is no longer a question of combating an idealism that denies science, but rather of combating the idealism within modern science. This struggle entails upholding a materialist epistemology. As against either Platonist theoreticist or empiricist agnostic conceptions of science prevailing today, rejecting the antithesis science history, and placing the historical sciences of nature and their consolidation with the human sciences at the center of the discussion, and, finally, elaborating on the link between materialism and hedonism, with all the consequences it has for the model of the socialist society we envisage for ourselves. Anti-Engelsism represents a rejection of this outlook. It is, therefore, symptomatic of a lingering idealism, even if it prides itself on its polemic against one form of idealism, the Hegelian form. Engels offers no ready-made solutions to any of the problems we have mentioned. But Engels must be the point of departure for confronting them once again. 82 Since the FMT publication of this book, the reassessment of Engels, with all its highs and lows, has made decided advances. In the FMT place, one has to mention the work by Guilleminot and some of his students, most of which in fact predates my own essay, though it was published later as a result of editorial delays. I shall confine my citations to the following: Guilleminot, Storia del pensiero filosofico e scientifico, Milan 1971, the chapters devoted to the background of the early Engels and to the mature Engels and his present-day relevance, the articles by Guilleminot himself, his students and other Marxist scholars published in Critica Marxista No. 6, 1972. Although none of these writings is devoted entirely to the study of Engels's thought, Engelsian themes and developments run through almost all of them. The same can be said for the recent volume by E. Bellone, L. G. Morat, G. Giorello, and S. Tagliagambe, Attualità del materialismo dialettico, Rome 1974, also for Eleonora Furani, Friedrich Engels e il materialismo dialettico, Milan 1971. I must register a certain amount of disagreement with these works as far as the validity of the materialist use of the dialectic in Engels and Marx is concerned. Nevertheless, my agreement far outweighs my disagreement, as I have attempted to make clear in a review of Guilleminot's Storienbelicht in Belfagar, XXVIII, pp 37-18. With regard to the relationship between the natural sciences and the human sciences in Engels's thought, and with regard to certain present-day theoretical developments brought to light by recent epistemological developments, see the particularly interesting work by G. Prestipano, Natura e Società, per una nuova lettura di Engels. Rome, 1973. Engels's early background and his political activity prior to 1849 have been illuminated by new translations into Italian of texts, accompanied by important introductory essays. Engels, Anti-Schelling, C.D. E. Furani, Bari 1972, E. Furani and F. Vidoni, to Juan Engels, Rultura, Class E Materialism e Dialettico, Milan 1974, Friedrich Engels Viandante e Soldato della Realizzazione, ed. B. Moffley, Florence 1972. Engels's studies of German antiquity have only recently disclosed their unsuspected value. They link up with that field of interests which had its most complete expression in his The Origin o' the Family. However, on a number of points in the linguistic field they anticipate results arrived at only much later by professional linguistics. In this regard, see the works of V. M. Skiermunski, Deutsche Mundartkunde, Berlin 1962, and G. Dolphini, Engels Philologo, 2 Corpo, I, pages 6 SFF, and, more recently, see in particular the introductory essay by Paolo Ramat to Engels, Stereo e Lingua dei Germani, Rome 1974. In Lucio Coletti's political and philosophical interview, he refers to a change in his ideas with regard to the Marx-Engels relationship. But this shift tends more towards a desacralizing of Marx than towards a positive reassessment of Engels. As Coletti puts it, the facts, after all, speak for themselves. Everyone knows that Marx spent a large part of his life studying in the British Museum, while Engels was working in a cotton business in Manchester. This boutade certainly fails to explain the extraordinary competence Ulrich Engels displayed in the most diverse fields, without ever lapsing into a desultory encycloptism or losing sight of the basic objective underlying all his investigations. The fact that he assisted Marx not only financially and in the political organizational activities of the workers' movement, but also by pointing out books to him and discussing problems with him, is well known by all and acknowledged by Marx himself on numerous occasions. That certain anti-Engelsian letters by Marx existed, and that they were destroyed by Marx's family after his death, are indisputable facts, and we certainly must deplore the misguided zeal of trios who, perhaps with the best of human and 1-2 political intentions, destroyed them. We are unable, however, to assess the significance of the fact that Marx wrote such letters. Did theoretical disputes prevail in them, or were they disagreements over contingent political matters? Or, alternatively, was the predominant feature of the letters the kind of passing irritability which is more than understandable in a man who was largely dependent financially on his friend, and who, despite the strong and sincere affection for his family, was more or less a prisoner of a Victorian morality? Paris 970, ch. 6 and Passim. The lack of understanding shown by Marx for the sorrow Engels experienced on the death of his friend, the worker Mary Burns, probably had its roots not just in purely contingent circumstances but also in that Victorianism of Marx, according to which love not properly legalized was regarded, more or less unconsciously, as something less serious than conjugal love. Nevertheless, the fundamental agreement between the two men, which does not at all mean that they were twin souls, but rather that they complemented one another, remains an undeniable fact. It is no matter of chance that those who have embarked on a Marxism without Engels have arrived, coherently enough, at a Marxism without Marx. Nor do I think it fair to make a comparison between R.H.E. Marx of theories O.J. surplus value, the Grundriss and Capital, and the Engels of dialectics O.J. nature. One should not forget that the FLRST impulse to deal with questions of political economy came to Marx via Engels, the condition O.J. the working class in England and outlines O.J. a critique O.J. political economy were two essential premises of the later great works of Marx. Nor should one neglect, from among Engels's major works, a book as open to the future as The Origin O.J. the Family. In this case, the FLRST impulse came to Engels via Marx, the critique of bourgeois customs, of bourgeois sexual and familial morality, bears unmistakably the mark of Engels. Furthermore, I do not believe at all that the Hegelian residues in dialectics of nature, in the much maligned Anti-Dionangy, and in Ludwig Feuerbach are sufficient to negate their materiality and to cancel out the importance of the attempt at a union of the natural and the social. A more subtle, but no more persuasive, form of anti-Engelsian IS 111 appears in Luperina's Marx Secondo Marx. To formulate an indictment against Engels on the grounds that he misinterpreted Marx's method in a historicist direction, basing one's claim simply on Engels's incomplete and probably reluctant review of a contribution to the critique of political economy, seems to me to be a highly debatable procedure. With regard to this essay by Lupin, I simply wish to note that although Luperini has succeeded in recent Years in clarifying his points of disagreement with Structuralism and Althusser's structuralist Marxism, he still seems to equate the primacy of synchrony with a revolutionary point of view, and that of diachrony with a reformist historicist point of view. If this is the way things really stood, then we would have to choose Linnaeus and Cuvier over Darwin, Smith and his epigones over Mrx. It seems to L11.E also that Luporini ascribes an exaggerated importance, within the framework of Marxist methodology, to the old Aristotelian problem of what is first according to nature and what is FLRST with respect to us. Both of these methodological itineraries have their dangers, not just the former. One need only recall that Gentiles atheismo is precisely an affirmation of the absolute and sole reality of the first with respect to us. The worst kind of anti-Engelsism and crude anti-Leninism, based on a pragmatist interpretation of Marxism which gives it the illusion of being revolutionary, can be found in the essay by Helmut Fleischer, Lenin y la filosofia, Historia del Marxismo Comparable 1 EO, Milan 1974, pages 779 ff. In this history, which is L11 inevitably somewhat eclectic but on the whole praiseworthy for its objectivity and balance, the essay by Fleischer represents a real eyesore. 4. Structuralism and its successors. The summary negative reference to structuralism at the end of my considerations on materialism has elicited the legitimate reservations of two friends particularly qualified to discuss these questions, Giulio Lepschi and Tullio de Moro. In a long letter, which deserves to be printed in its entirety and which draws on themes he has developed in his writings on STTU-duralist linguistics, Lepschi calls my attention to the fact that structuralism does not exist as a relatively unitary movement to which one can attribute the characteristics indicated by Inc. The concept of an historical, Cuvierian closed system, which I consider inherent in structuralism, is, in Lepschi's words, something of a polemical fantasy. At the most, it may correspond to Helm's conceptions. It certainly does not correspond to the resolution of the split between synchrony and diachrony put forward by the Prague school and, in particular, by Jacobson. Nor does it correspond to any of the quite different positions in American structuralist linguistics. Tullio de Moro remarks that in Saussure, particularly in the authentic Saussure brought to light during the last 15 years through the efforts of Gödel and Engler, there is no lack of interest whatsoever in the genesis from below of the linguistic system and in the relationship between language and social reality. To this Saussure, quite different from the lifeless image which is bandied about Europe by many anti-Saussurians and even by many Saussurians, de Moro feels intimately related, through an interest which is not simply cultural historical but also theoretical and contemporary, as anyone knows who has read his Introduzione alla Semantica and the other writings in which he has articulated and developed his ideas. 3. For de Moro, therefore, the question is not one of passing from outside a judgment which accepts or rejects structuralism, but rather of taking up a position within structuralism against excessively formalistic conceptions, on the one hand, and also against a crude realism which overlooks the fact that reality is not comprised solely of things but also of relationships and functions. I shall attempt below to clarify in what sense and within what limits that Sol 111 nary anti-structuralist statement of mine still seems to me to be valid. For the time being, let me say that Lepschi's and de Moro's remarks are valid not only with regard to their specific content, but also because they call for studies which have yet to be carried out with any thoroughness, 1. A characterization of the different ideologies which have influenced the various tendencies in structuralism and have been influenced by it, 2. A focusing or the relationship between science and ideology, not within structurali SLTI taken as a block but within the various historical phases and developments which the structuralist movement has gone through. There has, of course, been no lack of articles and debates on the question of structuralism and Marxism. In France especially there has been a veritable inflation of them, and in Italy too the question has received some noteworthy contributions. 4. But among the Marxists, there has been a tendency either to arrive at too hasty a conciliation of the two orientations, or to push for a voluntaristic, and even anti-scientific, Marxism in opposition to a structuralism which is regarded as modern-day science tout court. There has almost never been a reaffirmation, let alone an original development, of the materialist side of Marxism. Thus, the debate has ended once more with the Marxists forced to assume a subordinate position with respect to both of the two forms of idealism which today are rivals in the field of Western culture, historicist Hulionistic idealism and scientistic idealism. This has taken place also because a particular contemporary structuralism has been taken into account almost exclusively, without analyzing the passage from linguistic structuralism to extra-linguistic structuralisms, and without making any attempt to situate the historical genesis of structure.listen within the enovelment of anti-materialist reaction which had its beginning in the late 19th century and is still in progress. As to situate structuralism within this historical context certainly does not amount to a denial of the scientific gains it represents. But it will help to identify with greater clarity certain ideological extrapolations, however cloaked in scientific rigor and objectivity they may be. I do not propose to carry out here a work of this kind, which would require a broader competence than I have. I should only like to set forth some preliminary observations which, perhaps, will be useful for future research and discussion. The point of departure for an investigation of this kind should obviously be Saussure. Great advances have been made in the last few years in the reconstruction of the great linguist's cultural background. I am referring, in particular, to Tullio de Moro's annotated edition of the Cours de linguistique générale, which takes into account and discusses also the contributions of previous scholars. There remain, however, certain aspects of the relationship between Saussure and antecedent linguistics which should be studied in greater depth. I am not thinking so much of the precursors of Saussure himself, about whom much has been clarified, as of the opposing tendencies with respect to which Saussure's ideas represent a political reaction. Historical accounts of 19th-century linguistics generally indicate a line of development which, from Rask and Bach to Schleicher, and from Schleicher to the neo-grammarians, asserts ever more forcefully the unconscious character of so-called phonetic laws and their freedom from exceptions. The peremptory assertions by Brugmann and Osthoff, Dulbrich and Paul about the blind and necessary workings of these laws appear as the extreme formulation of what had already been proclaimed and practiced, although not without some hesitation and inconsistency, by previous linguists oriented in a more or less decidedly naturalistic direction. 7. This summary historiographic synchronization requires some further remarks with regard to the place of the neo-grammarians. To begin with, the reaction against naturalism had already begun before the neo-grammarians, within Schleicher's own school, i.e. within the school which had been most forthright in its assertion that linguistics is a natural science. Students of Schleicher such as Johannes Schmidt and Hugo Schuchard col1 traposed more articulated and repoundlaned models to Schleicher's model of the genealogical tree. Schmidt's writing on the affinity of Indo-European languages dates from 1872. Schuchard's LRST objections to an overly rigid classy-poundlocationism within the poundleld of the Romance languages can already be found in his great work on the vowel system of Vulgar Latin 9, almost a decade before the movement of the neo-grammarians took precise shape. Similar ideas about the impossibility of making rigorous demarcations of one language from another were held by Paul Meyer and Gaston Paris during the 1870s in France. Even then the reaction against genealogical and classificatory schematism was accompanied by the polemic against the assimilation of linguistics to the natural sciences. On this point, Schuchard found himself in agreement with older linguists with a philological and historical-ethnological background, such as George Curtius and Hamon Steintai, who had never accepted the separation of linguistics from the historical disciplines, as Schleicher had theorized it. The movement of the neo-grammarians, which had its official consecration with the preface by Brugmann and Osthoff to Morphologisk Untersuchungen, does not represent, therefore, the elimination of a one-sided avantion in linguistics. Rather, in certain respects it represents a reaction against disintegrative tendencies which had already called into question the scientificity of linguistics. The claim that phonetics is governed by exceptionless laws, which created such a sensation at the time, is indeed a consequence of the confidence inspired by the great success of studies in Indo-European phonetics during the 1870s, as a result of which previously inexplicable exceptions were shown to display a deeper, underlying regularity. But it represents also a polemical stiffening vis-a-vis historicist stirrings already in progress, snch as those which were beginning to emerge among Schleicher's students and in French linguistics. On two key points at least the neo-grammarians themselves proved not unaffected by such stirrings. Linguistics, they claimed, is an historical science with a psychological foundation, not a natural science. The phonetic laws are indeed without exceptions once they have been demonstrated, but the beginning of phonetic change is to be ascribed to an innovation on the part of a single speaker or small number of speakers, which is then generalized through imitation. 3. Phonetic innovation is not something which is collective from its very beginning, dependent on a transformation of the phonetic organs or of the physical or social environment, or on a kind of evolutionary force inherent in language itself, as if the latter were an organism independent of its speakers and endowed with its own life. Benvenuto Terracini is, therefore, not altogether mistaken when, from his idealist point of view, he perceives in these ideas of the neo-grammarians an initial movement towards a return to the interpretation of language and its vicissitudes in terms of man's creative spirit, for the opposition to the neo-grammarians was twofold from the very beginning. On the one hand, Schuchard thought that the new school was too mechanistic, for although he was far from conclusions of a Croatian type, he still leaned more and more towards a conception of phonetic lab_ts as mere tendencies and stressed the cultural side to linguistic facts. On the other hand, Graziadio Ascoli found too much psychology and too little naturalism in it, for it seemed to him that by ascribing an individual origin to phonetic transformations one detracted from their character as phenomena governed by universality necessity. This is not to imply that the alliance established between Ascoli and Schuchard against the neo-grammarians was the result of mere polemical contingencies. Both scholars had a strong sense of the interconnectedness of the various aspects of reality, and they displayed, therefore, an equal degree of annoyance with the claim put forward by the new school that linguistics was an autonomous science. The fact remains, however, that the kind of interdisciplinarity Ascoli had in mind was primarily a union of linguistics with biology and with an anthropology conceived in naturalistic and evolutionistic terms, whereas the kind Schuchard had in mind was a union of linguistics with the historical philological sciences, with a tendency to emphasize the cultural facts of language as opposed to unconscious mechanisms. While the conception of linguistics as a Darwinian science lost more and more ground after the 1880s, Neo-Gram 111 Arians and followers of Schmidt and Schuchard divided up the field. The great syntheses of Romance and Indo-European comparative Gram 1A are carried out according to neo-grammatical principles by Brugman and Meyer-Lubka were counterbalanced by the work of Kretschmer in the Indo-European field and by that of Gilly-Rahn and Schuchard in the Romance field, works which displayed a tendency towards an anti-classificatory and individualist historicism, which was later to become openly idealistic with Vossler and the Croatian linguists. 5. It is this crisis situation in the linguistics of the late 19th century which, in my opinion, has to be considered in order to understand certain features of Saussure's theory, beginning with its antinomic framework and the insistence with which Saussure stressed the need to keep the polar terms absolutely distinct, free from all contaminating influences. This determination to make rigorous distinctions serves what I would call a defensive function in relation to those tendencies which appeared to he designed to bring about the dissolution of linguistics as a science. At a time when the scientificity of linguistics was threatened by a one-sided and ever greater insistence on the subjective side to linguistic facts, Saussure maintained that this scientificity could be saved only by a rigorous separatism. In other words, the reality of both aspects of language, 6 must be acknowledged, but they must not in any way be brought into contact with one another or tested against each other in the treatment of linguistic problems. Rather, they must be regarded as two spheres of study completely independent of one another. In this way, the conception of langue as a system cannot be blurred by the consideration of phenomena dealing with individuals, since, by definition, the latter are extraneous to langue. It is no longer necessary to become embroiled, as a follower of Ascoli or a Neo-Grammarian would have done, in an endless debate with the followers of Scutchard or Gilliaran as to whether the collective or the individual aspect is the most essential in language viewed as a unitary fact. It now becomes a matter of delimiting from the outset the object of the linguistics of langue, in such a way that the facts of parole are declared not non-existent but simply irrelevanti. After he has observed that the object of linguistics runs the risk of slipping through the hands of the linguist and being divided up among a variety of disciplines, Saussure goes on to state the following. As I see it, there is only one solution to all of the foregoing difficulties. From the very outset we must take langue as our point of departure and use langue as the norm of all other manifestations of language. Taken as a whole, language is many-sided and heterogeneous, straddling several areas simultaneously, physical, physiological, and psychological. It belongs both to the individual and to society. We cannot put it into any category of human facts, for we cannot discover its unity. Langue. On the contrary, $1 a self-contained whole and a principle of classification. As soon as we give langue first place among the facts of language, we introduce a natural order into a mass that lends itself to no other classification. To devote oneself to the linguistics of langue means, therefore, to latch onto the single feature of language which is susceptible to scientific study and to autonomous study, thereby preventing the absorption of linguistics within the other disciplines. Furthermore, the very way in which Saussure conceives of parole has a polemical character to it. Although Saussure's parole is not reducible to phonation alone, but also encompasses the capacity to combine individual signs into sentences, there can be no doubt that Saussure stresses that parole is primarily a 11 late real manifestation of langue, and that such outward manifestations are irrelevant to the study of language as a system of signs. 18. Thus, there is a common anti-materialist orientation shared by Saussurianism, with the subsequent advances made by the Prague school and the Danes, on the one hand, and the more or less idealist and individualist logistics which runs from Scutchard to Vossler and the Italian Crocchines, on the other. The value schemes of the two anti-materialist orientations are, however, the opposite of one another. For an idealist historicist, the spirituality of language stems precisely from the assoliate individuality, the unrepeatability of individual expression, whereas any view of language as a general schema or institution is seen as naturalistic in that it would limit the freedom of the expressive act. For Saussure and even more for his followers, the stain of materialism afflicts a linguistics which gives primacy to the individual act of parole, which is a material manifestation of that system of ideal signs represented by langue. Here we are witness to a KJND of anti-literalist back-scratching on the part of an intuitionist and subjectivist Idcalis 111, which sees the positive in the creative act and the negative in its hypostatization, and on the part of a mathematical Platonist idealism, which sees the positive in the system of abstract concepts and the negative in their changing empirical manifestations. With Saussure, this Platonic stance is still embryonic. Although oriented towards an upgrading of the abstract, he still concurs in and feels the negative connotation of this term 19 and therefore asserts the concreteness of langue. It is, HOVO1 unquestionably with Saussure, in linguistics, that we have the beginning of that KRL over the abstract and the concrete which is destined to develop in a great variety of fields through the whole course of 20th century culture. Historical concreteness versus naturalistic abstractness. According to the idealist historicists, abstractness as the essential character of scientific knowledge versus an intuitionist and vulgarly empirical pseudo-knowledge. According to the structuralists and the followers of other epistemological orientations with a mathematical foundation. The other Saussurian dichotomy, synchrony versus diachrony, can also be traced back to the same defensive exigency. Even the neo-grammarians, together with an entire antecedent tradition of the 19th century, regarded the diachronic study of language as what distinguished scientific from merely descriptive linguistics. Hermann Paul, writing in his Principien der Sprachgeschichte stated, "From the moment we go beyond the mere ascertainment of individual facts and attempt to grasp their connectio-I_L, we then enter into the field of history, even if we are not avler of it. 20 But we have already seen how the neo-grammarians, by ascribing the origin of linguistic changes to individuals, had played a part in undermining, in a certain sense, faith in the scientificity of diachronic linguistics, and how the linguists influenced by neo-idealism went even farther in this direction. It was precisely in order to redeem the absolute necessity and generality of phonetic changes as against the neo-grammarians that Ascoli upgraded the theory of the substratum to the point where he made it the distinctive feature of his school. Saussure made no attempt at a salvaging operation of this kind. He acknowledged without further ado that diachrony is not amenable to rigorously scientific study in that it is the realm of fortuitous and asystematic phenomena. Changes never affect the system as a whole but rather one or another of its elements. Diachronic facts are then particular. cc.27 We have seen that a similar wavering can be found in the formulations of the neo-grammarians. Gödel is probably mistaken, therefore, in maintaining that the individualistical formulation does not correspond to Saussure's thought. The equivocation must have been in the lectures of the master himself, and not in the misinterpretations of his students. 28 Saussure agrees with the neo-grammarians also in stipulating that, despite the beginning of linguistic change in individuals, so-called phonetic laws have no exceptions. This regularity, which has at times been disputed, is apparently fmnly established. Obvious exceptions do not lessen the inevitability of such changes, for they can be explained either by more special phonetic laws, or by the interference of facts of another class. 9. This is exactly what the neo-grammarians maintained against the old and neb proponents of genuine exceptions. But Saussure immediately adds that to call these sound changes laws is completely mistaken, for they deal only with individual epithets. A sound change does not affect all words. Rather, it is only a single sound which changes under particular conditions completely independently of the words in which it is found. To NSE the terminology which will be introduced later by Martin et, phonetic changes concern only the secondary articulation of language. No law exists if one cannot point to a number of individual facts which are connected together. It is absurd to say that one element is governed by a law. 30 Thus, conceding that sound changes have no exceptions, Saussure immediately strips the statement of that scientificity which the neo-grammarians were so proud to ascribe to it, and does so in a far more radical way than by admitting certain exceptions. Saussure can thus conclude that in spite of certain appearances to the contrary, diachronic events are always accidental and particular. Force themselves upon long but are in no way general. L31 If on this point Saussure is, despite everything, still closer to the neo-grammarians than to Schuchard and to Gilliaran, on other points he has clearly absorbed to a great degree the ideas of Schuchard, Johannes Schmidt, Paul Meyer, and Gilliaran. To convince oneself of this, one need only read the chapters of the Coutts on the causes of geographical diversity and on the spread of linguistic waves. The notes from his 189 lectures already show this orientation. Clearly, no permanent features in languages, the impossibility of defining a dialect which covers any considerable area, e.g. the Savoyard dialectic, since each of the features which could be regarded as distinctive extends beyond the confines of Savoy. This is not the place to ask whether these concessions to linguistic geography do not ultimately have the effect of undermining the very concept of a synchronic linguistic system, which presupposes a relatively homogeneous and well-defined community of speakers. Rather, what is important to point out here is that in diachronic linguistics Saussure is Schmidtian and Schuchatlan to a considerable degree, and to the extent that he is a neo-grammarian, he gives an interpretation of neo-grammatical theory which seeks to deny or to limit the scientificity of diachrony. The diachronic dimension is surrendered to the enemy, so to speak. The retrieval of linguistics as a science is to be sought elsewhere, on synchronic ground, which is accorded pre-eminence by Saussure. The synchronic aspect predominates over the diachronic, both from the standpoint of the speaker, who perceives synchrony as the true and only reality, and from the standpoint of the linguistic scholar, who can give a rigorous definition to the object of his science and engage in linguistics strictly speaking only if he takes the synchronic aspect as his point of departure. 33. But it is not just the crisis in historical linguistics which inclines Saussure to opt for synchrony. It is the entire intellectual climate in general. Saussure himself refers to the so-called debate over methodology which unfolded during the late 19th century between the followers of the historical school and those of the theoretical school in the economic sciences. 34. But this debate was, in turn, an episode in a broader debate on the scientificity of historiography, which involved, on the one hand, Marxism. 35 and, on the other hand, the natural sciences. The great achievement of geological and biological evolutionism had been the demonstration of the historicity of nature, and thereby the supersession of the old antithesis between a static nature and a progressing history presumed to be the exclusive privilege of the spirit. Between 1850 and 1880 the L11 Stonkel sciences of nature had become the avant-garde sciences of European culture with all of the advantages and the dangers which that entailed. At the end of the 19th century there re-emerged, however, a split between the human and the natural, and correspondingly, between the historical and the scientific. The new historicism went back to Hegel in its claim that the only real history is that of the spirit, but it now stressed the particularistic features of the historical event which make it unrepeatable. Thus, it became heavily laden with irrationalism and intuitionism. In science culture, on the other hand, the place of biology receded dramatically in favor of the psycho-mathematical sciences, which focused on epistemological details of either an Enelpyrio-Pranlatals I experiments as the production of phenomena, or a Platonist nature. In biology itself, evolutionism went through a period of crisis as a consequence of the rediscovery of Mendel's laws and the rise of genetics, which initially appeared destined to refute rather than support Darwinian Historicists and new epistemologists were in agreement 111 declaring down with materialism. But the former said, down with science, which is materialistic, the latter long by excellence, which is the best refutation of materialism. Similarly, these orientations developed opposing viewpoints with regard to history, even though they had a common starting ground in their anti-materialism. In this general atmosphere one can understand very well the origins of the two fundamental tendencies in 20th century linguistics, one which takes Schuchard as its point of departure and moves towards increasingly idealistic positions, the other which moves from Saussure towards structuralism. The FLFST orientation accepts an individualizing historicism, and later makes heroic attempts to salvage a minimum of objectivity and selectivity in the linguistic fact, so that linguistics cannot be simply dissolved into aesthetics, as Croce would have liked. For Saussure's part, there is an abandonment of any attempt to incorporate the diachronic dimension into science. He is largely in agreement with the historicists in regarding such attempts as entirely futile. He is not, however, in agreement with them /Renat commes to abandoning science. Thus, he accepts a dualistic conception of the linguistic fact, the pole parole diachrony belongs to the world of he coming, the accidental and the atomistic, a world which is not amenable to science but only to opinion, the pole long synchrony belongs to the realm of hing, and it is only in relation to suckly a world that true science is possible. 36 Given our argument to this point, should we rush to the conclusion that Saussurianism is a scientistic Platonist ideology? This would be a grave mistake. To begin with, the fact that the distinctions made by Saussure carry the mark of the cultural climate in which they arose does not detract at all from their scientific side, which is ideologically neutral and acceptable even to someone who follows a completely different philosophico-political orientation. It remains true that, given the slowness with which language changes, its evolution generally goes unnoticed by the speaker, and that only the slowness makes it possible to use language as a means of communication. It remains true that although language evolves diachronically, it functions synchronically, as Coserin says. 37 Secondly, it has to be acknowledged that in speaking of the Platonism, anti-materialism, etc. in Saussure's thought, I have to some extent forced the argument. In other words, I have root out the seeds of tendencies which in the authentic Saussure are still neutralized to a considerable degree by what has been called his positivism. The psychological which Saussure counterposes to the physiological is not yet the spiritual. He takes pains to emphasize that the seat of Langue is in the brain of Spicaz. 3's Langue is supra-individual in a social sense, obviously not in the sense oft idealist. Romantic ego or in a strictly Platonist sense. The waverings in Saussure's thought and the dissatisfaction which prevented him from formulating his theory in a fully perfected form stem also from his reluctance to give up a realistic viewpoint in the study of language. It is this reluctance which puts such strain on Saussure's thoughts on the arbitrariness of signs, on value and signification, and on the concept of signs itself. On the one hand, there is the tendency to detach signs from any relationship with extralinguistic reality and to define them only in relation to other signs. Language is then no longer a means for communicating experiences or volition, but simply a system closed unto itself and basking in its own internal coherence, like a game of chess. 19 The fear of falling into naive realism, into the conception of language as nomenclature, and the need to go beyond the simplistic conventionalism of Whitney 4.0 often leads Saussure to overreact by sliding the instrumental value off language. At the same time, he is led to underestimate the communicative imperfections present in all languages, which require a particular context to make them intelligible. One should add, however, that in Saussure the relationship between language and what language serves to communicate is never completely lost from sight. BNT here is the paradox. On the one hand, the concept seems to be the counterpart of the sound image within the sign, and on the other hand, the sign itself is also and to an equal degree the counterpart of the other signs of the langue. Even outside the langue all values are apparently governed by the same paradoxical principle. They are always composed, of a dissimilar thing that can be exchanged for the thing of which the value is to be determined, and of similar things that can be compared with the thing of which the value is to be determined. Thus, to determine what a 5-franc piece is worth one must know, that it can be exchanged for a fixed quantity of a different thing, e.g. bread, and that it can be compared with a similar value of the same system, e.g. a 1-franc piece, or with coins of another system. In the same way, a word can be exchanged for all nothing dissimilar, an idea. Besides, it can be compared with something of the same nature, another word for z. If in this instance Saussure talks only of paradox, in certain handwritten notes stronger expressions can be found. This twofold character of linguistic value va jusque dis per l'esprit. 4, the temptation to resolve the paradox in favor of simply the second characteristic is undoubtedly very strong in Saussure. It is the emphasis he has given to the second characteristic which he regards as his most original contribution and the reason why he has advanced beyond Whitney. Nevertheless, he usually insists on both characteristics. What is indisputable is that value moves between these two axes, that it is determined concurrently along these two axes. 44 One could say that the similarity between langue and the monetary system has served as a fortunate counterbalance to the similarity between langue and a game of chess. This realistic dimension re-emerges in Saussure's remarks. 11 The arbitrariness of signs. The idea of sister is not linked by any inner relationship to the succession of sounds SOR which serves as its signifier in French. That it could be represented equally by just any other sequence is proved by differences among languages. The signified ox has as its signifier BOFO on one side of the border and OKS on the other side. 45 Ever since Benveniste 4.6 this explanation of arbitrariness has been regarded as a regrettable relapse on Saussure's part into the conception of language as a naming process which he had himself so effectively opposed. This ox in itself, which is called by two different nouns in France and Germany even though it is the same, was not at all to the liking of those who maintain that there is no reality outside language. When confronted with an animal characterized by such ennui 1C0111C and crude objectivity, no recent linguist appears to be prepared to say, "Ti amo," a p above .47, and even a scholar oriented in so vigorously an anti-formalist direction as de Mauro shares this negative judgment at least in part, and is at most prepared to attribute a didactic value to the example of Burfoaks 4.8. A look at the handwritten sources, however, makes it impossible this time to ascribe the crudeness to the editors of the course, or to perceive any evolution in Saussure's thought on this point. 49. It seems to me that this explanation of arbitrariness is essential, and can be integrated with, but not replaced by, other, more subtle explanations. That language is not reducible to a naming process is perfectly true, both in the sense that the continuum of experience is divided up by the different languages in different ways so that there is no biunivocal correspondence between objects and words, and in the sense that language is not made up of Lahul's hut of phrases, which take on very different logico-syntactic forms in the different languages. If, however, one wishes to maintain that language has no nomenclatural features at all, I see that it does not refer back to any sensory conceptual experience which is distinguishable from language itself and represents a common point of reference for those who speak different languages. 50. Then one arrives at two possible conclusions, both equally unacceptable: either language becomes a system pur, i.e. system which has no meaning and serves no purpose, or else it is asserted that there are as 111 any conceptions of the world as there are languages. In the latter case, one lapses into a degenerate form of the romantic conception of a Volksgeist, according to which there is presumed to be an absolute intranslatability between languages, so that, for example, Lenin's thought is presumed to resemble more closely that of Tsar Nicholas II, by virtue of the common language, than it does that of Marx and Engels. As de Mauro points out, Sandsure is far from taking this point of view. Why such is the case, however, precisely because he does not entirely reject Whitney's conventionalism, Hutt rather elaborates on it and incorporates it within his theory. The much deprecated example of Bergeyaux is elementary and as such far from definitive, bnt it is not at all erroneous. To reject it one would have to believe that there is a French way of conceiving ox which is completely different from a German way of conceiving it, or one would have to claim that the equation Bj equals ox is just as absurd as, shall we say, the equation Berf equals Himmel. Our acknowledgement that the continuum of experience is divided up in different ways by different languages should always be kept in mind, but it should not be inflated out of proportion. Obviously, to reiterate the examples which are passed on from textbook to textbook, the French bois, the Danish tray and the Italian bosco do not completely coincide with one another, since bois encompasses the signifieds woods and wood and tray those of wood and tree, and there exist countless other examples of such non-coincidences. But this does not mean that each language sets the values of the individual words in a completely unpredictable way, grouping together the most disparate concepts. There is a limit to the arbitrariness of the classifications which each language imposes on experience, and this limit is set by man's very psychophysical structure, by his needs, by his responses to particular stima, and by his cognitive practical activities, which are not absolutely different from one people to another, nor even from the present to the remotest of times. The arbitrariness in the classification of reality is, therefore, much less than the arbitrariness involved in the naming of the individual segments of reality. Even when their mode of classification is the same, languages distinguish themselves from one another by the different names they give to the segments. This is what was brought out by the example of Bergeyaux. Furthermore, as a result of the possibility which languages have of expressing all things with different means, the translatability of one language into another is much greater at the level of phrases than at the level of individual words. Saussure was cognizant of all of this. It is for this reason that he states that the conception of language as a naming process is simplistic, but not totally mistaken. It can bring us near the truth by showing us that the linguistic unit is a double entity, one formed by the associating of two terms, y association or combination or totality. All these various terms are used by Saussure and indicate that his wavering between the concept lawns of language as a tool for communicating some_ething, and language as a self-sufficient system FMDs its way into the concept of signs. At times this latter term indicates an association of signifier and signified in which the two terms retain a relative autonomy, THNS, the need to make a distinction between language and what language has to communicate is salvaged, but there reappears the specter of the naming process Whitney's conception, WHLCH Saussure regards as inadequate. At other times the term indicates an inseparable synthesis, in which case the difficulties connected with the blurring of the two levels re-emerge. Saussure's well-known dissatisfaction with the choice of the two terms signifier and signified and with the term for the totality goes beyond a merely terminological dissatisfaction. With the terms signifier and signified we have yet to arrive at the word which we still need and which Chanel designate, without any possibility of equivocation, their union together. Whatever term is chosen, sign, term, word, etc., it will shift over to one side and runs the risk of designating only one of the parts. Probably there could not even be a suitable term. As soon as a term is applied to an outline of value, it is difficult for it not to fan off to one side or triothyl 5. In point of fact, the term sign almost always manages to fall onto one side or the other. Either it again becomes a synonym for signifier, as often happens in Saussure 54, or else it ends by swallowing up the signified. Saussure's distance from a subsequent foreknell of structuralism which goes beyond linguistics can be assessed by noting the insistence with which he emphasizes the differences between language and the other human institutions and activities. It is true that he foresays a future science of signs, semiology, of which linguistics will represent only one part. 55 He states that the boundaries of this new science have yet to be determined. Why will semiology come to a halt? It is hard to say in advance. 56 But it is clear from all his remarks that only systems of signs in the strict sense belong to semiology: writing, the alphabet of deaf mutes, symbolic rites, forms of politeness, military signals, etc. Even rites and forms of politeness, Wickley, together with the customs mentioned a little later, would appear to justify an extension of semiology to cultural anthropology, fall into the category only to the extent that they have something conventional and unexplained about them. The less arbitrary they are, the less they can be regarded as typically semiological. Saussure rejects the notion and term of symbol for the linguistic sign, precisely because the symbol is never wholly arbitrary. The symbol of justice, a pair of scales, could not be replaced by just any other sim 1001, such as a chariot. 57 Even further removed from language are familial institutions, such as monogamy or polygamy. 58 Similarly, laws and even customs, which had initially been grouped under semiology, are subsequently distinguished from language in a clear-cut fashion. 59 Saussure even takes Whitney to task for not having made the distinction sufficiently clear. 60 Even economics, which Saussure had used as a model to clarify the twofold nature of linguistic value, is dissociated from language because economic value is rooted in things and in their natural relations. 61 It can be concluded, therefore, that according to Saussure various other branches of knowledge will enter in part and by approximation into the future semiological science, but that only linguistics, accompanied at most by the study of writing and sign systems in the strict sense, has a full claim to belong to it. In general, the emphasis is not on the analogy between language and other institutions, but on the singularity of the former, which is a human institution, but of such a kind that all the other human institutions, with the exception of writing, can only lead us astray as to its real essence if we trust in their analogy. And even more decisively, we are convinced that whoever sets foot on the around of lan oouj is to bereft of all the analogies of heaven and earth. 6. Saussure is thus very far from using the conventional and systematic character of language as a model which can be freely applied to all the other sciences. He is very far from attempting a reduction of all reality to language, or to a system in a formalistic sense. Rather, he senses very strongly the non-conventionality of everything in life and human society which is not language. In his general vision of reality, to the degree that it appears in the interstices of his reflections on linguistics, he is even more of a realist than in his conception of language. ******. A good deal of 20th century structuralism can be regarded as a one-sided development of those tendentially Platonist idealist features noted in Saussure, detached from the realist counter-tendencies which keep Saussure's T-bot in a precarious equilibrium. Naturally, this is not a development which proceeds by parthenogenesis from Saussure's theory alone. It encroaches instead under the pressure of an entire cultural political situation quite different in its openly anti-materialist climate from that in which Saussure grew up. Although the theories of the Copenhagen and Prague schools represent Importa 1T gains, they immediately show themselves to be much more ideologized than Saussure's theory. One need only read B.R. Sentendel's introductory article to Acta Linguistica 6, in order to see that it is no longer necessary, as in Saussure's case, to look for inklings or seeds of anti-materialism and to run the risk of indicting the author's intentions. Here the intentions are explicit, the Platonism is completely unshrouded, and it takes on the shape of a global antithesis between the thought of the 19th century and that of the 20th. From an ideological and epistemological standpoint, this article is a mishmash. 6.4 In his anti-evolutionary zeal, B.R. Sentendel takes as allies a Lalande and a Meyerson Sixs without realizing the important differences between their metaphysics and structuralism, and lumps together as opponents of slow and gradual evolution a great achievement of modern science like quantum mechanics with a biological theory of limited value at best like Hugo de Vries's mutations by leaps. And all of this confusion serves, in a certain sense, only to highlight the inanining of the prized opposition. The conception of language as a system has already become an obsession and systematic anisticism. Given the Caverian conception of a system, the movements from one state to another can be explained only with sudden and miraculistic leaps, just like Cuvier's catastrophes. This does not prevent B.R. Sentendel, a little later, from admitting with a certain unconscious humor that one has to acknowledge after all that time, this great impediment to any rationality, makes itself felt within the synchrony. It is an admission made necessary not only by the self-evident facts of reality, but also by the fact that the Prague school, to which B.R. Sentendel refers back on numerous occasions in his essay, fails him as a possible ally on this point. But it remains an inconsistent admission in the n midst of that him to a historicity represented by his preamble to Acta Linguistica. Obviously, B.R. Sentendel cannot be reduced to this and other unfortunate articles of a general nature. And one should hasten to point out that the Copenhagen school has had a much greater representative in Louis Hjelmslev. But the internal coherence of Hjelmslev is that of someone who, as Martinet says, makes explicit in the most intrepid fashion all of the consequences of an ircalicil latent in his predecessors, and makes use of a linguistics whose science of the express lol ls.nta phonetics and whose science of the content is not a semantics, d. 66w. An algebra of language, operating with un examentled 1se should make clear that the right to abstract non is not at issue. At issue is the usefulness of such a high level of abstraction for the purpose of studying languages and the possibility of linking NP such an ethereal theoretical element with the empirical element, something which has already been amply debated with structuralism itself. As a result, the requirement formulated by H. Hjelmslev himself that theory be appropriate goes unsatisfied. All parenthetical arclenarchs are in order here on the use made by structuralism, not only Danish but also even to some degree that of Prague, of the notion of relevance. Which is also us d to develop some of Saussure's hints in a particular direction, n. Every science which does not wish to be a collection of observations made from the most diverse points of view ll1 ust, unquestionably, raise the probability of what is relevant to it and what is not, and together with this the problem of how it is distinct and autonomous in relation to the other sciences. but for a great deal of 21st century linguistics the question of relevance has served the purpose of an ever-increasing purging of the science off language of everything which might appear naturalistic. Already in Saussure, but even more on his successors, this entailed on the side of the signifier a flight from sound, the materiality of which implied a dangerous commingling of linguistics with physiology or acoustics, and on the side of the signified, a flight from the thmgs denoted which in their turn led back to a materialist or at least a realist philosophe. The second operation led to that expung of semantics from linguistics which has been CNT1CLZED so effectively by de Moro 67. The FNST operation led to the distinction between phonetics and phonology. It is a distinction which unquestionably has a soentolfsy side to it, which is destined to remain a permanent achievement. But it was formulated by Trubetskoy with a rigorism and a separatism which were so absolute as to make it untenable. In this extreme position, in this noli me tangere which Trubetskoy proclaims in relation to phonetics, it is impossible not to see an ideological concern, the concern to dematerialize phonology as much as possible. This same concern led Trubetskoy to group phonology exclusively with langue and phonetics with parole, i.e. to attempt to establish here too a clear-cut distinction between the ideational system of language and its material and accidental manifestations. 68 During Saussure's Tunnel, it appeared that anti-materialist purposes were sufficiently served by setting the psychic off against the physiological. Later, for very different reasons, although within the framework of a C0111 Mons struggle against the residues of positivism, everything that had a connection with psychology fell under the suspicion of both Crocian idealists and Platonistic idealists. Similarly, the links between language and socio-cultural history were dissolved on the grounds that they were irrelevant. Helmslef remarks that one of the shortcomings of Saussure's course is that general linguistics is still conceptualized on an essentially sociological and psychological basis. But he goes on to add that in reality Saussurianism can only be understood as a science of pure form. 6. Thus, while the links between linguistics and everything that has an empirical and naturalistic quality about it are being severed, an equal concern is not shown for maintaining the distinction between linguistics, on the one hand, and logic or, in more general terms, formalistic epistemology based on a priori ltiod 1s, on the other. We're witness, therefore, to a one-sided use of the criterion of relevancy which forces linguistics to higher and higher levels of abstraction, to the point that the very term linguistics, contaminated by an unsuccessful study of language proceeding from transcendent and irrelevant points of view, is abandoned in favor of another term, glossomatics. 70 But is this merely a repudiation of previous linguistics, or is it also a rejection of languages, concretely given and poorly adjustable to Helmslef's algebra? On the other hand, once the criterion of relevancy has carved out its anti-naturalist function, the reverse process begins, the winning over to a formalist viewpoint of all those sciences which had been so carefully distinguished from the science of language. Glossomatics, just like bourgeois states, no sooner concludes its struggle for independence than it immediately displays a desire to take away the independence of authors and pass over into its imperialistic base. After he has consigned substance to PHYSLCS and sacral anthropology, while reserving form for linguistics, Helmslef discovers that everything is form and that everything is part of semiology. Thus all those entities which in the FRRST instance, WLTH the pure consideration of the schema of the object semiotic, had to be provisionally LN1 in at as non-semiotic elements, are reintroduced as necessary components into semiotic structures of a higher order. Accordingly, we find no non-semiotics that are not components of semiotics, and, in the final instance, no object that is not illuminated from the key position of linguistic theory. 7 It is easy to see how far removed this semiological expansionism is from the care with which Saussure bad sketched the initial outlines of the new science. It is true that the conclusion to prolegomena to a theory of language unexpectedly rings humanistic. Helm's left tells us of a sudden that all that effort at abstraction from life and concrete physical and phenomenological reality was necessary only for the purpose of founding a new science which would encompass man and human society behind language, and all man's sphere of knowledge through language. The book ends with the sonorous Latin motto Humanitas et Universitas. But this bit of humanism stuck on at the end of the treatise fails to satisfy anyone who does not wish to be catapulted from mathematic logic into an absolutely vague, and therefore idealist, recovery of the human, skipping over all the problems related to man's biological constitution and class position 7/. The Prague School has had the merit of sensing much more concretely the need for interdisciplinarity and putting forward anew the need for an interpenetration of synchrony and diachrony, but TB's is an interdisciplinarity and a rehistoricization which take place under TB's standard of spiritualist philosophies. A link is established with literary criticism, and this is solely important, but it is with a literary criticism that is excessively formalistic. 73 Diachrony is upgraded, but it is a diachrony which is linked to a teleological conception of the evolution of language. Sharp objections have been raised within linguistics itself against this conception, most recently by de Moro. 74 It is perhaps opportune to add that the Prague School, and in particular the early Jacobson, drew inspiration from one anti-Darwinian evolutionary theories, propounding so-called evolution through internal causes, such as Lefberg's nomogenesis 7L and the theories of Czechoslovak biologists cited by Jacobson himself. 76 In this regard, one should bear in mind that there are two fundamental attitudes towards evolutionism in the spiritualistic culture of the 20th century, on the one hand, an out-and-out repudiation of it, on the other hand, a spiritualist and formalist interpretation which is in fact a misrepresentation. This second orientation has its principal philosophic spokesman in Bergson and its technical exegetes among the biologists cited by Jacobson. In linguistics, the first orientation is reflected in the undervaluation of diachrony, hinted at by Saussure and made altogether explicit by the Copenhagen school. The second orientation is reflected in that particular kind of upgrading of diachrony which was carried out by the Prague school. In this latter perspective, diachrony, which was the realm of isolated and accidental facts for Saussure, is readmitted to its place of honor in science, but on the condition that every change is made to appear as an expression of the system's need to adapt more fully to its function as a system of signs, and of such purportance as to bring about a reordering of the entire system. Or, at least, a strong a priori preference is given to this type of change, whereas pre-Saussurian linguistics is accused not only of having neglected synchrony, but also of having considered diachrony from an atomistic standpoint. Thus, instead of debunking the synchronous closed system M which tout escient I, the same systemic obsession is extended to diachrony. The legists of the Prague Circle were firmly convinced that formalistic and vitalist biology, to which they adhered, had already won a definitive victory over Darwinism. As Jacobson wrote at the time, linguistics runs the risk of becoming more naturalistic than the natural sciences themselves. 7 That belief has shown itself to be unfounded. The various theories of evolution by internal causes are altogether discredited today. Vitalism appears less and less tenable and neo-Darwinism is not readily subject to confutation. Of course, a teleological conception of evolution, misconceived in biology, could be correct in linguistics. But diachronic structuralism has borne relatively little fruit, the results have not been proportional. To the theoretical pretensions, no Ascoli, no Brugman, no Manet has been produced by the Prague theses. In place of an interaction between theory and experience, there has been a kind of superficitation of theory. Linguistics has been reduced almost exclusively to philosophizing about itself. Furthermore, the argument has been directed to a great degree against the neo-grammarians, leaving vacant an entire orientation in linguistic philological studies, represented on the linguistic side most prominently by Jacko Wackernagel 79 and on the philological side by scholars such as Wilamowitz, Leo, Pasquale, and Edouard Frinkipo. Although they did not trouble themselves to formulate an appropriate theory, these thinkers overcame the i.e. in two works which do not deal exclusively with structural linguistics and cover all the currents in modern linguistics, is an egregious lacuna. It is not the result of a simple oversight, but corresponds to a theoreticism. Ubik is altogether self-absorbed and unable to learn adequately from the great historical empirical linguists. Even the linguist with a Prague background who has been most successful in freeing himself from the ideological deadwood of his school, André Martinet, ran one ans more important as a theoretician than as a historian of language. In reading economic dechangements phonetics one cannot help but be struck by the poverty of the second part in relation to the first part. Nonetheless, Martinet, precisely because he has a greater aptitude for historical research, has argued more than others against the excesses of structuralism's abstract rigor. He has championed the claims of realism against formalism. He has cautioned on a number of occasions against making too clear-cut a separation between phonetics and phonology. He has given a functionalist interpretation of the Prague school's teleologism which frees it from a great deal of poor philosophy. He has given due acknowledgement to the roles of inertia and the asymmetry of vocal organs in the evolution of language. He has argued against the presumed inevitable incompatibilities and congruities within a given phonological system. The pages of this structuralist are filled with polemical comments against the European structuralists, against Br. Sentendel, Hjälmslev, Trubetskoy, Jakobson. 8. Despite all that, it is still legitimate for us to harbor the suspicion that there remain traces of the original teleological approach of the Prague school, just as it is legitimate, in my opinion, to express reservations, as I have done, about the relative paucity of concrete results. But none of this alters the fact that the work Martinet has done to de-ideologize European structuralism remains exceedingly important. It is more difficult to pass judgment on the figure of Roman Jakobson. Is there a coherent theoretical position which corresponds to the great wealth of interests and extraordinary versatility of this scholar? Apparently not. In Jakobson there are, on the one hand, anti-formalist, realist propensities which move in the opposite direction of that restrictive and tendentious use of the criterion of relevance alluded to above. In his studies on aphasia and child language there is a fruitful opening towards psychophysiology, the value of which would remain even if particular findings proved to be incorrect or too hurried. On the other hand, there is the teleologism referred to above. There are the significant residues of an anti-realist conception in his treatment of the question of the signified. There is a probably illusory ambition to establish universal laws of language, an ambition which has had such a harmful effect on Levi Strauss. One has the impression that one is dealing with a scholar precariously poised between great genius and charlatanry. In this sense, Jakobson is the structuralist linguist who more than all others resembles non-structuralist linguists, and it is not a matter of chance that he has met with the greatest success among them. The very preference for interdisciplinary studies which distinguishes him and is undoubtedly one of the primary reasons for the prestige he enjoys, appears to be based more on his unusual capacity to assimilate all the latest developments in Western culture rather than on a theoretical point of view which is genuinely unitary and unifying. His is the interdisciplinarity of UNESCO congresses, which runs the risk of reducing itself to a clever mimesis of the languages of the other sciences, rather than a genuine unification of the sciences. Quite different is the panorama presented us by American structuralism. For one thing, here one finds a scholar who is openly materialist, an opponent of all forms of intellectual foppery and prestidigitation, deeply serious and lucid, Leonard Bloomfield. Before referring to the shortcomings of Bloomfield's materialism, we should state our admiration for the forcefulness, the concreteness, and the anti-methodologism which flow from it. This forma mentis, so profoundly different from that of almost all the European structuralists, is also reflected in his very different attitude towards 19th-century linguistics. Bloomfield never believed himself an opponent of the neo-grammarians. Rather, he saw himself as their continuer even though he claimed to have surpassed them in essential respects and to have benefited from Saussure's teachings. Moreover, it is known that despite his non-Marxist background he had more than a passing sympathy for Marxism. 83 Bloomfield's limitation lies in his identification of materialism with behaviorism 1 and in his contention that the enemy was not idealism, but simply mentalism. Bloomfield's argument does not begin with a critical analysis of the conceptions of language engendered by the anti-materialist crisis of the late 19th century, together with their connections with the different anti-materialist and anti-Marxist philosophies. Rather, it confines itself to an attack on a spiritualist way of conceptualizing mental activity as such, and even within the framework of this argument it does not attempt a materialist explanation of thought, but instead a kind of negation of thought, a reduction of thought to an extremely simplified mechanism of stimulus and response. Thus, the question of the relation between thought and language, which must be examined materialistically, but still remains a problem even for a materialist, is also suppressed. For Bloomfield, language becomes a mere surrogate for practical action, and the entire function of mediation and elaboration carried out by the brain of social man is skipped over or at least disposed of in a very summary fashion. On the other hand, connected to this oversimplification is a kind of ultra-rigorism, according to which the linguist should deal only with what is amenable to exact science. Thus, for the moment entire fields of research are declared to be outside scientific linguistics. The most sensational and well-known case is represented by Bloomfield's rejection of semantics, on the grounds that a scientific semantics would imply a rigorous description of all reality. This is a linguistics whose excessive rigor leads it to withdraw from the field. Bloomfield underestimates the importance of the inexact sciences and the usefulness of a tendentially materialist treatment even in those fields of knowledge which are still not reducible to an exact science. For example, it happens that in his exclusion of semantics from linguistics Bloomfield FLNDS himself in an uncom. I-33 furthermore, the productive processes is not finished. Now, Althusser says, one has to take G2 as the raw material and put it through the machinery G. Althusser's use of terms like epistemological break, borrowed from Bachelard, overdetermination, borrowed from psychoanalysis, and many others of this kind, already justified the suspicion that his terminological acquisitions were far more numerous than his actual conceptual advances. But in this last writing one really has to ask oneself where that sense of the ridiculous has gone with which Marx, Engels, Labriola, Lenin, and Gramsci were so amply endowed. Can one Syrians imagine that all these mechanical metaphors carry forward the question of Marx's sources and cultural and theoretical development even one small step? In reality this last essay, to a much greater degree than the earlier ones, conceals behind the metaphors a disturbing lack of originality. The notion that in Hegel there is the idea of a process without a subject is only an exaggerated and awkward way of repeating something which had already been maintained by all those Hegelian Marxists from whom Althusser, till recently, was eager to dissociate himself. And the fact that both the limit of TDN and the strength of Feuerbach lay in the simplicity of his anti-Hegelian polemic is something which all of us have known at least since Engels. But this is not the essential. Althusser's structuralism emerges most prominently in his concept of science, in his low estimation of diachrone Y, and in his expulsion of man from the human sciences. These are questions to which we have alluded, if only briefly, throughout the preceding essays, and which have been discussed more thoroughly by other scholars, particularly Lucien Seve and Ernest Mondel and Eric Hobsbawm. 14 Unquestionably, structuralistic Marxism has served a useful critical function in relation to other 20th century pseudo-Marxisms. It has raised the question of the distinction between science and ideology, it has brought to light the ambiguities of humanist and historicist Marxism, and it has emphasized the distance separating Marx from Hegel and the various phases of Marx's thought from one another. But each of these advances has been accompanied by a regression, as a consequence of the fact that one idealist interpretation of Marx has been contested in the name of another one. Worse still, from a methodological standpoint, structuralist Marxism has exasperated the tendency to represent modifications and additions to Marx's thought as interpretations or readings of Marx's texts. Reading capital, there is already a gross misrepresentation in the title. A reading, which once indicated the most respectful and discerning treatment of a text, has become a highly suspect term since Althusser conjured up his symptomatic reading or theoreticist forcing of texts. This is an operation which takes us back to the worst Italian neo-idealism of the early 20th century. Then every reading represented a recreation of the text, in other words, those neo-idealists distorted in a subjectivist direction a serious question. The contemporaneity of the past, which requires a preliminary objective, historico-philological interpretation, if it is to be dealt with in a responsible fashion. One can very easily put together a compendium of statements by Marx and Engels against the empiricism of vulgar economics, which stops at appearances. One can call to mind that for Marx no individual and no society divided into classes is what it thinks it is. But when these statin one ants are used to draw the conclusion that Marxism is an anti-empiricist theory in the broad sense of contemporary structuralism, then the distortion that results is similar to the one produced by those who claim Galileo as a Platonist. It is overlooked that Marx was not searching for abstract models independent of experience and applicable to the human spirit in general. Rather, he was looking for an abstract model which would help him to understand that transient socio-historical formation which is capitalism. Transient, meaning that it does not reproduce itself in a perfect cyclical process, but tends towards increasing disequilibrium. The mechanism of this increasing disequilibrium has been an open question since the end of the 19th century and still is today, both because Marx himself did not sufficiently develop this part of his theory, and because since his time capitalism has developed various ways of partially immunizing itself and putting of its demise. Weber, even the molding of the proletariat into a political party was always seen by Marx, Engels, and Lenin as an objective, caused process, and not as a mere act of will which attempts to destroy an economic system capable of functioning ad infinitum with perfect rationality. Furthermore, it is hardly necessary to call to mind that Marx regarded precisely his demonstration of the non-naturalness of the bourgeois economy as the essential point separating his theory from classical economics. The enthusiasm of Marx and Engels for Darwin indicate that they recognized a feature shared by historical materialism and Darwinism which went beyond all the differences in subject matter and mentality clearly perceived by them, the extension of the notion of historicity to sciences which traditionally had excluded it to disregard all that and turn Marxism into a purely synchronic science represents a complete distortion. The distortion is even more absurd on historiographic grounds. Marx, undoubtedly, superseded the science of his time in a decisive fashion, and Capital represents also a great lesson in epistemology. But can one possibly see him as the precursor of a theory like structuralism, which emerged from the anti-materialist reaction of the late 19th century and represents a renewal of the schism between history and science? Behind this denial or underestimation of historicity, which paradoxically brings together bourgeois and revolutionaries in the West, lie motives which are not merely cultural but political. Present-day capitalism no longer needs nor desires to justify itself in historicist terms. The technocracy has its own pseudo-enlightenment ideology, which identifies the system's needs for rationalization with reason and science tout court. On the other hand, the extreme revolutionary left is led, by virtue of its weakness and the difficulties it has in penetrating the working class and combating reformism, to a belief in the myth that the capitalist system works perfectly and that it can be destroyed only through an act of pure voluntarism. Although Marcuse and Althusser may differ sharply in their cultural political background and in their posture towards science, they both start off from a substantially shared vision of present-day capitalism and its absence of objective crises. However, ideological fashions succeed one another and tend quickly in the present-day neo-capitalist West than in the old brand of bourgeois culture, even though certain basic tendencies remain. Thus, although structuralism appears still to be in good health in Italy, where it arrived late, in the countries where it had an early and vigorous development it is already tending to decline. In the United States, although Chomsky's transformational grammar has certain features of continuity with a strain of American structuralism which dates back to Sapir, It explicitly sets itself in antithesis to structuralism as a whole, accusing it of the same mechanism and vulgar associationism from which the despised neo-grammarians suffered, and reasserting the creativity of language. In France, it is 110 Longer Juster who argues against structuralism. An entire group of scholars who draw on Merleau-Ponty and, even further back, on Husserl, repudiate structuralism as an objectivist philosophy which downgrades human activity and its power to transform reality. As early as 1967, a special issue of Esprit dedicated to structuralism was marked on the whole by strong criticisms. 136 Then we FMD, a lecturer from the University of Nanterre, in an effective piece on the French May under the pseudonym of Epistemon, expressing himself il, even more extreme ter 1L1s. The characteristics of bureaucracy are to be found in the structuralist approach. The French university on the eve of May had become something akin to the most radical structuralists' object of study, a language sufficient unto itself, whose function and purpose is not signification. May 68 is not only the revolt of the students of Paris and the beginning of a transformation of the French university, but also the swan song of structuralism. Epicen 10 NLSO associates himself with Husserl and Merleau-Ponty, stating that phenomenological method and structuralist method are poles apart from one another. And he attributes to a group of Nanterre professors a role of cultural political preparation for the May Revolt, in which Nanterre played a vanguard function, as a result of the polemic they had waged for a long time against structuralist terrorism. 137 On the other hand, even in the camp of theoretical Marxism it is easy to perceive in the Godelier-Sévé debate and other similar events, a decline in the fortunes of Althusserian positions. Even from this cursory and incomplete survey of the new opponents of structuralism it becomes clear that, although many of the particular objections they raise against structuralism are quite correct, the general theoretical orientation underlying their criticisms cannot be shared by a materialist Marxist. In point of fact, we are witnessing once again the occurrence of a phenomenon which has reappeared cyclically in bourgeois culture and in a great deal of Western Marxist culture since the beginning of our century. One idealism is unmasked and opposed in the name of another idealism. And since the fundamental types of idealist conceptions are not limitless in number, the primary result is the monotonous spectacle of a culture which, although it moves forward on a purely technical plane, turns in a void on the ideological political plane. Structuralism, in the form given it by Levi Strauss in particular, represented a kind of objective idealism. Now, however, the predominant tendency is to oppose it not insofar as it is idealism but insofar as it is objective. A polemic is waged not against THC conception of true reality as a metaphysical essence, as a hidden reason, but against the illusion that there is a reality which pre-exists us, is independent of us and conditions us. And zero attempt is made to distinguish language from other human institutions and activities, and to point out, therefore, what makes linguistics inappropriate as a model for the other sciences of man. On the contrary, the equation of language with institutions is implicitly accepted, and the creativity in language is exalted in a one-sided fashion, although obviously in a form much less simplistic than was the case with Croce. The old cries of mechanism, which the structuralists had turned against materialism and 19th-century positivism, are now turned against linguistics and structural anthropology. And thus, after his hosannas to the human spirit always present amongst us, after his self-definition as a theologian, and after his numerous expressions of disdain for empirical reality, it becomes U6 Strauss's sad fate to be lynched for naturalism. Of course, not all the new anti-structuralists fall within this Suffiliary characterization. In particular, Chomsky's case 1,5 quite oloplex. Moreover, the positions of the various comspans do not coincide in every respect with those of Chomsky. Unfortunately, I lack a background in mathematical logic, which would be indispensable for understanding and evaluating the most technical side to Chomsky SHNGMST, CS. I cannot, therefore, make judgments, but only express impressions and doubts, which, moreover, are not just my own, but have already been expressed in part by scholars far more qualified. Ed. Than 138. There is a Chomsky who is on the front lines of the anti-imperialist struggle within the United States, and who associates himself with a Marxist-anarchist perspective informed by the thought of Rosa Luxemburg and Lenin's State and Revolution. 39. A Chomsky who with great courage and extraordinary lucidity lays bare the responsibilities of intellectuals in capitalist society. There is also a Chomsky who, in order to explain what he calls linguistic competence, i.e., the capacity to produce sentences which are not simply the repetition of sentences already heard, has resort to the most metaphysical and retrograde side of Cartesianism, the doctrine of innate ideas and the absolute distinction between spirit and mechanism, between man and animal. In other words, he resorts to a spiritualistic metaphysics which has been abandoned for some time now by the more discerning elements of spiritualist culture itself, which, under the pressure of objections raised by empiricism and materialism, have created those much more polished forms of spiritualism represented by the Kantian critique, post-Kantian idealism, and the various tendencies customarily referred to as net-positivism. When interviewed on the relationship between his linguistic theory and his political convictions, Chomsky replies that, although they have developed independently of one another, they have a common point of departure, the idea that the fundamental human capacity is the capacity and the need for creative self-expression, for free control of all aspects of one's life and thought. Corresponding to the creativity of language, which, however, unfolds within the limits of a system of universal rules valid for all languages, there must also exist a social system which guarantees the free development of all men within the limits of a moral intellectual structure common to all. I would like to assume on the basis of fact and hope on the basis of confidence in the human species that there are innate structures of mind. If there are not, if humans are just plastic and random organisms, then they are fit subjects for the shaping of behavior. If humans only become as they are by random changes, then why not control that randomness by the state authority or behaviorist technologist or anything else? 14.0 This is a reply which is not only profoundly sincere but also quite understandable within a technocratic society which aims at reducing man increasingly to a machine, and which evokes, therefore, a polemical reaction in a humanistic sense amongst those who struggle against it. Only if there exists in man a spiritual structure which is absolutely irreducible to an animal and automatistic nature can one hope that the manipulators of men's consciousness will not win out, and to the extent that this conviction sustains Chomsky in his struggle, it is certainly more revolutionary than the professorial Marxism of those who do not take part in the struggle itself or who take part in it behind the front lines. The same thing should be said for those who are revolutionary communists while still professing belief in Christianity or other religions. But if Marxism is to be something more than the many utopian socialisms, if it is to be a theory of scientific socialism, then the connection made by Chomsky between his metaphysics and his political position does not appear acceptable. From the negation of man which was the product of structuralist Marxism we now lapse back into one of the oldest and most anti-scientific caricature of the materialist definition of man. From the Reverend Jesuit fathers to the priests of the ungodly modern religion that is nationalism, almost all have asserted the spirituality of man, the freedom of his will, and many other things of the kind. It is in the name of these sacred principles that they have manipulated and oppressed him. In an exaltation of activism, idealism, and a disdain for any naturalistic conception, the intelligentsia of all Europe slaughtered itself and caused the slaughter of millions of proletarians during World War I. Present-day experience indicates that the old spiritualistic techniques used to manipulate behavior are perfectly reconcilable with more up-to-date techniques. As far as the philosophy of language in particular is concerned, one can admit that Chomsky was initially correct in reacting against the overly simplified behaviorism of Bloomfield and, even more, that of his followers. But it is disappointing to see how his polemic against attempts at scientific explanation led him immediately to embrace the illusion that everything could be resolved by taking refuge in old dogmas. With an obsessive persistence he repeats that it means absolutely nothing to talk about a gradual evolution from elementary forms of communication to human language, about linguistic habits learned through repetition, about associations and extensions by analogy. I-42. Rick assumes that there exists an absolute hiatus separating animality from humanity, which no kind of mediation can bridge. Of course, we still do not possess an exhaustive description of the brain's activity, furthermore, we are still quite distant from this goal. But can one regard as an explanation Chomsky's assumption of innate linguistic competence as an unconditioned primum? The pre-Socrates endeavored to give naturalistic explanations of meteorological phenomena or of the origin of living beings. A Chomsky of that age would have amused himself by scoffing at such attempts and concluding that, given their inadequacy, it must be assumed that lightning is launched by Zeus and that plants, animals, and LTICLL are divine creations. The history of science, however, has shown the fruitfulness of that imperfect, naturalist and, vice versa, the halting and sidetracking function of religious or metaphysical explanations. Chomsky does not share this view. Towards the conclusion of his study on language and mind he declares with extraordinary self-assurance the failure of evolutionism, the process by which the human mind achieved its present stage of complexity and its particular phone of innate organization are a total mystery. As much so as the analogous questions about the physical or mental organization of any other complex organism, it is perfectly safe to attention Th1's development to natural selection, so long as we realize that there is no substance in this assertion L43 and to those vha raise the question of a possible physical explanation of naturalism, he replies ironically, we can, however, be fairly sure that there will be a physical explanation for the phenomena in question, if they can be explained at all. For an uninteresting terminological reason, namely that the concept of physical explanation W1LL no doubt be extended to incorporate whatever is discovered in this domain, exactly as it was extended to accommodate gravitational and electromagnetic force, massless particles, and new era's other entities and processes that would have offended the common sense of earlier generations are 44. Thus, according to this view, science has not, over the course of its history, made real advances to the detriment of myth and religion Laos Fa 1th, rather, it has only pulled off a series of verbal tricks since it could not deny the reality of certain spiritual phenomena and while JD not admit its own defeat, it has had recourse to such HRE.WD maneuvers as incorporating these phenomena by expanding its own boundaries. 145 It is, of course, beyond question that no great scientific advance can be reduced to a mere addition to the previous scientific heritage. Since it brings about an entire methodological revision of the principles of science itself, but such revisions have never erased the distinction between science and non-science, and they have never signaled the triumph of spiritualism, unless one confuses, for example, Heisenberg's principle with the amateurish extrapolations which have been made from it with regard to free will. This has been the case least of all in biology, in which vitalism has suffered the heaviest blows precisely in these last few decades. To speak today with such disdain for Darwinism, and to deny with such self-assurance that cybernetics can make a contribution to a materialist explanation of mental processes, 46 means that one has adopted an obscurantist position which makes the struggle for communism all the more difficult. Chomsky himself presents the essay on Cartesian linguistics not as an actual historiographic study, but as a rediscovery of ideas unjustly overlooked by the 19th and early 20th centuries which find their confirmation and full development in present-day transformational gralnm.ar. But if this character of the essay legitimately removes LT from one all pedantic objections as to matters of detail, it does not justify the crudest forms of misinterpretation, such as the unbroken link which is made between the Jansenists of Port Royal, the German Romantics and von Humboldt, or the failure to take into account all the contributions to 17th and 18th century general linguistics made by empiricist thought, etc. 47 Furthermore, although Chomsky does not fail to make a few references to la mettrie, he does not appear to take seriously enough that process of thought whereby, under the stimulus of the difficulties created by Cartesian dualism and the theory of the animal machine, la matricelnanulnakin and Diderot's far from crude materialist biology were arrived at. In this process of thought, As Aram Vartanian has pointed cut, 48 the empiricism of Locke played a less decisive role than has been generally believed. Those same difficulties must be confronted by whoever, like Chomsky, attempts to resuscitate Cartesianism. Once one has admitted a rigorously mechanistic explanation for all the vital processes and modes of behavior of an animal, how is one to prevent the materialist infection from spreading to man? If, on the other hand, one becomes converted to a vitalist biology, how is one to prevent the fundamental distinction from becoming one between life and non-life, so that within the framework of a spiritualist conception of life a continuity is established between man and animal? And if we begin to distinguish in the human psyche what is still explicable in autolnatus tens from what else not, then how are we to avoid declaring that some men are ill or equal than others, i.e. the bearers to a greater degree than others often unkind's divine as opposed to merely feral characteristics? This latter and worst form of spiritualism also existed in Romantic linguistics even before it made its appearance in racism pure and simple. Its founder, Friedrich Schlegel, in his work Uheer die Sprache im die Weisheit der Indier characterized as purely mechanistic the languages which were Jotter termed isolating or agglutinative. He ascribed genuinely creative qualities only to Sanskrit. This distinction continued, in various forms, to hold sway over a good deal of 19th century linguistics. If one wants to pose correctly the problem of an ens animality and a non-metaphysical distinction between man and animal, one has to be Darwinian and Marxist. But this is impossible as long as one continues to talk about innate ideas and the present-day validity of Cartesian dualism, however fine one's ethico-political intentions may be. It would certainly be an error to place Chomsky's linguistic creativity, which is anchored to a logico-linguistic deep structure and a body of transformational rules which allows one to shift to the surface structures of different languages, on the sanal plane with Crotian aestheticist and pre-logical creativity. Yet it is striking to see how Chomsky adheres to the romantic identification of language with poetic creation, tracing, moreover, this typically Aralantic concept back to the Cartesians. And it is just as striking to see how he regards as one of the virtues of that body of theories which he refers to as Cartesian linguistics, its insistence on the fact that language is not restricted to any practical communica-6ve function, in contrast, for example, to the pseudo-language of animals 49, nor is this just a fortuitous consequence. Every one-sided assertion on behalf of the creativity and spirituality of language always ends by regarding the highest and most disinterested forms of human language as typical and by abandoning to the sphere of animality all those practical communicative forms which 111 UST serve as the starting point for a linguistic study of language. Scutchard said that language, born from necessity, culminates in art. When all said and done, he was being less idealist not only than Croce and Vossler, but also than Chomsky. We have seen in the first part of this essay how Saussure's theory, and latter structuralism, arose in reaction to the preceding 19th century linguistics with its atomism and mechanicism. But to an unbridled spiritualist like Chomsky, Bopp, and Schleicher, the neo-grammarians, Whitney and Saussure all appear as a single block of vulgar empiricists and materialists. The death knell of philosophical grammar was sounded with the remarkable successes of comparative Indo-European studies, which surely rank among the outstanding achievements of 19th century science. The impoverished and thoroughly inadequate conception of language expressed by Whitney and Saussure and numerous others proved to be entirely appropriate to the current stage of linguistic research. 15-0 It was to no purpose that Saussure had been one of the earliest champions of the grammaire de Port Royal after it had fallen into disrepute during the 19th century, even though he was not so acritical a champion as Chomsky. 5 That fact does not at all prevent Chomsky from drawing up a periodization of the history of linguistics which places on one side philosophical grammar from the 17th century down to Romanticism and von Humboldt, and on the other side everything that has occurred since von Humboldt, right down to 955. This second period, which supposedly represents a period of total decline, is referred to by Chomsky with the all-encompassing term of structuralist. A term which he himself says is used rather misleadingly, but not in an altogether absurd fashion. This is a typical manifestation of the phenomenon alluded to above. Although structuralism is strongly antagonistic towards any naturalistic conception of language, it has been overtaken on the right by those who still find it too positivist. One element which may have contributed to this mistaken outlook is the fact that in America Bloomfield adopted uncritically a great deal of the teachings of the neo-grammarians. But it is equally paradoxical that Chomsky does not see the differences in ideological formulation which exist between Bloomfield and European structuralism, between Whitney and Schleicher or Ascoli. Or rather, this leveling of all distinctions is to be explained on the basis of Chomsky's metaphysical extremism. In its original form, Chomsky's philosophical grammar has limited prospects for success. It is not conceivable that innatism and Cartesian dualism, which are too antiquated by now for bourgeois thought itself, could become philosophically fashionable. This accounts for the various attempts at a modernized Chomskyism which we have witnessed over the last few years. First of all, there is the attempt, now viewed favorably by Chomsky himself, to translate innatism into biological terms. Lepshy, who is aware, however, of the difficulties posed by this task, remarks, Chomsky prefers to talk about innate ideas or, as one might say in naturalistic terms, about a hereditary predisposition, which emphasizes the existence at least of an open question. Elsewhere he states, this characteristic cannot be learned, just as one does not learn to walk, and just as a cat tossed into the 8 no UJS hole to land on his paws without ever having learned to do so. 54 But in what type of biology would one locate this biological translation of Chomskyism? In a creationist biology, according to which the species Homo sapiens had linguistic ability from the beginning? One hopes not. In an evolutionist biology? In that case, linguistic ability would have evolved from those rudimentary forms of animal language which Chomsky regards as totally different from human language. One could no longer talk with such utter disdain about mechanisms of stimulus and response, about practical needs, etc., since one would have to have recourse to precisely these crude mechanisms in order to explain the origin of linguistic ability. But would such a Darwinian revision of innatism really be sufficient in and of itself? No, because it would reduce language to an instinctual activity, dismissing everything we have known for some time now about its conventional, social, and N011 biological nature. The comparison with the cat which, once it is thrown into the air, knows how to land 0111 ts 4 paws is quite appropriate for showing how no baby knows how to speak in this sense, but rather has to learn to do so. The difficulty is a serious one for another reason too, because Chomsky's humanism, although it rests on the nature of language, inevitably tends towards an innatism to moral and political principles, in which it sees, with much naivete, the sole guarantee of man's non-enlanipulability. The interview which we have cited speaks clearly on this point. A serious study of morals or of social systems would attempt the same thing. I think that among the biological characteristics that determine the nature of the human organ S111 there are some that relate to intellectual development, some that relate to moral development, some that relate to development as a member of human society, some that relate to aesthetic development. I suspect that they are restrictive and that we shall find that all of these constraints can be said to constitute human nature. To a large extent, they are immutable. That is to say, they are just part of being human the same way that having legs and arms is part of being human. Lacking any clear idea about what Engels called the part played by labor in the transition from ape to man, Chomsky wavers between an antediluvian spiritualism and a genuinely vulgar materialism, not in the polemical sense in which we have espoused it in this book, but in the literal sense of an immediate biologizing of mankind's social and cultural characteristics. Of course, like all cognitive and communicative processes, language too must be the object of neurophysiological study. It is, however, quite likely that, as it develops, Such study will not confer biological legitimacy on Chomsky's innatism. Rather, it will increasingly call into question that kind of elementary logical analysis which characterizes THIRD so-called deep structures in Chomsky's theory 5-6 and it will restore to sense data, to the individual's reactions to pleasure and pain, and to stimuli from the natural and social environment that primacy which Chomsky would deny them in favor of a logical and linguistic a priori. The kind of modernizing of Chomsky's theory which will have most success, however, will not entail the biologizing of innatism. Rather, it will be the tendency to set aside innatism as well as the strictly technical side to transformational grammar and to confine Chomsky's value to his espousal of the creative side of linguistic activity. In this way, Chomskyism will rid itself both of the metaphysical naivete which make it unacceptable to European intellectuals and of the logical and mathematical complexities which make it too difficult for them. Then, without too much effort, one will be able to rein corporate language into the realm of that praxis which encompasses everything. Naturally, within THIRD's general tendency there can be and are many nuances. There is an anti-structuralism, which takes to task not just the structuralist conception of science but all science, accusing it of being nothing more than false bourgeois objectivity. THIRD are positions which have demonstrated only too often THIRD's inability to provide a theory of the proletarian revolution. If anti-structuralism were to mean simply a return to Frankfurt, not very much would be gained. Even Sartre, who cannot be identified in any way with these positions, and who has had the virtue of opposing the structuralist fashion and raising extremely valid objections to Levi-Strauss, is too anti-materialist, too imbued with existentialist activism to be able to represent a genuine alternative to Levi-Strauss and A.J. Thusell L57. In addition, there is a great proliferation of de-objectifying interpretations of structuralism, many of which are easily satisfied indeed. If Levi-Strauss's theory has been defined as Kantianism without a transcendental subject, then the idea can readily take hold that everything can be settled with a return to Byzantianism. With a transcendental subject, more or less imbued with empiria-pragmatism. In point of fact, several scholars ask of Levi-Strauss only that he deny ontological reality to the structures and make them into structures of our thought, which we construct structures which are not objective but intersubjective, not stationary but dynamic. 58. This type of reform of structuralism is to be found to some extent also in Jean Piaget. On the one hand, it is undeniable that his expertise in Nutter, of biology and his well-known studies on the sensorial and mental development of the child suggest to him materialist objectlons against structurales 111. He notes, for example, that Levi-Strauss's atemporal reason is incompatible with the evolution of animal species. J59. On the other hand, however, these same studies on child psychology lead him to transform the process whereby the child acquires consciousness of reality into a process of the construction of reality itself. The dynamism of structures which he espouses does not have to do with their objective historicity, but rather with our making of them. Of course, the objectivity of the external world is never radically denied by Piaget, but tends instead to be reduced to an orderless given to shapeless matter. For him, the great dilemma is the choice between a predetermination of structures in a Platonist sense and a constructivist I11, with everything of a senly idealist nature which this concept implies. Once again, materialism is either absent or too timidly asserted. The philosophy which has the greatest chance for success in this contest to recoup the legacy of structuralism is phenomenology. Epistemon was right in predicting this in the essay cited above. Furthermore, the likely success of phenomenology has been prepared through a debate with structuralism which has been going on for a number of years. 160 in C0111 comparison with the forms of naive idealists 111 which we are familiar with in Italy. Phenomenology has the tactical advantage of representing what might be called an idealism, not in the sense, obviously, of a commonplace subjective cunning, but one and the sense that the phenomenologists oppose materialis 111 not with an out-and-out repudiation of it but with an elastic defense against it. They appear to concede a great deal to it, only later to backtrack and to recronitifize everything, and one jaking the materialist vision of the world and of man appear as a dead settlement which must be reactivated through a 111 agical philosophical operation. Thus, it is quite likely that the calls for a reassessment of creativity and subjective praxis which have been provoked by structuralists' theological objectivism, both as a natural reaction and, even more, in response to the new political climate of these past few years, will at least initially be channeled in the direction of phenomenology. From the materialist standpoint which this book seeks to uphold, the alternative between empirio-pragmaticil and Platonisnel must, obviously, be rejected in toto. The reabsorption of experienced reality into the experiential activity of 111 and is no n10 reacceptable than the dichotomy between a vulgar reality, accessible to everyday experience, and an ideal reality, which today is deemed accessible to mathematics, tomorrow will be deemed accessible only to art, and after that perhaps only to religion. One cannot accept the antithesis between a synchrony conceived as a closed system and a diachrony conceived as the realm of discontinuity, but neither can one accept any item pt to oversee all this antithesis by conceiving diachrony in teleological terms. Biological evolutionism offers us a LL10 del of div 10 planet which is neither orderless 1101 teleological, and which has no need for any hidden reason in order to account for things. The historical materialism of Marx and Engels offers us another model, capable of explaining what there is that is new in mankind's development since 111 and began to work and live socially. In this model Flonalism is given its part not in the sense of a L11 ethological free will, but in the sense of a capacity to distinguish altiong means and ends and to make conscious plans. At the SAINE TIN 1e, however, great emphasis is given to the large part played in Hernan history. 212. By unconscious occurrences, constraints, and everything which justifies us in calling prehistorical the epoch of class societies. The evolution of language is at a halfway point between biological evolution and the evolution of human institutions, because of the major role played in it by non-finalistic and unconscious changes. Therefore, the prog-teleological schema, which once again presupposes a hidden reason, is not applicable to linguistic evolution. The distinction and at the SAINE time fusion of these two types of development is the task of a historical materialism which also encompasses the study of nature and ATTM_PTS to overcome the antithesis between history and science. This implies an attack, not on the scientific achievements of this century, but on the ideological use to which they have been put by contemporary philosophies of science, including structuralism. It further implies an attack on the recurrent anti-scientific temptations of voluntarism, whether of a Frankfurt or phenomenological stamp. *******. In the Marxist CHNPL, however, the reaction against structuralism has not been limited to the revival of Adornian Marcusian or Husserlian themes. There has also been a different position taken up by Lucien Sévé, which is of particular interest precisely because of its twofold attack on structuralist and on voluntarist Marxism. 16. The seriousness with which Sévé confronts this undertaking should not lead us to overlook certain negative features, an extraordinary prolixity, and a defense of orthodoxy connected with Sévé's political alignment within the PCR. Nevertheless, a hasty negative reaction on the part of the extreme left would, in my opinion, be mistaken. The defense of orthodoxy, although clearly incapable of resolving the problems of the communist revolution in advanced capitalist countries or of understanding the new developments introduced by Maoism, has, however, a positive side on the level of interpretation of the classics. It represents a necessary insistence on calling a halt to falsificatory symptomatic readings, on reading in Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Mao what they have actually written, and on presenting new developments, divergences, and even attempts to found new non-Marxist revolutionary theories, as what they actually are, instead of disguising them as interpretations or discoveries of the real Marx. When Godlier begins his exposition of a Marxism in which there is practically nothing Marxist left with a statement that the traditional exegeses of Marx are falling before our eyes, and from their ruins will arise a Marx largely unknown to Marxists and capable of providing unexpected and fruitful elements necessary to the most advanced scientific reflections. Seve is perfectly right to remind him that an objective reading is imperative. The same criticism applies, as we have said, to Althusser and to the Frankfurt and phenomenological Marxists. Seve's polemics against Althusser, against Sartre, against Garotti, and against hasty syntheses of Marxism and psychoanalysis are, therefore, accurate and compelling. 16L He is also quite correct in what he says about the economic and philosophical manuscripts, about their unquestionable difference from the mature Marx and the reasons for their persistent vitality even for those who adhere to the point of view of the mature Marx. R63 But there is not just this interpretative honesty in Seve. His intellectual formation was strongly marked by the influence of Georges Politzer, who, in his tormented path from psychoanalysis to Marxism, laid great emphasis on the need for a concrete psychology. Such an emphasis involved a considerable risk of rejecting every ATTM.PT at scientific generalization as abstract and of reducing psychological science to the study of a series of individual dramas, but it also involved a powerful reminder of the need to construct a materialist theory of the person, with the re-emergence of hedonistic motifs too long neglected in the Marxist camp. This is the undertaking, barely outlined by Politzer before his death in the struggle against Nazis 111 brought a premature halt to his activity, which has now been resumed by Seve. In all likelihood, this undertaking has not been brought to a close even with the present book, which Seve himself presents as a phase in a work in progress. But the progress that has been made is unquestionably considerable. Seve is quite right to state forcefully that a Marxist science of man cannot base itself solely on the reikmara ment of generalization, overlooking the individual. This is a requirement to which I have attempted to call attention in an earlier essay in this volume, independently of Seve and starting off from somewhat different premises. But in Seve's book this subject is developed much more fully. Furthermore, even though he regards the sixth thesis on Feuerbach as the basis of a Marxist psychology, Seve does not disregard the fact that a theory of the person cannot overlook the biologically conditioned component in every individual. Social individuality itself develops within biological individuals, who, as such, are not at all the product of the social base and its contradictions, BNT rather are an altogether distinct reality. 6. He is also quite clear in recognizing that between the needs of the individual and those of society there is a discontinuity constituted by the very fact of individuality, which implies a limitation constituted by the human lifespan and the eventual death of each individual, a fundamental fact which stands in opposition to the perennity of the social one world as a result of the continuous, imperceptible succession of generations. Here is an inexhaustible source of disharmony between individual psychology and social conditions, as well as a source of the unequal importance given to objective data. What counts most from the standpoint of the social formation is at times quite secondary from the standpoint of the person, and vice versa. I-65 As one can see, here we are very close to a recognition of those Leopardian motifs which Marxism, in our opinion, cannot overlook, and which we have attempted to bring out in this book and other, previous works. On the other hand, however, it is precisely on the question of the relationship between biological man and social man that there is a vacillation in Seve's book. This stems from the fact that in him too, just as in every Western Marxist of our period, the anti-biological phobia is excessive and ends by compromising his materialism. Seve takes pains to emphasize that historically man had a biological point of departure, but that this original base has since been overcome and reabsorbed by the new social base. The natural point of departure is something altogether different from the real base of the developed totality, since the process of forming the totality consists precisely in a reversal of the relationship between the natural and the sociare, a gradual transformation of natural data into historical results. In the developed individual even the physical organism has become largely the product of the person. 66 The statement is generally correct, provided one bears mmdt, but such a generalization does not extend to certain givens of the human condition which are still very important and whose disappearance is still not foreseeable. The reversal which Seve talks about is only a partial one, therefore, and it has taken place to a quite unequal degree in the various fields of human life and activity, as we attempted to show in the FMT2 essays of this book. In order to avoid the suspicion that he regards man's biological constitution in any way as a base underlying the socio-economic base, Seve has recourse to a peculiar metaphor. Individuals, he says, are in a certain sense fitted in sideways into the OC10 economic base, and he suggests the term juxtastructure to designate this relationship. In a relationship of this kind, by definition one of the two structures is entirely subordinated to the other, even though its foundation has an independent existence and origin. The relationship between structure and juxtastructure is reciprocal, but it follows a guided circular course. One of the two structures is always the determining structure in the final analysis. I671 US, we lose again that awareness which we seem to have a 11 read of the conditioning power which nature still exercises over man. The fact that Seve ends by saying about the juxtastructure what Engels says, in well-known passages, about the superstructure, indicates that the new term he has introduced does not help to clarify matters. The external defensiveness with respect to biologism can be seen in many other points of the book, for instance in the criticisms directed against psychoanalysis and against Levi Strauss. Seve is quite correct in his remark that Levi Strauss's anthropology is characterized by a great lacuna, social labor and, therefore, the relations of production, i.e. what is essential to Marxism. But he is not so correct, for the reasons stated above, when he accuses Levi Strauss of biologism, concluding that in the human sciences biological is always the companion of idealism. R68 in reality, despite an occasional fleeting and inessential allusion to the clinate and the geographic environment, only one of the two companions is alive and present in Levi Strauss, as with all bourgeois thought of the 20th century. To apply the overused schema of opposing extremisms which merge with one another to the critique of contemporary bourgeois ideologies leads to a fabrication of non-existent vulgar materialist positions as a counterweight to an existent and dominant spiritualism, which is the real opponent today. I do not think it is very useful to make Byzantine distinctions with regard to the sideways or underlying position of the biological in relation to the social. The point to be borne in mind is the following: with the beginning of work, a new level of human life and one erged and acquired ever greater importance, becoming relatively autonomous from the animal base, this new level has a decisive effect on the development of everything encompassed by the term of superstructure, and therefore deserves in this sense the name of structure or base. The term biologism should be used to designate any theory which, denying or underestimating this function of the socioeconomic structure, claims to explain in biological terms the division of society into classes, the class struggle, war, institutions, and culture as a whole. But can it be said that man merely had an animal origin but is no longer an animal? Whoever replies in the affirmative to this question runs up against certain obstinate facts which if undeniable and can only be evaded with an old arsenal of sophistical arguments borrowed from idealism. Whoever replies in the negative is not a biologist but simply a materialist, and is unquestionably closer than the first respondent to the mature thought of Marx and Engels. Nonetheless, even the second position, when fully developed, is not C0111 completely consistent with Marxist orthodoxy, no more than any of the currents of contemporary Marxism. Consequently we must, in my opinion, reconsider an entire tradition of hedonist materialist thought which culminates in Leopardi. Returning for a moment to Seve, I believe that another shortcoming in his book lies in its inadequate anagesis of the various social and cultural subgroups which contribute to the shaping of one's individual person. Each of us belongs to a class, but also to a particular section or stratum of it. Each of us belongs to a family, i.e. to a microsocial entity which often presents major discontinuities with respect to society's general degree of development. Each of us lives in a society in which the classes stand opposed to one another but also influence one another and have periods of partial collaboration in which one exercises hegemony over the other. Through the medium of culture, each of us undergoes influences which come from afar both temporally and spatially. Each of us can become a part of a class different from his or her origins, without for that matter ever being able to erase the traces of the past. Each of us under the influence of mystifying ideologies, can feel a national, religious, or racial solidarity which overlays class solidarity. The list could be continued. A Marxist theory of the person must confront this entire complex of problems to a greater degree than Seve does, and must attempt at least to sketch the general outlines of a materialist ethics. Seve's book, despite all his aversion for pure psychology, apolitical psychology, is still to too great a degree the book of a psychologist. Besides its underestimation of the question of the man-nature relationship, it suffers from an inadequate articulation of the concept of society. It remains, however, an important book for the reasons which we have summarized. What kind of critique from the left will a work like Seve's provoke? An example can be found in the essay by Tony Andrini, Marxism et Anthropology 6-9. Despite the author's lively intelligence and sense of the complexity and dramatic nature of the problems involved, it does not appear to me an altogether encouraging example. Andrini is persuasive in the closing pages of the essay when he argues, if only cursorily, against Seve's anti-Chinese and anti-Castroist prejudices. It is both interesting and correct to demand that priority be given to the question of needs as an impetus to the class struggle and the transformation of society. L70 It is correct to point out that Althusser's closed theoretical system becomes translated, on the level of practice, into a form of atrentism, but all of this will fail to lead anywhere as long as Andrini adheres to that rigidly anti-experimental conception of science which represents one of the /worst legacies of structuralism, and which can only have the effect of increasing the split between revolutionary activism and a metaphysical science open only to a circle of the initiated. However filled he may be with a healthy rebelliousness towards certain maestri, Andrini has religiously inherited from them one particular teaching, that science must as far as possible seek that which is hidden, with all the Platonist and Freudian Platonist misunderstandings connected with this conception and with the anti-materialist consequences to which it leads. The main objection which he raises against Seve is that his psychological categories remain at the level of the visible and, essentially, at the level of lived experience. Seve does not go beyond a surface description, his analysis does not lead to intuitive categories, his psychology is not erroneous, but remains at the phenomenal level, and so on and so forth. Bnt This is not enough. Even Levi-Strauss, despite his Jove for hidden reason, still remains too attached to the surface for Andrikany. Better Foucault and Lacan. 17.2 Science is no longer a search for truth which, to this end, makes use of abstraction and a detachment from sense appearance. It is a flight from the sensory as an end in itself and a descent into Mithraic mysteries. For reasons we have stated repeatedly, we do not feel inclined to associate ourselves with such speleological undertakings. It is hardly necessary to say that the accusation of empiricism made against Seve and more or less everybody else is followed up by accusations of biologisnel and mechanism. I-73 Even though Seve is excessively concerned, as we have seen, with subordinating the biological to the social, this does not spare him the usual harangue from Andrini about the inseparability of the biological from the social. What could the social and the biological ever be in their pure state? The social is always present, inserted within the biological, which itself is also a relationship between the organism and its environment. 74 We are still dealing here with the typical scholasticism of the professor or student of philosophy who, in any discussion involving a rela 60 between A and B, is capable, even though he and lay know nothing about either A or B, of objecting that A and B cannot be considered separately from one another. And although an objection of this kind does not carry the discussion further in the slightest, there are always those who find it very perceptive. Even the question of needs, which, to Andrini's credit, is taken into consideration and could lead to a new synthesis of materialism and hedonism, ends with one more attempt at a Freudian Marxism, not much more convincing than those which Andrini Hernskelf rejects. In his concept of a system of libidinal propulsions, all distinction between structure and superstructure is lost. Andrini falls into the illusion of those who believe that the eradication of this distinction would serve to restore a revolutionary impetus to Marxism. It appears, therefore, that post-structuralism, with only a few partial exceptions, is destined for the time being to remain in that closed circle of various alternating forms of idealism in which, for a number of decades now, Western culture has been revolving, and from one which only a new socio-political situation can release it. 5. Karl Korsch and Lenin's philosophy. In 1938 Anton Pannekoek published in Amsterdam a mimeographed essay, Lenin als Philosoph, under the pseudonym of J. Harper, in which he passed judgment on the Lenin of materialism and empirio-criticism. Karl Korsch wrote a long review of it in English, signed WITH the initials 1.H and entitled Lenin's Philosophy, which expressed similar views in still harsher terms. Pannekoek, together with Hermann Gorter and Henriette Roland Holst, had been among the most combative and intelligent of the Dutch ultra-leftists. Lenin had written Il faut venir communism, an infantile disorder in large part as a polemic against them. Lenin's book is certainly filled with that impassioned sarcasm which characterizes all of Lenin's polemical writings. But this is a sarcasm accompanied by a deep feeling of sympathy and by an awareness that there was only onenma within the workers' move. Int. Social democratic opportunism. Thus the extremists were not rightists parading as leftists, but bona fide comrades who had committed certain errors in their way of organizing the struggle against the bourgeoisie. The immediate reasons for the dispute had been the Dutch refusal to engage in political activity within the unions and their support for parliamentary abstentionism. But the controversy was based 011 a much more important and serious question: was the Bolshevik path to revolution valid also for the countries of Western Europe, or was it only a Russland path, suited to a Central Asiatic country with limited industrial development? Was there a need in the West too for a strategy of class alliances, even if on significantly different terms? Or alternatively, was the working class in the West faced with an absolutely compact opponent which could not be broken down into its different parts? Pannekoek and Gorter favored the second option. The consequence was a political vision which was both exalting and despairing, exalting because the revolution could be carried out by the working class in order to realize socialism, without any intermediary democratic stages and without any delegation of powers by the masses to their leaders, despairing because the ultra-leftists had an acute and basically pessimistic awareness not only of the isolation of the working class, but also of its social democratization, against which they could only recommend efforts at propagandizing and condemn on from the outside. Almost 20 years after those events, Pannekoek's critique of Lenin the philosopher was a faithful reproduction of the critique he had made of Lenin the revolutionary strategist. Materialism and empirio-criticism is not a book of Marxist philosophy, according to Pannekoek, rather, it represents a radical bourgeois philosophy, just as the Bolshevik Revolution was nothing more than a Jacobin revolution. The proletariat of Western Europe basically had nothing to learn from either Leninist theory or Leninist practice. Pannekoek saw in Stalinism and the developments in the Third International after Lenin not a degeneration of Leninism but a coherent continuation of it, interpreted as a phone of bourgeois radicalism. Korsch came from political experiences similar to those of Pannekoek. He too was one of the great defeated men of revolutionary Western Marxism. He had become aware of his own anti-Leninism a few years later than Pannekoek and Gorter, but once he had become aware of it he developed into an even stronger anti-Leninist, in part because his philosophical background was much more decidedly idealist than that of Pannekoek. Thus, the article of I-938 shows us a Korsch who, although in fundamental agreement with Pannekoek's book, still FMDs it insufficiently critical in relation to Lenin the philosopher. As Rasconi has written, The article represents the final unpolished document of Korsch's rejection of Leninism. 3 The year in which the article was /written is the Sannal one in which the English edition of Karl Marx appeared, a work of the mature Korsch and one to which he was to return 10 years later to make revisions and additions. Among Italian students of Korsch, Giuseppe Bitasci has stressed particularly the distance separating the early Marxism and philosophy, still heavily imbued with idealist activism and an aversion for the natural sciences, from Karl Marx, in which Korsch allegedly overcame his anti-materialism and attained a full understanding of Marxism one as science. For Giuseppe Vacca, on the other hand, has insisted on the fundamental continuity in Korsch's thought. He arrives, however, at a generally positive assessment of it, and attempts to differentiate it from the early Lngax. 5 We find, however, that the 1938 article, with its exasperated anti-materialism, takes us right back, despite its date, to the Korsch of Marxism and philosophy, or, even more, to his anti-Koski is here represented as pure utopian attempt that could not help but meet with failure. And after he had fought so much against a mechanical conception of the relationship between structure and superstructure, it is precisely to this kind of conception that Korsch has recourse in his polemic against Lenin. He stresses how Lenin's thought could not have risen above the socio-economic backwardness of Russia, how it could not have been ahead of its socio-economic setting in any way, and how it was therefore condemned to reproduce the development of bourgeois thought in its heroic age. In Korsch's anti-Leninism of 1938 there is, as we have said, an understandable resentment, that of the extremist betrayed, incapable of distinguishing between Lenin's anti-extremist polemic and the genuine betrayal perpetrated by Stalin, but at the same time there is an emergence of social democratic themes. Anyone who has lived through the historic tragedy experienced by Korsch and the other revolutionary Western Marxists certainly does not have the right to adopt a posture of moralistic and professional censure vis-à-vis these waverings. One can only note that during these terrible years there was only one great European revolutionary who managed to struggle against Stalinism with all possible vigor and lucidity without lapsing into social democratic politics or into a revolutionary Westernism. Reduced to mere wishfulness, this was Trotsky. How then are Lenin's notes/walks to be interpreted? Certainly no answer can be sketched in just a few lines. One can only indicate certain points as a basis for further discussion. Korsch's opinion is unacceptable because of the simple fact that Lenin's thought, as we have attempted to show, cannot be strictly confined either to a Russian geographical ghetto or to a pre-Marxist chronological ghetto. Korsch appeared to overlook completely the long exile in the West experienced by Lenin, Trotsky and other Russian revolutionaries, an exile which served as a great school for their deprovincialization. Equally unacceptable is the position of Hegelian Marxists, according to whom the notebooks show us a new Lenin, freed at last from vulgar materialism and Koskiism. One need only point out against this position that Lenin's reading of Hegel is clearly and expressly an Engelschian reading. It is Engelschian in a good sense, in its materialism, in its insistence on the historicization of nature, and in Lenin's famous laugh at the idea that nature represents the submersion of the notion into externality. 6 None of these things is accepted by present-day Hegelian Marxists, and they should be led to the conclusion that Lenin greatly misunderstood Hegel. It is also Engelschian in a bad sense, in its simplistic belief that one need only turn on its head Hegel's dialectic in order to transform it into a materialist tool, a belief which was shared, moreover, by Marx. It seems to me that there is an element of continuity between materialism and empirio-criticism and the notebooks, which is represented not just by the Sealmen grounding in a materialism never repudiated, but also by the anti-agnosticism and opposition to tinjective idealism. This opposition, which was completely justified in the wake of the new empirio-pragmatist wave at the beginning of the 20th century, had already led Lenin in materialism and empirio-criticism to a kind of identification of Berkeley, Hume, and Kant with one another, and to an identification of the latter with the empirio-criticists. He was led also to a narded reassessment of Hegel, who, although an idealist, was at least not a subjective idealist. He even went so far as to state that Hegel's absolute idealism is reconcilable with the existence of the earth, nature, and the physical universe without man, since nature is regarded as the otherness of the absolute idea. In fact, the least convincing points in materialism and empirio-criticism do not at all consist in its presumed vulgar materialism, but are two quite different defects. First, there is a certain wavering between the need for an integral materialism and the tendency to fall back on a mere objectivism or realism. When Lenin presses his opponents on the question of the existence of nature before man and on the question of the relationship between thought and the brain for 8/Ren, he states that sensation depends on the brain, nerves, retina, etc., i.e. on matter organized in a default 11ite way, and that sensation, thought, consciousness are the supreme product of matter organized in a particular way. 49 When he exposes the religious and obscurantist elements which exist in even the most updated Illuminantism, he del 110 enstratzen. Awareness that materialism is more than a gnoseological theory. Materialism entails also the recognition of man's animality, it is also the radical negation of anthropocentrism and providentialism of any kind, and it is absolute atheism. Thus it represents a prized position with regard to man's place in the world, with regard to the present and future balance of power between man and nature, and with regard to man's needs and his drive for happiness. This feature of Lenin's thought floats its natural complement in his writings on religion. 50 When, however, he is more concerned with combating subjective idealism than the spiritualist reaction in its entirety, and when he seeks to make it clear that the crisis of materialism as such has not been the consequence of a change or deepening of our ideas about the structure of matter, then Lenin tends to conf 111 his argument to a purely gnoseological framework. The sale property of matter with whose recognition philosophical materialism is bound up is the property of being one objective reality, of existing outside our mind. The concept of matter expresses nothing more than the objective reality which is given us in sensation. 5.2 Of course even this narrower objectivist argument is entirely correct and necessary, for Lenin had to do battle also on the specific terrain of the gnoseology of the sciences and of its pseudo-philosophic extrapolations. But the two arguments tend to intertwine with one another in materialism and empirio-criticism, without sufficient clarity about how they differ and relate to one another. And this fact explains how it was possible at times to misinterpret Lenin's book as a work which dealt only with anti-subjectivist gnoseology. In such a case, it was necessary to ascribe to him a certain number of relapses into materialism, as if one were dealing with inconsistencies or naivete. In my opinion, however, a close reading of the entire book is enough to dispel this misconception. Samion, who is simply a realist and not a materialist, does not agree with Lenin, even if he may give his approval to a few individual statements in the latter's book. The second weak point in materialism and empirio-criticism is Lenin's belief that the profound transformations in the traditional concept of matter, which the new idealist tendencies use to justify themselves, could be accommodated through the concept of the dialectic. L3 This view is correct only if one understands by the dialectic not the logic of the unity of opposites but simply a kind of energetic, dynamic materialism, non-creationist and not evolutionist in a necessarily gradualist sense. One must, however, bear in mind that the dialectic in this sense is only a modern form of Heraclitianism, which is valid as a general schema for conceptualizing and investigating reality. BNT must be complemented by a great number of epistemological elaborations and refinements as to detail. Otherwise it may turn out that the dialectical materialist not only does not have any difficulty in dealing with the crisis of the old dualism of matter and energy, but also does not have any difficulty in accepting as valid the pseudo-phenomena and pseudo-experiments of alchemy, spiritualism, more or less far-fetched vitalistic biology, etc. Lenin is far away from dangers such as these. BNT he is far away thanks to his materialism, to his vigorous experimentalism, and to the connection and distinction he always maintains between science and ideology and between science and history, not thanks to such Hegelianism or generic hostility to common sense as has always remained an inherent part of the Marxist dialectic. We have seen, then, that the element of continuity between materialism and empirio-criticism and the notebooks is represented by their anti-agnosticism and anti-subjectivism, and that the dialectic does not represent a decisive basis for distinguishing the two phases of Lenin's thought from one another. However, the need Lenin felt to come to a more direct reckoning with Hegel's thought and to study the possible applications of the dialectic to the analysis of socio-political situations and to revolutionary action, did provide a partially new element. Confronted with the crisis of the Second International, Lenin felt the need to launch an even more vigorous opposition against, on the one hand, gradualist and quietist Aventianism of the Plekhanov or Kosky kind, and on the other hand, the oversimplifications of revolutionary comrades who denied the continued existence under the imperialist phase of capitalism of national questions, conflicts between proletarians of advanced and back THIRD countries, and class antagonisms including within individual states, inside the generically anti-capitalist front. 54 For the Lenin of World War I and later of the Revolution, not to understand the dialectic meant essentially to lapse either into reformism or into an oversil 11 plified revolutionism. This is the significance of the criticism he was to make of Bukharin in his so-called testament. It is undeniable that Lenin's enthusiasm for certain Hegelian propositions is excessive in the notebooks, that his criticisms of Hegel are directed predominantly against the more openly theological features of Hegelianism, and that on the whole his brilliant early writing, What the Friends of the People Are, displays a more perceptive awareness of the intrinsically idealist character of the Hegelian dialectic. 55 But one should bear in mind also that this Hegelian moment of Lenin's is the FLRST attempt at an emergency resolution of those problems of imperialism and revolution alluded to above. Furthermore, insufficient attention has been paid to the important fact that as Lenin advances in his reading of Hegel, his critical notations, and often harshly critical ones, become more common. I think it can be shown that Lenin had an initial enthusiasm for Hegel, which gradually began to wane. Finally, and related closely to this last point, it should be pointed out that it is impossible to dissociate the notebooks from the two finished philosophical writings of the late Lenin, his Karl Marx written for the Granite Encyclopedia and the article on the significance of militant materialism. 56 In Karl Marx, Marx's materialism is strongly emphasized and the dialectic is presented in substance as a revolutionary evolutionist. Contradictions are described in terms of conflicts between forces, not in terms of the identity of opposites, and the Hegelian trichotomies are regarded as idealist Rundbisch, which it would be absurd to confuse with materialist dialectics. 57 We are once again not far removed from the formulations of 11 The Friends of the People Are. Similarly, On the Significance of Militant Materialism at first approved by Corset, who like Lukács misinterpreted it as a mere exhortation to raise the backward-Russian people to an admittedly elementary level of bourgeois culture, and later liquidated by him in his 1938 article, where he included it in his negative interpretation of all Leninism. 158, Lenin explicitly accords a positive value to that materialism based on RHE. Natural sciences which has not yet arrived at a Marxist perspective but which nevertheless perfornels a clarificatory function in favor of secularism and against providentialism or anthropocentrism. Within this frail work, Lenin says, the militant atheist literature of the late 18th century still has an indispensable function to perform. In the second part of this article we again find Lenin's concern to distinguish the new scientific achievements not in themselves anti-materialist from the anti-materialist use to which they have been put by bourgeois philosophy. Natural science is progressing so fast and is undergoing such a profound revolutionary upheaval in all spheres that it cannot possibly dispense with philosophical deductions. L9 These are certainly not the words of an NNLY of 20th century science or Sol Leone who, as Korsch says in Complete Misunderstanding, wishes to defend a primitive materialism by any means, extending even to the exclusion of modifications made imperative by further scientific criticism and research. 60. Rather, as one can see from the entire preceding page of that same article, they are the words of someone who was well aware of the dangers threatening Marxism should it lose its contact with the natural sciences. 61. Thus here too Lenin shows himself to be much more profound and modern not only than Stalinist dogmatism but also than Western Marxism. Apart from references to particular political events or lar comrades and friends. I remain, of course, well aware of the real limitations and pre-philosophical character of the essays it comprises, but I believe that the book expresses ideas and requisites that deserve not to be ignored, but rather examined, deepened, and if need be, refuted by philosophers. There is, however, one aspect of the book that belongs to an era that now seems long past, its more narrowly and directly political side. Many things have happened during the past 10 years, both in Italy and throughout the world, and many people who were more revolutionary than I 10 years ago have set sail for other points. Neither I nor some of the other comrades mentioned in this book have any intention of following them. There is, to be sure, a genuine and serious crisis of Marxism. Many of the concepts and predictions of Marx and Engels must be revised. Indeed, even at the time of its publication, my book was not at all orthodox, although its heterodoxy was quite different from most other varieties. But it does not seem that the most recent critics of Marxism are striving to ground on more solid foundations a new revolutionary theory and a new path to communism in the developed capitalist countries. Their aim is rather to annihilate not only Marxism, but any prospect of the advent of a classless society. Once again, as so often before in the history of the workers' movement, necessary and urgent revision is fast becoming revisionism. The Italian Communist Party is now so entrenched in this road that it will be impossible to deviate from it. So 255. 256 8. Long as the party is directed by the present leadership group. But the PCI has not become a social democratic party, even though it is partly fulfilling typically social democratic functions. It is rather a new phenomenon, a party whose internal structure and the mentality of whose leaders and intermediary cadres remain Stalinist, but which strives to participate in the direction of the capitalist state not in order to change it in ways favorable to the working class, and still less to destroy it, but instead to manage it through methods even more authoritarian, repressive, and intolerant than those of traditional parliamentary democracy, in accordance with the exigencies of law and order, conformism, and unanimity increasingly characteristic of contemporary capitalism. The greater part of the Italian working class no doubt continues to support the PCI, but the party's bureaucratic structure and long decades of political and ideological mystification render it incapable, at least now and for a long time copyright to come, of reclaiming its own independence, of becoming the subject, and not the object, of political action. There are some intellectuals who are studying Marxism and its copyright problem seriously and whose ideas are not purely and simply revisionist in the pejorative sense. But what is the use of even the best academic Marxism if it bows to all the orders of the party leadership? It serves only to deceive other intellectuals, lending the party an external appearance of theoretical respectability behind which the worst political machinations detrimental to the working class are the more easily concealed. Many comrades of the far left of 1968 to 1969, whose attitude towards the PCI was perhaps even too sectarian, have now become today, when the PCI has undergone further degeneration, disciplined party activists, chattering about the working class becoming the state and perceiving enemies exclusively on their left. These new PCI members and sympathizers who have come over from the far left are perhaps the worst elements of the party, for they feel compelled, with the zeal of the converted, to atone to themselves and to their leaders for the errors of their youth. Then there are others, more consistent, who no longer consider themselves Marxists and aver that compared to the police state to which they hold any socialist revolution must inevitably lead, stand on the side of liberal democratic institutions, however imperfect and deficient they may be. These are the words of Lucio Colletti, reprinted in his recent volume Tra Marxismo e No. The case of Colletti is particularly painful to me, for I learned much from him, as did the entire far left of the 60s and early 70s, both in Italy and in Britain. I have always admired the Enlightenment inspiration of Colletti's Marxism, his struggle against the penetration of irrationalism into Marxism, his anti-dialectical position, his defense of the objective, ideologically neutral character of science, without which there is only obscurantism and religious anti-capitalism, incapable of defeating capitalism in any event. Even 10 years ago I disagreed with him on some, not at all secondary, questions, as is apparent in Chapter 3 of this book. But these were disagreements between two comrades striving together for a communist society. At that time, Coletti was convinced that the dialectic was an aberration of Hegel and Engels, of which Marx was happily innocent. Once he finally realized that the dialectic was present in the work of Marx as well, he drew the conclusion that communism was a utopian dream at best. Any attempt actually to implement it would result in abominable tyranny. He has thus opted to live under the protection of bourgeois democratic freedoms. But are the exploitation of the workers, inequality, and the purely formal character of bourgeois freedoms irrationalistic dialectical inventions, or are they realities experienced daily by the working class? Must we resign ourselves to all this, and compel others to so resign themselves, on the pretext that the states that call themselves communist are in many respects, even worse? It seems to me that Coletti, who is so readily disposed to deem illusory any attempt to inaugurate a society in which exploitation and inequality no longer exist, is indulging in strange illusions about the possibility of reforming capitalism. Capitalism, of course, is indeed conducting its own reforms, but these consist in an ever greater authoritarianism, in a fortification of the police state that Coletti correctly perceives in the Eastern countries but fails to see growing and becoming ever more dominant in his own backyard. Capitalism increasingly regards bourgeois freedoms, the alternating rule of political parties, and parliamentary institutions as encumbrances to be jettisoned. This is not the first time this has happened, but the forms always differ, and the prospect that now looms before us is not of classical fascism, but of so-called authoritarian democracy, based on mechanisms of compulsory consensus more refined than those employed by fascism and more peaceful wherever possible, but always embodying a fundamental intolerance of opposition and a disguised violence that becomes open as the need arises. Nor does insistence on the objectivity of scientific knowledge, which is essential to materialism and is upheld continuously throughout the present book, justify closing one's eyes to the criminal use of science by capitalism and to the constantly rising tendency of scientists to debase themselves to faithful servants of the rulers of society. It is this daily experience of the degradation of science from an instrument of liberation to one of oppression that gives rise to the reduction of science to ideology. To close one's eyes to this reality and to polemicize against those who deny the neutrality of science as though they were merely irrationalist devotees of medieval obscurity amounts to enlightenmentism in the narrow, petty, and pejorative sense of the word. Every passing day brings us news of labor processes highly noxious to the workers, which continue to be used with the connivance of physicians and political leaders, and of a peaceful employment of atomic energy that increasingly threatens the premature death of millions of human beings, quite apart from the danger of nuclear war. The ecological suicide of all humanity is no wild prospect of science fiction. This is the new and greater irrationality and anarchy of capitalism, much greater than the irrationality and anarchy of production of for which Marx spoke. Granted, the far left has committed grave errors and now finds itself, in Italy as more or less everywhere, in a state of deep crisis and fragmentation. Yet it is only the reconstitution of the new left that holds out hope for the survival of humanity and for a freer and less unhappy society. Condemnations of utopia must avoid schematism. As is clear in this book, I have never had anything to do with so-called Frankfurt Marxism. But certain Marxists and scientific ex-Marxists have now wound up including Marx, Engels, and Lenin among the Frankfurt School. If by utopia one means not religious-like ideologies and comforting evasions of reality, but rather rejection of the prevailing situation, rejection of the supposedly absolute and inviolable character of the laws of the capitalist economy, and aspiration for different human relations, then it must be said that it is impossible to contest capitalist barbarism without this utopia, which in no way conflicts with science. Clear positions on violence are also required. I am convinced that terrorism is a senseless and savage practice, profoundly anti-Marxist and useful only to strengthen capitalism. But after condemning terrorism, we must ask ourselves why it is that this phenomenon, non-existent 10 or 15 years ago, does exist now. The answer, in my view, is clear. Once any mass opposition to capital_ism, any communist project, fades from view, why should it be surprising that some people, out of desperation, become convinced that the only way to combat this society is through blind terrorist violence? Just as others, through a psychological process that is no different at bottom, cede to drugs and alcohol. The ones primarily responsible for terrorism are those who have renounced political opposition to the capitalist system. Moreover, one must not close one's eyes to the violence of the employers, who lay off thousands of workers, or of the police, who under the pretext of fighting terrorism slaughter peaceful citizens, always with impunity. It must not be forgotten that this violence exists alongside the violence of the terrorists. Finally, we must never forget, as Chile should have taught us once again, that the bourgeoisie, democratic so long as its power is not in danger, is ever prepared to unleash the most savage violence and to quash all freedoms the moment it is faced with a genuinely socialist government that threatens its most vital interests, even if that government came to power through free and peaceful elections. It is this experience, much more than any theoretical considerations, that prevents liquidation of the question of the dictatorship of the proletariat as a Jacobin crotchet long since obsolete. As I am well aware, the dictatorship of the proletariat has yet to come into existence anywhere, save in a few initial revolutionary moments of brief duration. Instead, we have seen the dictatorship of a bureaucratic group over the proletariat. There is no cure for this degeneration except the reinforcement of the Soviets, of council democracy, of control from below. It is difficult, I know, to effect this cure, but whosoever condemns it as utopian serenely prepares for atomic death, while composing hymns to the beauty of bourgeois freedoms. Let me conclude with a self-criticism. I never shared the copyright enthusiasm for Maoism that enthralled the far left, with the sole exception of the comrades of the Fourth International, during the period of the Cultural Revolution and even after. This is shown by what I have written in the prefaces to the present book and, even earlier, in the Review Nuovo Impegno of Pisa. Nevertheless, I freely admit that the events that occurred in China after the death of Mao represent a new course far worse than the Cultural Revolution and compel a much more critical assessment of the Cultural Revolution itself than I advanced at the time. There were even fewer mass initiatives than I believed, since otherwise would be impossible to explain how the same masses, in the space of just a few months, could have accepted without resistance renunciation of the equalitarian and anti-imperialist slogans and the inauguration of a productionist and technocratic ideology and ties. Thus, although in 1975 I wrote that unquestionably, a revolutionary militant faced with a choice between the USSR and China must unhesitatingly opt for the latter, in 1975, in the light of the most recent developments in Chinese internal and international policy, which today, even more than in the past, supports some of the worst fascist regimes in the world and has even committed armed aggression against Vietnam, I believe that it is no longer possible to recommend such options. We can no longer refer to any model of socialism either realized or on the road to realization in the world today. With the advent of Stalinism in Russia during the 1920s and with its diffusion through the world communist movement, the very notion of communism suffered an obfuscation from which it has yet to recover. But the crisis cannot be overcome by taking refuge in a bourgeois democratism that has been abandoned by the bourgeoisie itself and that, even during its brightest periods, was always marked by a regime of oppression, inequality, and exploitation of the proletarians in the Western countries and of the masses of peoples in the underdeveloped countries. And the renovation of socialism, however much it may diverge, even in important respects, from the vision of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Trotsky, will not be able to ignore some of their teachings that remain fundamental. Whoever speaks of a socialism that must be reinvented wholly anew winds up inventing something very old: capitalism.